interference. And when you call it forth into action, it proceeds with the power of the universe to fulfill your requirement. Won't you feel it and let it come forth and do its mighty work for you at your every call? We don't want you to go on, and on, not having the results you should have. We want you to have them now. There is nothing in the world, but your own feeling which can stand between you and the complete fulfillment of your call right then and there. Won't you feel that, precious ones, tonight, and let us give you the strength and DISCOURSEVII 199 courage to help, which will enable you to go forth tomorrow victorious in everything through your call to the presence? Your I Am Presence is the power of the universe and will fill you in your world with its directing intelligence. Say, beloved mighty I Am Presence, see that I never make another mistake. See that your mighty directing intelligence takes command of my mind, body and feeling, and directs me unerringly in the perfect thing I should do, to have the greatest release from your mighty presence. Your beloved mighty I Am Presence cannot fail you. At this point, let me assure you first, the most magnificent activity we have ever seen on the face of this earth has been through these mighty decrees, issued by these beloved students all over America. I want you to know how very great they are and how powerful. You can believe it or not, but I tell you, your Panama Canal would not exist today if it had not been for the call of the students through these decrees. Your eastern coast from Philadelphia to Maine would not have been there today, but for the call which has enabled us to govern the energy and activity in the gas belts. It is the same on the western coast of your beloved California. In San Francisco, when the messengers were there, a great earthquake was scheduled to come forth. This beloved messenger went there, not telling even the staff the danger from the human standpoint which they were going into, but having full confidence in the call to the presence. 200 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. That it would be governed, and it was. Then, still people will continue there in harmony. The release and activity of the Goddess of Liberty and myself today, together with Saint Germain and the other Ascended Masters who are assisting, give you the full feeling of the importance of this great light, and the importance of your own decrees for the freedom, health, blessing and supply of everything which you require. Think of it. Human beings are living in ill health, limitations of every description, when the greatest intelligence in the universe is beating their hearts. They are in those conditions, because they have forgotten the presence was there. Dear people, if you will understand, not in your head, but in your feeling that your presence is there, and it will answer your call with its resistless power and intelligence, there is not one thing you can ask which will not be yours, if it be constructive. Remember, your higher mental body, which stands between your physical body and your God self, is your discriminating intelligence. Your higher mental body will not longer release its energy, if you are going to use it destructively. The only energy which is used destructively, is what mankind has already accumulated from the past. You might say to me, why does mankind continue to do that? Because the energy, which is all-powerful, is charged into the feeling world. Sometimes it is what the people have accumulated from previous destructive active. DISCOURSES 201 edicts. And they can only continue, while the energy already accumulated lasts. When it is gone, they cannot gather any more. That is what is the matter with people today, who have been powerful and energetic and they collapse. They think, what has happened to me? What has become of this power I was once able to use to bless others and myself? There have been so many Christian Science practitioners who have come to the messengers in secret, saying those very words, what has happened to me? I have been a practitioner for years, but what has happened now? I don't seem to be able to do the same things I once did. This is the explanation. Precious people, they were using mental power and did not know it. When they exhausted their reservoir of energy which had already been drawn forth, they did not know how to release more. No one can release it without this exact Ascended Master knowledge of the I Am Presence, except in a fragmentary manner. Once the energy which was gathered about them is gone, without the call to the I Am Presence, you cannot replace it in this embodiment. This is the explanation of so many blessed precious ones. There are hundreds today who are interested in Christian Science, who have had that exact experience. Sometimes, they fear to go and ask why or what the reason is. Let me say to you tonight, precious hearts, There is not one thing in the whole wide world of human creation, which any human being in the understanding of his or 202 THEIAM 99 Discourses Her I Am Presence, should fear. And using the terminology of the blessed Christian scientists, they malpractice themselves and do not know it. We have no preference for anyone. We state the law. We love everyone, the Christian scientists, unity, the Orthodox people, all mankind. We love them equally the same. But we never hesitate to tell them their shortcomings. If they have made mistakes, they should be strong enough to see it and hear it kindly. It does not matter in what source your seeking has been. THERE is only one place in this universe. WHERE you can find TRUE peace, rest and success. ITSTO know when you're feeling your own God presence, as it is pictured on THRT chart. ITSTHE only place in all THE universe, because THE I am presence beats THE heart of every human being, and gives life to every human form, and THERE is no other anywhere in THE universe. To think of God as an omnipresence, is but to receive a fragmentary part of its power. Only as you have an individualized focus, can you have a greater power. For instance, take your reading glass. If you hold it focused, the sun comes through and sets the paper on fire. If you keep moving the reading glass, there is not such a focus. This is a very good simile of mankind's thought and feeling, which is swinging all the time, from one thing to another. DISCOURSEVIA 203 When you understand your presence, then you can focus your attention upon the goal, upon the objective of your victory through your attention. The energy will flow there, the energy from the presence, performs a service and win the victory every time. Where your attention is, there your life and energy flow. If it be on the presence, the energy flows in. If it be on the lower things of life, destruction flows into your life energy and destroys your human form. Precious people, bear with me a moment. Feel this deeply, as I show it to you. Your life follows your attention, and flows to the objective, upon which your attention is fixed and you cannot prevent it. Therefore, if your attention has been fixed upon human creations and limitations, you have to experience human limitations and creations in your world. When you turn it to the presence and hold it there, keeping your feeling harmonious, you will quickly begin to release a greater intensification of the light and energy from your presence, which will flow in, harmonize and produce instantaneous results at your call. It requires momentum. It requires continued activity. When we say, turn to your presence, we do not mean all day long, but powerfully and definitely several times a day. There are a few people who can turn instantly, who have never known of the presence, and feel it so instantly in their feeling and intellect, that they can upon the issuing of a decree, have it fulfilled, but those people are not many. According to the feeling of intensity, can they? 204 THEIAM 99 Discourses have those results. But if your nature is such you need to make definite application, then do not hesitate to continue, until the results are there. Your application to your presence cannot fail. It is self-luminous, intelligent substance which goes forth at your call. There is nothing to resist and there is nothing can interfere with that light. When they exhausted their reservoir,
did not know it. When they exhausted their reservoir of energy which had already been drawn forth, they did not know how to release more. No one can release it without this exact ascended master knowledge of the I Am Presence, except in a fragmentary manner. Once the energy which was gathered about them is gone, without the call to the I Am Presence, you cannot replace it in this embodiment. This is the explanation of so many blessed precious ones. There are hundreds today who are interested in Christian Science, who have had that exact experience. Sometimes, they fear to go and ask why or what the reason is. Let me say to you tonight, precious hearts, there is not one thing in the whole wide world of human creation, which any human being in the understanding of his or 202 THEIAM 99 Discourses Her I Am Presence, should fear. And using the terminology of the blessed Christian scientists, they malpractice themselves and do not know it. We have no preference for anyone. We state the law. We love everyone, the Christian scientists, unity, the Orthodox people, all mankind. We love them equally the same. but we never hesitate to tell them their shortcomings. If they have made mistakes, they should be strong enough to see it and hear it kindly. It does not matter in what source your seeking has been. To think of God as an omnipresence, is but to receive a fragmentary part of its power. Only as you have an individualized focus, can you have a greater power. For instance, take your reading glass. If you hold it focused, the sun comes through and sets the paper on fire. If you keep moving the reading glass, there is not such a focus. This is a very good simile of mankind's thought and feeling, which is swinging all the time, from one thing to another. DISCOURSES 203. When you understand your presence, then you can focus your attention upon the goal, upon the objective of your victory through your attention. The energy will flow there, the energy from the presence, perform the service and win the victory every time. Where your attention is, there your life and energy flow. If it be on the presence, the energy flows in. If it be on the lower things of life, destruction flows into your life energy and destroys your human form. Precious people, bear with me a moment. Feel this deeply, as I show it to you. Your life follows your attention, and flows to the objective, upon which your attention is fixed, and you cannot prevent it. Therefore, if your attention has been fixed upon human creations and limitations, you have to experience human limitations and creations in your world. When you turn it to the presence and hold it there, keeping your feeling harmonious, you will quickly begin to release a greater intensification of the light and energy from your presence, which will flow in, harmonize and produce instantaneous results at your call. It requires momentum. It requires continued activity. When we say, turn to your presence, we do not mean all day long, but powerfully and definitely several times a day. There are a few people who can turn instantly, who have never known of the presence, and feel it so instantly in their feeling and intellect, that they can, upon the issuing of a decree, have it fulfilled, but those people are not many. According to the feeling of intensity, can they? 240 AGIAM 99 discourses of those results. But if your nature is such you need to make definite application, then do not hesitate to continue, until the results are there. Your application to your presence cannot fail. It is self-luminous, intelligent substance which goes forth at your call. There is nothing to resist and there is nothing can interfere with that light which goes forth. It will dissolve all unlike itself as it goes forth. It is the power of the universe. Therefore, as you understand it, and as you make your call and realize why it is not just a principle of life, energy in action, you will know why that light cannot be resisted. It is because the light is self-conscious intelligence, self-luminous intelligent substance. It is why, dear people, the most terrific viciousness ever focused at two human beings, has been focused at these messengers, for no reason at all. But it does not touch them nor interfere with this activity. This is why we sometimes take up these points with the blessed students. Because for the people who try to injure them, it is a pitiful thing. Individuals who send out destructive thoughts and feeling will reap them, everyone. The messengers never wished harm to any human being in their lives and never shall. They love and bless every human being, even those who criticize and condemn them and send vicious projections at them. They know the law and they are living it. But the unfortunate human beings who will not believe that, will have to reap their viciousness sent out. They are most unfortunate indeed, for one. DISCOURSEVIII 205 day, they will understand how great has been their mistake. This is why we take these things up concerning your activities definitely and clearly, so all may understand, if they will. You are soon going to have to choose whether you will control your feeling or not. That is why I say this, so positively. Do not ever look around and blame anyone else for anything. You are the only person who is concerned. If a mistake seems to be made, call the presence into action to correct it and take your mind off it. Then you will be free. It is THE only WY. In this great release of light, power and energy. Only when you are ascended will you come to know how great has been the blessing of this night and of this day. Sometimes, we long to release within you the all-seeing eye which makes no mistakes, so you might see what is going on in your so-called invisible world. To us there is no invisible world anywhere. There is no such a thing, and the so-called invisible is only to the human octave. Everything is visible when you are free from the limitations of the human octave. Everything is visible, I say to you. Therefore, do not let the appearance world of the human octave longer limit you, distress you or hold your attention. Just feel with the strength, power and courage of your presence, its great energy go forth and set you free. There is no reason in the world why you should continue longer in any limitations, if you care to take and apply these laws and have the freedom which they bring. There are a great many people today, who can quickly. 206 The IAM 99 Discourses of this freedom, if they only will. We cannot compel you to do it. We have no desire to, but our love is great enough to give every assistance possible, at your call, and to give you the strength and energy, until you stand victorious yourself. Tonight, for a few moments, will you just still yourselves and let the full power of this radiance take its dominion in your feeling world, and just fulfill its mighty desire there, to set you free in the glory of its activity? Turn your attention for a few moments to your own great God presence and let its powers flow in, through and about you and have the glory which it is. Silence. Great presence of life, charge into the feeling world of each one, the full glory of your courage, strength and confidence in each one's call to the presence. So there is released instantly, the full glory of its power to govern, to control the feeling world of each one, and to hold its dominion in perfect harmony through each one, until the fullness of its power finds its complete dominion in the activity of the outer life. Cause each one to feel that his or her life stream is the action of God, the mighty I Am Presence in the human form, which can be intensified, until its glory fills the entire body, releasing the light which is within every cell. Cause each one to feel the continuous outpouring of its great light and freedom which sets all free and quickly. DISCOURSES 207 We call this and charge it to become eternally sustained and active within each one, produce its dominion, and take command of the feeling world. Hold it so harmonious in feeling, thought and speech, that no longer does irritation of any kind find a resting place within the human form. We decree this to be the victory for each one. May our call tonight remain in the consciousness of each one for his or her freedom, so it may each day intensify in its action to produce those results. In the full glory and power of your mighty I Am Presence, the love and blessings of the Ascended Masters, the legions of light and the great cosmic beings, I enfold you tonight, beloved ones, in our ever-expanding, intensified activity of your own God Presence, the mighty I Am, to flood your world with everything you require in the service of the light, money, food, clothes, conveyance, transportation, anything which is required. Mighty I Am Presence, take command of these minds and bodies. Hold them so harmonious the release from thy great treasure house comes forth in all required, to give them the happiness and freedom which comes alone from thee. Make this a permanently sustained mighty activity, within the life and world of each one. I thank you. DISCOURSE 14. Los Angeles, California. December 22, 7937. My dear beloved children of the light, we are so grateful to find an opportunity to voice to you that which is within the heart of light. For if you have not thought of it in this way, do so now. Remember your heart, while to the human sense seems physical, is really a heart of light. My heart, every Ascended Master's heart, is a heart of light in reality. Yours is a heart of light in its expansion. Let us for the time being, listen with the heart tonight. Feel with the heart tonight, and release the mighty outpouring of Ascended Master Divine Love through each heart. I wish to render a certain service for you, if you will do this. Just still the intellect and let the heart listen and feel I wish to give to it. Before we continue, please try to feel your heart and my heart are one. For in reality that is true. Then, from my heart to yours, can be conveyed my power of radiation, which will do for you what the spoken word cannot possibly do. Therefore, while you are listening to my words, let the vibratory action of my words act within your world. In the first place, you are entering now into a freedom, a presence, an activity of the cosmic light which holds. 208. DISCOURSEVIII 209 about you, outside of your own individual effort, a certain radiance, a certain power of assistance. This is being done for the students throughout America and the world, and especially those who will be present at the coming class. As the vast number of students have been calling for this to be the most powerful class yet, so shall it be a class unparalleled in the history and experience of the messengers and yourselves. As the messenger said, you have been calling for our visible tangible presence. In your cities where the greatest need is, several of the Ascended Masters have in the past few days moved in the visible, tangible bodies, to release into the octave of Earth, a certain power of radiation which is required to govern the conditions at this time. For you are at a crisis. As the beloved John said last night, rarely reached on the earth. Had it not been for your mighty decrees which have been issued, going forth in the mental and feeling world, disaster would have come before now. During the great Himalayas dictation, when the messengers were here before, from that hour, there were established through the atmosphere of earth, air currents to carry the words or qualities, which the Ascended Masters convey during these dictations. These are carried forth from the classes wherever they are held. This has never been experienced on earth before, and it had to be done, to give the protection which America and her beloved people need today. Shall I say something to you tonight, which may seem 235 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES startling? Yet do not feel it so. The sinister activity in Europe, seeing it has accomplished about as much destruction as it can at the present time, recently made a tremendous surge, to try to reach into your beloved America. Well, it failed again, because of this mighty preparatory work. I say to you tonight, beloved students, in the name of your God, your mighty I Am Presence, grow not impatient in your application. You sometimes question its power of activity. Possibly you may not see so much of the manifestation in your individual life. But beloved people, it is not a matter of your individual life. It is a matter of the protection of America and the preparing of a condition in which mankind may live. For without it, your bodies and ascended would know no happiness here. As you have been prompted from the beginning of the activity of the messengers, much has led up to this culminating point of activity, where either the destruction would sweep in or the power of light would be sufficient to repel it. And later the great cosmic light dissolve and consume it from the earth forever. So don't worry about your individual selves, beloved ones. You can be sure after a service, such as has been and is being rendered, you will have assistance. Don't question the care of your own individual life. How in the name of the great presence of light, could any human being who is sincere in the call to the presence, for the protection of America and its people, how could he or she fail to have it filled at one's world, which would? Discourse 8. 211 later outpicture as magnificent majesty and victory of the light, individually speaking? It could not be otherwise. Life, beloved ones, never fails its creation. Try to feel at one with me tonight. While this radiance is pouring forth into your world, forget for the moment that I am an ascended being, a cosmic being. Forget it as anything but the power and activity of your own life. We must get you to feel more powerfully the reality which is your life acting. We are the power of life acting. Our understanding, our ability is beyond yours. Think again. Still we are the power and the presence of light acting. And this is what we want you to feel, with such great earnestness. Then you remove from your world, your feeling world, any feeling there is anything unusual about the activity of this great law of life, which produces these results for you in the world. Beloved ones, as long as there is a feeling or sense of something mystical about this great law, you are holding it to some degree from you, from rushing in and doing its perfect work for you. All of the teachings of mankind have made the action of the great law of life to the human sense something mystical. It is not. Even the ascension is as practical as your mathematics, because it is the action of your life, directed by the great individualized God Presence, your mighty I Am. Tonight, let us enter into the practical feeling that your presence of life is the intelligence and power which is doing these things for mankind and the world. So far as 212 DIAM 99 Discourses the protection of America is concerned, will you feel with me for a moment the fulfillment of the promise of the great ones, whom you have now come to know as the great goddess of liberty and the mighty Arcturus? Each one has promised, if necessary, that the light of 1,000 suns shall descend into the earth, dissolve and consume our human selfishness and discord from the planet. These promises are real. It does mean your cooperation with the great cosmic law. And we are nearing the balancing activity, through these mighty calls of the people of Earth. Then, have courage to go on, and on, and on, in these mighty decrees. Naturally, if you believe my words, it will give you a greater courage and strength, a greater depth of feeling, and its release through these decrees, into the mental and feeling world of mankind. To perform this service which is required, and it is all a perfectly natural process. As you become more aware of it, you begin to feel, as you must now, the fulfillment of your calls. Beginning with the shrine class, you will find this acting with tremendously greater power in your world. And you will begin to see more rapidly the outpicturing of your call. I want to congratulate our beloved Mr. and Mrs. Singular on the magazine, for standing against destructive forces which have rarely been felt upon this earth. Now their great struggle is past, and I congratulate them. I wish to shake their hands, through the messengers. DISCOURSEVII 213 Beloved students, I want to say to those who have sometimes felt critical or impatient, you have no more idea than an infant what these blessed ones have had to stand against from the sinister force of human creation. For this magazine has been a thorn in the side of the sinister activity, prodding it, and will continue to. A stronger guard is this night placed about them, their home and activity. And a greater happiness will fill each one, their worlds and activity. The messengers stood against the great onslaught in the beginning, gaining their momentum. And now they can laugh at all human destructive activities and know they have no power. So these beloved ones will be able to say to all destructive forces, you have no power. Get thee hence. That is what we want every one of the precious students to be able to do, through the harmony and the feeling, say to all limiting destructive forces or appearances of any kind, you have no power. Get thee hence. And it will be done. You cannot imagine what it means to stand as a target for all the vicious forces of the earth. For remember, the whole earth is now coming to know of this activity. In every country in the world, it has become known. Today, some of the unfortunate blessed ones, who have let vicious gossip turn them aside, are seeing their mistakes and will see them more and more, until they return home to this great stream of light. All the vicious human opinions on earth. Dear people. 214 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES don't matter. Why will mankind not understand and see the first fundamental of life is, what individuals send forth, they must reap? Why will people not understand and believe that, before it is too late, and they have to reap the frightful destruction they sent out? Again, we shall be patient, and you will see it return upon its creator. We have been patient through many centuries, will you not be patient with us a few years? You will see all the proof any human being desires of this great law, but it is not affected by human opinions concerning it. We are not affected by human opinions. We utilize the great law to the fullest degree, which the law of the individual will permit, as each one's own light expands. Therefore we see the glory. More and more people, the students especially, are coming to a point where they are more and more unaffected by silly human gossip. You must be unaffected by all gossip, for it is of the human. As the great goddess of liberty said in West Palm Beach, it is well for each one to take an inventory of himself or herself. See wherein you can give greater obedience to the law of your life, for it is exacting, I assure you. The law of life is no respecter of persons. Whatever you create in your world, you will experience, even today. We see the expansion of the light within the students and their firm, oh, so much firmer determination to stand unyielding, even to listening to destructive experiences. It is the mightiest thing in human beings' experience. DISCOURSEVIII 215 Any human being who will take his or her stand, and refuse to listen to any discordant thing, will find that one's world flooded with perfection and the good things of life. It is why the messengers have pounded, and pounded, and pounded, this one mighty truth to the students from the beginning. They shall continue, until the beloved ones get this point into their consciousness so powerfully, they will no longer be affected by discordant things. You must do it, if you wish ever to be free. That is why, tonight, I am taking this opportunity, to prompt you once again, in the preparation for this class. Because a power will be released never before known. Let me prompt you. To every student who comes into the shrine auditorium, I say please, do not allow one thought or feeling of your own concept, to requalify the release of this mighty energy. We must be firm. There is no reason why anyone should come into that class and not feel a power, a joy, an exhilaration, a healing presence, unparalleled on the face of this earth. Don't let anyone come into the auditorium and get faint or disturbed. Such things are going to cease. It only is the requalification, by one's own human feeling. Take your stand and don't do this. Then, you will receive the fullness of the healing power. Any person coming into the room who will harmonize his or her feeling and sustain it sufficiently, will go forth healed of every condition which has ever beset that one. Now, do you wish to take advantage of it? I prompt you. 241. The IAM 99 discourses don't either in your individual life or in this class, allow one single human feeling to requalify the release of this powerful energy, for it will come forth from your presence as well as from us. It cannot produce anything but perfection for you. Greater harmony, greater joy, greater health and strength. So do not let the human requalify it. Don't think I am criticizing you, beloved ones, tonight, but I refer you to beloved Saint Germain's words. A lady who was in the home of the messengers in their early experiences, had the habit of fainting quite often. So during beloved Saint Germain's dictations of the I Am discourses in their home, he took up the subject and sent word to the lady, now don't faint anymore. He said, you don't have to faint unless you want to. Well, the lady never fainted again. Precious hearts, I wish to help you feel and see the requalification of the action of the energy, within your world, which produces these conditions. If any person, the moment he or she feels some slight disturbance will say, here, stop that. I will not have it. In 90% of the cases, they will stop the whole action. You know when you begin to feel faint, you get more and more faint. Do you know, alertness is a most magnificent thing? We are trying to convey to you, to be alert to all conditions, whether they be physical conditions and appearances in the outer world, or whatever it is that is affecting you or your world. If you will say, stop. Right then, you release the power which is the controlling element of the Kondi. DISCOURSEVIII 217 whatever it may be. If it be an appearance as an outside condition, if you will instantly take command of yourself and say, stop. You shall not enter my world. You shall not disturb me. You will find yourself in full command of your world and the conditions which surround you. Beloved ones, how do you suppose we control conditions? By that very identical thing. Naturally, We are able to release a greater power than you are. But still we must help you make a beginning. And the sooner we do, the quicker you are master of your world. In the fullness of the love, the power of divine love, which I am able to release to you, if you will do this, I will assist you to a victory and speed of achievement which will delight you. We think the time has come, when the beloved students everywhere must feel and make manifest this dominion in their lives. There always comes a time in the life and expansion of the light of every individual, where after a certain amount of prompting, each one is left, as you often term it, upon his own, to sink or swim. Does that sound cruel? No. We often feel the call of students, longing to lay their heads upon our chests and weep, to arouse our sympathy to take their defense. Well, you may lay your heads upon our chests, but not to weep, only to rejoice by the power of your own victory. Sometimes, when the feeling comes to us, oh, if the Ascended Masters are all this, why don't they do something? They are doing plenty all the time, but let me. 218 THEIAM 99 Discourses remind you, the messengers did not have us pick them up and carry them around. They had to apply the law for their own protection. For everything which they have, and when you will apply as dynamically as they have, and when you will refuse acceptance into your world of a foolish human gossip, you will have your freedom then and there. Is it not comical, that after all the magnificent work the messengers offer their own protection, for everything which they have, and when you will apply as dynamically as they have, and when you will refuse acceptance into your world of a foolish human gossip, you will have your freedom then and there. Is it not comical, that after all the magnificent work the messengers have done, the wonderful light they have brought to mankind, there are still a few who cannot help but gossip? Isn't it comical? It is not serious, not at all. But it shows you what you should avoid. I bring this point to you tonight, for I think it will be of great assistance. When you hear of, or someone expresses some destructive or discordant thing, won't you be alert and say silently, there is something which I must avoid, or I will be reaping the same thing he or she is. It is a marvelous means of prompting yourself to avoid the things, the destructive qualities acting, which you see acting in others. Remember, another thing, everyone who expresses discord of any kind, now this is concerning the general law of life, is but counteracting the great light, called forth to bring release and freedom to mankind. Do you see that? Already the world is weighted down by human creations of discord throughout the many centuries. Relief must come now, if mankind is to survive. We are doing everything possible to be done. If you do not think we are DISCOURSEVII 219 truthful, then of course you have lost the benefit which we try to give. But when we see from our unlimited standpoint, your requirement, won't you let us help you to quickly become free from every limiting thing? We are all right. We are perfectly safe, but I question your safety, unless you are willing to give this obedience. It is wonderful, beloved ones, so very wonderful to come to the point, where you are alert and see the activities about you, the effects which they are producing in what is acting. Then, you will always be master of the situation. But the moment something can sweep you into some kind of discord, it is its foot on your neck. Just as definitely as you would put your physical foot on the neck of an individual, and you know what that means. It means you are under its control for the time being. This is sufficient for your prompting. Now let us take a little happier consideration in the achievement. Will you listen carefully to me, while I state a few things which should mean everything in the world to you? Let me remind you of the beginning of my effort in San Francisco, when I attempted to give you greater assistance in the consuming of 1/3 of your own accumulation of the centuries. Sometimes, you expect your friends to render you a service, do you not? Sometimes to do you favors. Well, do you think your physical friends are as willing to render you a service as I was? Let us think deeply. This is meaning a great deal. I was willing to render this service for every honest, earnest, sincere student, which 220 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. I did my part. Then came the time when another 1/3 was consumed. Do not feel I have done that for anyone who has not been willing to give the obedience required. But the great release to those who have obeyed is manifest today in their lives. Now has come the great Asteria. I question the wisdom, tonight, of stating to you the number of discarnates who have been taken out of the Earth's atmosphere in the past 8 months. For we have a record of everyone. Bookkeepers and accountants in the physical world think you have considerable to do. But I tell you, the records we are compelled to keep far surpass yours. And believe me, as accurate as your records are here, so are our records accurate. I shall think it over and perhaps give you indefinite figures, the number which have been removed from the earth in the past 8 months. That is why all over America, the pressure upon individuals is so tremendously less today, and why there are hundreds of thousands who feel it definitely. This does not mean just the IM students, because it has taken the pressure from thousands and thousands of people who never heard of this IM activity. But THT is the service which must be rendered mankind. People who are relieved from the pressure of their relatives and friends in their invisible association are feeling definitely this tremendous release. We are just having a little resume tonight. Think of it, the beloved goddess of liberty was the great wisdom and DISCOURSEVIII 221 power which gave Washington the vision you have come to know so well, the 3rd episode of which we are trying now to prevent acting in your beloved country. She, in her great wisdom, saw down the centuries what would affect America, and through mighty Saint Germain's great and wondrous activity, is making possible to avoid the 3rd and most destructive thing, which would ever overtake the earth. Because it meant, if that should be victorious, there would be no place on the earth decent for mankind to live. My dear people, my dear beloved students of the light, if you knew the conditions which exist in Europe and the Orient today, you would call as never before in your life. I tell you, you have not a fragmentary idea of the actual conditions which exist today. Allow me to remind you, why did her great presence, her great wisdom in the final closing of her vision say, to Washington, that if necessary, the great light as of 1,000 suns would descend into the earth? Because her wisdom saw the wavering attitude of mankind. Why do you suppose we have been so earnestly endeavoring to bring the expansion of the light in enough of mankind to a point where we could positively depend on individuals standing by the light of their I Am presence? For the very reason, there must be some correspondence, must be some means of direction in the octave of earth, by which the great cosmic law could act. It is why and how, beloved ones, you are acting under a definite law. 222 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES of life which makes no mistakes. That life is your own mighty I Am presence. The individuals who will earnestly turn and give their attention to their I Am presence, WITH feeling, determined feeling, will soon find all mistakes ceasing from their lives. This is why we have pled and implored the students for these 3 years, to come to an anchorage in the light of their own wondrous presence. Oh, think of it. That great presence of light is the most wondrous thing in the whole universe, regardless of the octaves of light. That presence, your mighty I Am, is the most wondrous presence and being in the whole universe, actually beating your hearts, your physical hearts. Only now are the greater number of mankind coming to feel this with a greater intensity, and becoming more and more firm against all discordant things. Precious people, to hold complete harmony in your feeling, refuse to listen to or express a discordant thing, would within 1 year, fill your world with such happiness, perfection and the supply of all you require, as is inconceivable in your mind, even today. Look at your beloved messengers, whom you love so much. Only a few years ago, they were in the same limitations as all mankind. This beloved brother, how he struggled through those years. Today, He is no more the same being that he was 10 years ago, than as if he were from another planet. That is why the proof stands before you, beloved people of Earth. DISCOURSEVIII 223 To anyone who is honest and sincere and wants to see the living proof, I say, it is before you all the time, of the magnificent, powerful manifestation of the sincere application of the laws of life, through the attention to the great God Presence, the mighty I Am. That is why we have limitless patience. Today, when we see for the first time in many centuries, the actual tremendous progress being made, then can you feel with me, the rejoicing in our hearts? It is magnificent, beloved ones. It is magnificent beyond all expression, to find at last the response from beloved individuals who have so long forgotten their source. Within the last few days, we were in a great conference concerning the immediate requirements of the earth, and all agreed with such rejoicing. The response today was coming to the great balance, for the light, protection and blessing of mankind and your beloved America. It is a wonderful thing. Never in 400 centuries has such a response been given by mankind. Now let us all give gratitude. Except for the mighty determination of the beloved Saint Germain, this would not be today. He was the one who took the responsibility. Remember that, beloved ones, and try never to forget it. He was the one who took the reins, took the responsibility for the failure or achievement. I won't say what it would have meant had he failed. You, I am sure in your greatest love have never contemplated such a thing. Then, do you wonder only last night, he spoke of the Accom. 224 THEIAM 99 Discourses Punishment, and poured forth his love and gratitude not only to the messengers and the beloved singulars, but to all the students for holding the fort and sending forth this wondrous magazine, which is doing so much more in the world than anyone dreams of at this time. Do you wonder he and we pour forth such great gratitude to the students everywhere? Remember you are the great family of light. To the degree you refuse to give forth or listen to discord, are you waiting tremendously in the great victory soon to be determined? I want to say a word to you tonight, in behalf of your beloved Lotus. Could you know the hours, and hours, and hours, and hours, and hours, she works, day and almost all night, for the demand has grown greater, to render this service to beloved mankind. Our beloved Betty, who so willingly works, until her fingers split on the ends from the constant use of the typewriter. You cannot imagine, and as they cannot imagine, the marvelous service which the blessed singulars render here in this center of activity. Oh, I plead with you for your own light, never criticize them. Please do not do it. They need your love, your strength, to give them the happiness needed, in their wonderful service rendered to mankind. Take for instance, your environment here in Southern California. If every student would earnestly and sincerely pour out Ascended Master love and blessings to every other student, what a transformation would take place in your life inside of 60 days. Won't you let us help you? DISCOURSEXVIII 225 Won't you let us give you our strength, our courage, our serenity and poise within your own feeling, which enable this mighty release to go forth continually? I know how many times great floods come forth and then there is a lull, because of disturbance, when if that flood of kindness could be continued, how quickly every discordant thing would be swept out of your world. Then, in its place, would come the glory of light from the presence, which is self-luminous, intelligent substance, and it would bring you its eternal, its everlasting blessing. This is why we never tire in prompting, in bringing forth to your attention, the need of the hour, the requirements for all, for life is exacting, beloved ones. So, tonight, this wondrous release is going forth and is enfolding you. Remember, it is self-luminous, intelligent substance. It is why in the beginning, I asked you to try to feel yourself in the great focus of light from your presence in your heart, so you might bring its great focus here. Through your attention, it brings the focal power of our great light and energy, to your point right here in the universe. Oh, that you might understand in its fullness what the simple power of your attention means. In one's fondest imagination yet, there's none who grasps the fullness of this one great activity. Remember, there is no mistake about it. Where your attention is, there you are. And what your attention is on, you become. Will you allow me to prompt you tonight? Don't. 226 The IAM 99 DISCOURSES plead with you, ever let your mind revert to a single thing which has passed. If you would do that, beloved ones, what release would come in a few hours? The reminder of the undesirable things which have passed, constantly bringing them back to the activity of your world today is useless, absolutely useless. And to so many, so very detrimental. Don't do it. What is past is gone, if you let it be gone forever. What you are today is what matters. For what you are today, you make for tomorrow. If you bring the past into it, then the past will become tomorrow. Think. Oh, beloved ones. Think of what mankind has been doing so long. Stop forever the bringing of the past into the conditions of tomorrow, through the power of your feeling. Oh, draw a powerful line behind you and do not ever look back. If something undesirable occurs in your life, don't begin to wonder, why did that act? Why did that occur? Just say, thank God it was not worse. Thank God, I had the blessing. Thank God I had the protection. What a wonderful, wonderful freedom and blessing is bound to come out of it. Tonight, determine as never before in your life, to wipe completely out of your memory, everything which has passed. And if you have made mistakes, don't, I plead with you, condemn yourself. Call on the law of forgiveness and forget the thing forever. Oh, blessed ones, when you suddenly begin to be aware of the mistakes of the past, don't make a greater mistake by revolving your attention upon them. Simply with joy and thanksgiving call on the law. DISCOURSES VIII 227 of forgiveness and say, thank God, I don't have that anymore. Then say, mighty I am presence. Take command of me and see I don't make it occur again today or in the future. How I rejoice with you, in the great victory which you are gaining over these simple things. It is the simple things, which you pass over daily, that make for the building of your foundation, which cannot be interrupted or interfered with, and all you use with which to do it are those three faculties. Think of it. The simplicity and power of those three faculties, your attention, your vision and your power of qualification. They are the molding power of your whole life. Control them. Call your presence to control them, because they are the power of the universe. If you have difficulty in your outer environment, then know your presence is the fullness of all power required for any accomplishment, for self-control or whatever it may be. Therefore, in its glory you must see with me, your victory now. Beloved ones, in the fullness of my great love, and the love of the ascended host of light, I call forth the fullness of its infinite enfolding presence. And may this radiance released tonight, fill you in your world with such joy, courage, strength, happiness and dominion, that never again from this hour, will anything but perfection touch or fill your world. I thank you. DISCOURSES VIII February 6, 1938 San Francisco, California. Beloved students and friends, while I know quite well you are not looking for it, yet shall I give you outwardly some reward for your great love and kindness, which has made it possible in this class to do for you, your city and America that which is far beyond anything we had expected to accomplish. The human creation has been completely dissolved and consumed for 373 people who have been in this class. We could scarcely have hoped for such an achievement. We feel it quite unnecessary to enumerate those individuals. But I am sure within a few days, many will know definitely. In the limited human concepts, I realize it is not easy for you to comprehend what your beloved Saint Germain has accomplished in Europe. This is the point I wish every one of you to know definitely. You have been a part of that accomplishment by the harmony, the love and kindness which you have released here. Do you clearly and fully understand yet? The release of your energy through the atomic structure of your body is imperative in our need today. We must have a contact through the physical substance of Earth. 228. DISCOURSEXVIII 229. We have left this octave, and it is mankind who has created these conditions. Individuals must of their own volition release energy through the human structure, which makes it possible for us to give the assistance mankind needs. It would be impossible, and I say so frankly, for people of their own volition, without our assistance to protect themselves in America today. I think you do not comprehend beloved Saint Germain's reference to what he did in Europe. It should have conveyed to you the need of our assistance. The law of life is such, we may not intrude ourselves upon you, much as we have always wished to give assistance. There are enough in America understanding the presence, and each day the understanding is growing clearer, for the students everywhere to know the necessity of releasing this energy. Why do you suppose we urged the use of these decrees? Because we found it the only and possibly the best manner of getting you to release the energy which we require. We amplify the energy required to perform this service of protection for you in America. I think you more clearly than ever before understand it. You have had the proof in your own experience here of what it means to step up your decrees and your singing to a certain tempo, which gives a joyous release of the energy. Do you realize there is a balance in every activity of life? Your scales for weighing the precious metals are a very good example. When the scale of life stands at balance, all the forces of your being are working harmony. 255 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES salient to the greatest constructive purpose. But if one side is at a low ebb, then you are not working to the best advantage. When your decrees and songs lag in tempo, it means you are not coming up to the point where you are releasing this energy which we require. I am very happy to make this so clear to you. I want you blessed ones in San Francisco and Los Angeles to know our feeling. At the close of this class today, we feel that not in 400 years have San Francisco and Los Angeles been as safe as they are today. You may all who are earnest and sincere, justly take credit for it. I want you, everyone who is sincere and in earnest, to feel how great a part you are of this mighty activity. It does not make one particle of difference whether you are a frail lady, a child, or a frail gentleman. You can make your firm, determined, sincere call to the presence, and it is the imperative need. It is the intensity and honesty of purpose, which is needed so greatly today, because the atmosphere of the world is charged with deceit. In the outer activities of mankind, many people have conceived the idea, if one were a little sharper and more alert in his employing of shrewd business activities, and could put something over on another, it was all right. A day has passed, beloved ones, forever from THERTH, and no one will ever again succeed in THEFUTUREWHO practices deceit. Whether it be an achievement or your business activity of the outer world, the balance of the scales of life is DISCOURSEXVIII 231 going to be compelled by the great cosmic light. You will remember this for some years to come. You can scarcely hope for things to be miraculously transformed, but you can enter into great harmony and perfection, regardless of many of mankind who must still make application. You cannot have perfection, you cannot have freedom, WITHOUT your own earnest sincere application. THT is your part of THE balance TOLIFE. Life has been supplying you with energy all through the centuries, and what have you given back to life? The only judge of that is your higher mental body. It is a full and complete record as to the constructive or destructive activities which you have served. After all which has been said, I am quite sure now, you realize not one human being can be free, who refuses to give obedience to our humble requests and maintain harmony in the feeling. Let us draw a crude illustration. In your electrical powerhouse which supplies the current of energy for your cities, if the wheels and other things in the mechanism were out of order, how long do you think you would have your electricity or light? Your feeling world represents identically the same thing to you, because it is your powerhouse. If it is in turmoil and you are disturbed, then how can the light within you go forth and harmonize and accomplish what you wish? You do not know what I know, but I shall tell you something today. And if you care to believe me, you will see in 232 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES contemplation, how true it is. Do you think it is just your physical efforts which accomplish things in the outer world? Beloved ones, it is the light, the energy of your presence, which goes forth before you and accomplishes what you desire. When you realize harmony is the imperative thing in your feeling, so this energy may flow forth and go out in its full power, its purity, its perfection, then you will have no difficulty in making yourself successful in your outer efforts, in the outer world. Until mankind understands that, the people will go on in their distress and limitations. As students today, there is no longer the slightest excuse for you not having what you need for your happiness and comfort. You should be able to govern the vibratory action about you, and call forth the power of your presence, to draw about you the effects or things your heart craves. You might say, how about our families who do not agree with us? That is a very important point. The true understanding of this presence is the greatest harmonizing perfecting activity in the entire universe. Now why have so many seeming disagreements occurred in families? Because the human tried to be the doer. Precious ones, now think it over. I urge you never to argue the question of this understanding with anyone, your family or anyone else. Leave all free to come to this understanding and into it, whenever they are ready. If you pull them in by urging, they are very apt to begin to try to pick flaws. If people come in of their own volition, they come because the DISCOURSEXVIII 233 light within them has drawn them. And it will be the rarest thing for them to ever turn aside for any length of time. As the messengers have told you, this light, this understanding which beloved Saint Germain has brought to you, is clear. It is all-powerful. It is mighty to set mankind free. And I say to you as one of authority, you will not have any knowledge, any application, any information, any instruction come forth, which will even touch it, in the next 200 or 300 years. You will remember, when this understanding was to come forth, even before the messengers knew it, we decided with those from Venus and the Royal Teton. This I am activity must come forth in simple language which the layman and the child could understand. All technical terminology, all foreign expression must be left out. Because America was the cup of light of the future, and the only spot on the face of this earth, where there was a possibility of bringing about the right condition for the incoming golden age. Would you like me to tell you in figures, how many more will join you in the next 6 months? I do not mean just here, but all over the United States and in different parts of the world, and I mean by that those who will come into the application of the work. You have a little more than 374,000 members I believe now. I have not checked it up myself, but beloved Saint Germain has the record, and when the messengers return to the shrine class in July, there will be more than 234 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES 100,000 added to that number. I shall not say how many more. This should be of sufficient encouragement for you all to know. Unless this were the eternal truth of life, it could not expand and draw to itself its own. You have seen all of the various angles of truth already. Those who have been drawn to this I am activity far exceed anything else. This has brought true understanding. In this ascended master understanding, you have the culmination of all. There is not one thing left unsaid, or unexplained by which you may gain your victory. Therefore, those who will stand by and apply it, will have their eternal freedom. I say to you, as one who has authority to set aside time and space, to dissolve and consume the human accumulation, the creation of individuals, and to remove the discarnates from the earth. There is not one of you who cannot have your freedom in every way quickly, by two simple things. Since you have come to know the beloved mighty I Am Presence, take a firm unyielding stand to hold harmony in your feeling and make your earnest application. There is not one of you who could not be free in 6 months. I trust those, for whom their own human creations have been dissolved and consumed, will feel and take advantage of the opportunity with greater power in their application, greater intensify, greater earnestness and greater determination. Beloved ones, when you have lived DISCOURSEXVIII 235 for centuries in human creations and accumulation which has been gathered up to this time, you of course do not realize it. But the feeling, the power and the energy released through discord, has made this condition of today. In order to reverse, dissolve and consume it, you must know you are undoing in a few weeks or a few months, what you have been centuries, hundreds of centuries accumulating. Really understand and know your privilege today is the greatest privilege of all your pilgrimages upon earth. You will realize the great mercy of the great law of life, which provided a means of doing it. You will remember the great Astrea, myself, beloved Saint Germain, Jesus and various ones who are certain authority for certain activities. Do you suppose we just of our own desire became this? Oh no. The great law of life, which is governed by those great beings whom beloved Saint Germain has presented to you, as the central focus of power for this system of worlds, made us the authority for these special activities. Then you know that we act wholly through the authority of life. Your higher mental body knows your requirement, why you are in this particular embodiment, and what brought you here. We may not interfere with that, unless we receive the call from your I Am Presence, through your higher mental body. Do not come back and say to the messengers, there is a contradiction. Beloved ones, there could not be a contradiction in the law of life. It is the individual's lack of understanding, which some P.O. 236 THEIAM 99 discourses Pi seize upon and by which they try to find discrepancies. This law of life is unerring. It makes no mistakes. We live in accord with it and are obeying it. When your higher mental body calls to us, for the assistance which must be rendered, not a thing in all human creation could prevent it. Let us clear this. You might say, why does the higher mental body, whose focus of life is all-wise and all-powerful, call on us? The messengers have explained, but I want you to have it definitely clear this time. When you have accumulated about you, all the discord which is your creation of the past, you do not always obey the direction from your higher mental body. We, as ascended beings having gone through all this process, having attained our ascension through self-conscious effort, through this identical application, now THE consciousness which WER, knows every requirement. You will pardon me, if I use this expression, but the stubborn human being, who will not yield and respond to the impulse from its own higher mental body, must sometimes be given assistance, in order to let that impulse through. When we pour our light radiation, which is our means of assistance, we take out of the individual's feeling, the stubborn rebellion or resistance, so the power of its presence can get through to render the service. Now do you understand why in this class, you feel so wonderful? You feel so at peace and rest. And you feel as though you could accomplish anything. Because the still DISCOURSEXVIII 237ing of your human, has made it possible for the current of energy from your presence, to flow forth unqualified by anything, but the harmony which is within your feeling. When individuals come into the room to criticize and condemn, they are filled with turmoil in their feeling. They could not receive anything, if it were to save their lives. It would be impossible. Therefore, they should be honorable enough to stay away. This is the law I am citing to you, the law of your life, each one's life. Therefore, those who have a desire to revolve discord, find discrepancies, or something wrong, will find it, because the wrong is in their own consciousness and feeling. And so far as they are able to see, they see only what is within their own feeling. Their feeling is their desire world, and they only desire what is within their own feeling. That is why one who is out of harmony, coming into the room, would not receive anything, except sometimes to get so uncomfortable that one would go out. In the realization of your privilege today, will you take a firm command on yourselves, knowing the simple requirements? It is not much to do really, when it enables you to have such a release, that you will never again know what it is, to meet the problems of the outer world with fear and trembling. Oh, think of it, beloved children of earth, here is this great presence of all life, which is giving you life and intelligence and beating your heart, functioning every activity of your body, doing all this for you. Can't you give? 238 THEIAM 99 Discourses. Just a little obedience, the little which is required, to let the light from the presence flow untouched by human qualification, in order to render this service and release the happiness and perfection which is just waiting to push itself through today. The simplicity of it is what mankind has overlooked. Do you see why the great wisdom compelled these books to come forth in simple language and the understanding which all might grasp? It is the only way mankind can get the clearness, the perfect understanding of life. All said in those books, every explanation, is the law of the action of your life. Everyone's life. Our life. When we say to you, beloved ones, we made this identical application, we mean every word of it. There is but one application in the universe which sets mankind free. It is first, the understanding that you have an individualized God presence above you. The distance makes no difference. From your I Am presence, comes the stream of life and energy anchoring into your own heart, and it gives you life, intelligence and activity. It is THE only THING and THEWORLD which WILL give mankind freedom. Then, knowing you have brought yourselves into this condition, by the lack of understanding and the unwillingness to do certain things, or by not knowing you should do certain things, it has allowed discord to accumulate for centuries. The great mercy of life has said, now my children, I will give you one more opportunity. This is DISCOURSEXVIII 239 life for the moment speaking to you. I have brought forth from my secret chamber of life, the fullness of the understanding of life. The one who is vicious will not understand this, of course, because he or she cannot understand anything but his or her own viciousness, for such a person does not want to. But the one who is sincere and in earnest, who will still himself or herself, will know without one word from anybody the truth of this instruction. Every heart knows it, and if every heart is left alone, it will continue to know it daily, with greater power and expansion of the light. The blessed ones, who do not realize the need of standing within the radiance of their own I Am presence, and refusing to listen to false gossip, will be wavering for the time being. It will make it more difficult for themselves to apply this law, until they have the evidence within themselves in their own experience, of the infinite power of this law and its application to produce exactly that for which they call. You have heard the messenger say it again, and again, your call is compelled to be answered. Why? Now notice this point. What is it within you which makes the call? What is the intelligence, the energy, the light which enables you to voice the words or feel the feeling? It is life, isn't it? Could there be anything else? It is life, and if left alone to its perfection, it will always cause you to feel and do the right thing. Then it is life, the secret of life revealing itself to you. 265 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Why has it not done so before? Because that secret of life could only be revealed and held in its purity by those who had freed themselves from earth's limitations, Do you not see? How could one, yet in the limitations of your world, give you the fullness of life without limitations? It would not be possible. Therefore, we who have attained our freedom from these limitations, know exactly how to do it. Every human being, or every being, while that one was still in the human quality, who gained freedom, came through this same application. Because there is only one way. It is to understand your individualized I Am presence, its laws, its whereabouts, its connection with you and your connection with it, and then apply the law of your being. Again, why are we needed? Because our words are cups which carry the Ascended Master's perfection and qualities into your feeling world, your life and its activity. That is why you need us. Does it sound like we urge ourselves upon you? I trust not, but this is the law of life. Do you expect your children in kindergarten or the first grade to understand the advanced studies in your schools? Would we expect you in your present state to suddenly transform yourselves and understand with the fullness which we do? That would hardly be reasonable, would it? Yet, there will be individuals among you in the next 20 years, who will to the outer sense seem to do this. In fact, Bob, Rex, Nadia and Pearl have, but it was my DISCOURSEXVIII 241 great joy and privilege to render the service, which almost did that. Because their life streams happened to be clean and free from too much discord. You have never received an explanation for it, have you? I am sure the messengers will appreciate this themselves. Why was it Rex, Bob, Nada, Pearl and the messenger were brought to me? Because in previous lives, THEY had come WITHI in a continued harmonious activity and radiance. In a former embodiment, which it is not necessary for me to describe, they made a mighty decree, understanding at that time the law of rebirth. They decreed with a powerful mighty decree, in all following embodiments, until they attained their perfection, they would only take on embodiments where they were in perfect harmony, and of course it had to be fulfilled. There have been many who have done it, but this is one of the instances in which it has been my joy to assist and to explain to you the reason for it. I could say many things to you today individually, but it is not necessary at this time. Perhaps IT is asking a LITTLE too much. If you would spend 5 minutes at TNIGHT just before going to sleep, and direct your undivided attention to me, I might be able to do some very joyful things for you, or to assist you to do them. Let me remind you of the great power and privilege which is yours. We have not thought it wise to say 242 THEIAM 99 discourses much, but you today in this atmosphere cannot misunderstand it. Charge your higher mental body on going to sleep, to pour back its mighty currents of energy, healing if that is required, harmonizing or controlling your physical body. If you would call it to take full action on your awakening in the morning, you would find some very joyful and sometimes astounding results. Will you remember your higher mental body is the governor of you and your world out here, if given a chance? Because of discord, it has not been able to do its work. Through your power or qualifying and clothing the energy, which goes out into your world, it produced the result of the feeling with which it was clothed. If you want to maintain harmony in your feeling, then charge your higher mental body to make you do it. It is only waiting for the invitation. Now mark you the difference between the human effort to do something and making the call to the intelligence and power which has the authority to do it. The human of itself has no authority. For instance, when you are using what we term the human will, it is the gathered energy in the outer activity of your world and you charge that forth. It is filled with human qualities, and of course it does not produce the results you want. When you turn to your presence and call its power, which is light, self-luminous intelligent substance into action, it knowing no resistance nor interference, you are bound to get the results of perfection. I mean outside of your outer achievement which is required. In addition to DISCOURSEXVIII 233 Your outer accomplishment. You have called into action the greater power of perfection into your feeling world. This is the greatest need of today. Will you feel it and hold to it with definite precision, so you may have this quick, great eternally sustained and everlasting blessing? Do you realize, beloved ones, there is being rendered for you the same identical service, a part of it, which was rendered Rex, Bob, Nada and Pearl? They were brought to us. We are brought to you, to render this service, because of the conditions which exist in the need of the world. There is no time, and in other ways, you are not prepared to come to us, as they did in India and in the Royal Teton or the Cave of Symbols. Therefore, we must come and give you the assistance. We never could have done it in the world, if you had not been made acquainted with your I Am presence, and been making these earnest determined calls for your freedom and perfection. Do you see now, you are beginning to comply with the law of your life and return to it, something of what it has given you. I urge you today, do not mind, if we keep repeating these things, because it is so necessary. Keep charging, yourselves with the perfection of your presence, with self-control, with discrimination and all the various qualities you wish to have brought forth. Stand unyielding, because there is never one of your calls which can fail. I want you to realize that. Let me show you how impossible it is for any call to fail, if you made an earnest sincere call to your presence. 244 THEIAM 99 Discourses for anything, and you, for an unexpected reason, became voluntarily disturbed. The energy for the fulfillment could not come forth. It would wait there, and when you became harmonious enough again, it would come through and do its work. It is the law of life, and is why the messengers have said to you, when you call your presence into action, it is an eternally sustained activity. It is an eternally sustained achievement, and you do not have to repeat and repeat it. When you call your presence into action and the result is produced, it is there and nothing has to be repeated. It is why everything in the application of your presence is a permanent accomplishment. We want you to feel this, for in the glory of your life, the stream of energy which gives you life, is all the power and intelligence there is anywhere in the world, so far as your individual world is concerned. It is the only part you can contact. You cannot go anywhere outside your own world, dear hearts, it is impossible. You touch the world of others, but that does not belong to you. The only thing is the perfecting of your own self and your world. And when you do it, you will find all around you changing too. I know of no one thing which gives you a clear, definite idea of what one individual in the presence of others, with the proper understanding, can do through his or her radiance, than the servant in the house. That plain illustrates to mankind how one with a great calm outpouring of this radiance can harmonize, bless and bring into perfection. DISCOURSEXVIII 245 Everyone within his or her environment, if that one be strong enough to stand untouched by the surrounding discord. You as I am students today, are in a position to do this, if you but realize it. You can stand in the midst of your world and hold a great calm serenity and peace. Then, as you call the powers of your presence to go forth, its radiance will go out, and all about you will become harmonized and bless you. When you do not do that, it is because you allow your attention to be fixed on the discord about you, instead of the powers of the presence which control it. I am very grateful for the opportunity to bring this forth today, and to be a part of your happiness and your love. The great volume of your love which has gone forth from this room, will remain an eternal memory in this city. We are utilizing that to the fullest extent, and when certain things are shortly accomplished, we shall return to bless you with the fullness which you could scarcely comprehend today. Remember, in the great kindly outpouring of the Ascended Master's love and blessings, is the open door to your complete freedom. I do not mean you should allow conditions of inharmony to submerge you, or individuals walk over you, humanly speaking. Not at all, but in the great calm majesty of your presence, no one will want to walk over you. No one will want to disagree with you, if the radiance is sufficient. That is why, beloved ones, so 246 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Many times vicious individuals have come to the messenger, and usually he stands perfectly quiet, until his radiance has an opportunity to enfold them, then their viciousness is gone. So it is with every one of you. Every one of you today is an outpouring of your great presence of life, which is all harmony, all power and perfection. You are now understanding how to keep your feeling so harmonious, you do not requalify its energy as it goes forth. Therefore, its power is 1,000-fold greater than it was before, when you continue to requalify it, with the feeling which was within you. I am so grateful, for I see so many of you who are going to be able to hold that harmony, and therefore, win your victory so quickly. I shall say something else which I trust will give you great happiness. For 283 of the I Am students, time and space has been set aside. It means, the pressure of your human creation is withheld from you, and much of the pressure of earth. This will make your application much easier, much more powerful. So I say, from today, enter into the fullness of your life, by your earnest sincere application. Do not speak of your experiences or your achievement to anyone else. Hold your heart the secret sanctuary, the secret chamber of all the glory of your presence. NLETIT first fill your world. Just go right on, with your own application, and let the powers of life, your presence, flood your being and DISCOURSEXVIII 237 world with all it is. Thus you save yourself from handling human opinions and their interference with your world. Many times, we have seen the blessed students mention some experience, some application to another, and a few days later find it had all vanished. All the joy which they had experienced had gone. Hold alley your achievement in the sacredness of your own heart. Look neither right nor left, but go on in your application and have the joy, glory and freedom which life will give you. For all this is but life. You are being made acquainted with your life, and how to call its great perfection into action and manifestation into a world where human creation has reigned for centuries. Now the light is taking its dominion, and don't mind if human things about you struggle and resist. Remember, so far as your world is concerned, when you call this light into action, it knows no resistance nor interference, but proceeds to perfect your world. As your harmony goes out, you will assist, by its radiation, everyone you contact to attain a like perfection. I thank you and bless you, beloved ones, with the fullness of my love, and clothe you in the consciousness which is mine, that feeling which is mine, to endeavor to give you the assistance of self-control in its fullness. Then you may enjoy the fullness of the perfection of life, as it flows forth into perfect manifestation in your outer world, and releases its activity and experience. I thank you. DISCOURSEXVIII, Cleveland, Ohio. March 6, 9/5s. Beloved students, in all that is being accomplished and yet to be done, we thank you with the power of light for your assistance, your stand with the light to make the call which humanity needs. I know it is not easy for you to realize, not seeing from the inner activity of the law, just all required and the need of your great assistance. We, from the octaves of light and freedom, long so much when the opportunity is so great, to release mankind from all human accumulation and all which has bound them. As many of you have come to know, it has been my great privilege to assist many students, in dissolving and consuming the last particle of their own human accumulation. Do you realize, beloved ones, just what THT means? When beloved Saint Germain has told you repeatedly, the pressure of your own human creation, before any of it was dissolved, was 10 times that of the atmospheric pressure of Earth, then you must understand what it means to be released from such pressure of your own human creation. You have often felt in your outer general experience, sometimes a buoyancy and lightness. then again a tremendous pressure, as though you were being dragged down. It is because in the moments of the feeling of light. 248. Discourse 18. 249ness in your feeling world, not through your attention, but through your feeling, a radiance has come, a release of which you are outwardly unaware. Yet it is sufficient to really lift you or momentarily repel your own human creation and its pressure. Today, I rejoice during this class, for many of you here, it will be my privilege to dissolve and consume the remainder of your own human creation. I know quite well how earnestly many of you have been working and making that call. Will you try to feel with me just for a few moments how vital and important your call is? The mass of mankind does not understand. The people are unable to make the call, because until one knows this great presence of all life, the mighty I am, the power in your calls is but slight, in comparison to what it means, when you know your own source of life, the mighty I am. Today, it devolves upon the students of America, until more join them which is coming so rapidly, to make this call with such earnestness, not with any stress or strain, but with just such earnestness and determination that it gives us the opportunity to do all we require. Let me explain something again today, because it is not understood generally, even among the students. I am going to try to clear this in your minds. For once it is clear, you will find an inner change in your experience. When you decree, when you make the call to your mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Masters, the Legion of Light and the cosmic beings, you are releasing 250 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES substance from within your feeling world and your physical body. Now notice this particularly, from your physical body. This substance is the requirement which we need, in order to release and then amplify it, with the great purity and perfection of the substance of life, to bring about the changes which are being made. The progress, the advancement so far, has been beyond our fondest hopes. Mankind has responded in the most wonderful manner, and I congratulate you here and the students everywhere, upon your ability to release this energy and substance which we require. Today, beloved ones, 60% of the victory of the light has already been attained, and we hope to make it much more here. By the time we have reached New York, we hope for an achievement which will lift every I Am student in America and the world into the glory of their eternal victory. It does not only mean your individual freedom, but the accumulation of mankind of the centuries must be dissolved and consumed completely, for whatever is to be done in the future. Without this consuming, mankind is constantly interfered with, interrupted at the most vital moments. Then, disappointment besets individuals, sometimes delaying the expansion of their light indefinitely. So today, we want you to become so anchored that not a single thing in the appearance world will interrupt nor interfere with all which is to be done individually and for. Discourse 18. 251 America. I quite realize, sometimes, even among the students, individuals wonder why we keep stressing the need of America. Well, dear ones, if America is not protected, you will have no place to call your home. Do you not see how important this is? Suppose something destroyed your physical home and you were unable to prevent it. Temporarily you would be housed somewhere, would you not? So it is in America today. America is the last spot on earth where our perfection can come forth. It is vital for all the students to realize this, because it will enable them to release the power for the protection of America. Then, as their own individual life streams become cleansed, purified and set into divine order, in the perfection, in action, which the presence is and holds for them, they will find the glory of its dominion sustained. In all you hold dear for your loved ones, for America and the glory of all which is yet to follow, you will find its infinite power of action ever increasing, intensifying and spreading everywhere into the world to do its perfect work. Here is an illustration which will possibly help you to feel more clearly the glory of that which is not only the activity in your call from the presence, but the assistance we give. Suppose before you, who are sitting here today, they were a great light like a great sun. And from it came streams of light and energy to each one of you. This is actually what is taking place. It means that in cooperation. 252 THEIAM 99 Discourses with your call to your presence and the cosmic beings, those great beings of light, are constantly giving you assistance of which the outer does not even dream. As you become aware of this and begin to feel it earnestly within your being, oh, how great will be the change, first, in your feeling world and then in the outer activity. When you begin to see, shall we call it, the natural harmonizing activity of your world of action, all that goes forth is a radiation from your presence, amplified many times by the Ascended Ones and producing this condition of harmony which is required first. Because without it, beloved ones, you cannot have the full blessing and benefit which is being released. One thing may explain to some of you the inner activities. As you are calling forth this great light, this great substance, intelligence or energy, it is light substance which you are really calling forth. It comes into your world of action, it brings a release into your world, which the human cannot possibly comprehend at this time. As you become more acquainted with the presence, know that to still yourself is the means of letting its power come forth. Then its very vibratory action, as it flows out into your world, will quiet and harmonize your entire being still more. Wait just a few moments, until the movement in the room is stilled. I cannot give you the release which I wish to give, until it is quieted down. Beloved ones, in order to do THE work. Discourse 18. 253 Which we desire, it is imperative to have no one move about in THE room, for it constantly changes THE current of energy and THE blessing WITH which we wish to help you. It is not easy for THE outer to understand, but we must have it. If we are to give THE blessing we intend. So I thank you very kindly for that quiet now. Your life stream, as you call forth this greater release of the energy required to cleanse, purify and harmonize your world, is the one great substance, which is light. We are endeavoring so earnestly to have or realize, in your call for this light, which is released from your presence or from the Ascended Masters, is the activity required. Of course it is always first from your presence, then amplified by the Ascended Masters, but that substance of light is one and the same. The Ascended Masters, as they stand in their purity and perfection today, are one with the purity and perfection of the I Am Presence, of you who are yet unascended. Notice why the assistance of the Ascended Master is so important at this time. Do not misunderstand me. All from the Ascended Master's octave is of course perfection. But in order to try to convey to you these octaves or steps, the Ascended Masters is the first step beyond the human. Our Ascended Master octave is wholly perfect. To help give you the idea, we would place the Legion of Light next. Then would come the cosmic beings, if you wish to look. 254 THEIAM 99 Discourses at this activity's steps. This is why mankind has not understood the need of the assistance of the Ascended Masters. They are the consciousness, the feeling all mankind requires today, in its perfecting activity. Without the assistance of the Ascended Masters, beloved ones, I tell you frankly there would not be 3% of the people today, who would have the strength to stand up under their own creations, and that of the mass of mankind to free themselves. Therefore, they must have more than their own assistance. That is why beloved Saint Germain brought forth this amazing understanding of the law of your own life. Will you understand today, that we as ascended beings or cosmic beings, are just your own life more advanced, higher in its rate of vibratory action, than you experience here in the physical octave? Notice the chart. It is the stream of life and energy anchored within your physical heart which gives you life. That life is the one life of the whole universe. For your greater understanding, your mighty I Am Presence, which is the individualized presence of life, is the image and likeness of God, as you previously understood. It is the focus of your individual activity. It has been necessary for mankind to understand the individual focus is there above everyone, and will be sustained in any activity upon which the attention might be focused. Without it, no one, not even you and your own lives, have been able to sustain. DISCOURSEXVIII 255 A constructive activity continuously. Constant change of attention causes the change of the currents of energy. You wonder why sometimes things move rapidly and then a lull occurs in the activity in your own life. Simply because you have not known your I Am presence. Now that you do know it and you will call to have all your applications sustained, you will find a steady advancement, a steady climbing, and in many instances, just as though you were climbing a steep mountain. It is a very good simile of what is actually taking place in the vibratory action of your world. As you turn your attention and hold it upon your presence. Only as you turn your attention your presence can you rise above discord. I now convey to you the importance of concentration. I mean by that, the holding of your attention upon the goal which you wish to attain. If it be in the business world, your attention held definitely upon the goal releases the power and energy in your own life. It is the only thing that can act for you. Another's life stream cannot enter into yours, only by the power of radiation to give temporary assistance. Therefore, as your own attention is held upon the goal, your power of light from your presence is feeding into it. The more intensified your feeling and determination, the greater is the release of the power to produce perfection in the achievement you require. This is the power of concentration and the only means by which it can be sustained. Whether it be your 256 THEIAM 99 Discourses Freedom, your ascension or your business activity, matters not, the same law is acting. So many are calling for their financial freedom. They think so earnestly it is going to be helpful. Well, do not be disappointed, but let me try to clear this for you. If you will give sufficient earnest attention to your presence, as your treasure house from which all must come, you will find outer conditions will harmonize, and come into harmonious accord with that which will bring you the money supply you require. It is the only permanent means of doing it. If you try with the forces of the outer world to accomplish what you desire, you may attain a certain amount of success, but there is no assurance of its permanency. You see that manifest everywhere about you. The individual who will turn to his or her great presence wholly, accept it constantly as that one's treasure house, from which all money supply and everything else must come, all other supply, will have set into action, the greatest law in the universe. It will be permanently sustained, and there is no human element which can change or destroy it. That is the point I want to have you understand at this time in the world's activity, because the outer world is the most unstable condition which you can possibly imagine. So do not depend upon the stability of your outer world, which is governed largely yet in your commercial activity, by the whims of humankind. I do not mean there are not many honest, sincere individuals, for there are, but they are in the minority. The great majority of mankind, feeling. Discourse 18. 257 Tremendous pressure, feel justified in using the subterfuge of human means to supply themselves. Today, I shall acquaint you with the conditions which exist in Europe and the world. Mankind over the entire world is feeling this pressure. With a great number of the people, it is acting as a sense of fear, and their fear comes from their desire for supply. I plead with you, all of you earnest sincere I Am students, erase it from your feeling world, by the call to your presence. Do not let the fear of your supply enter into your feeling world. If you do, you build it up and make it most difficult for us to give you the assistance, which will bring you constant financial supply. We know quite as well as you do, the need of it today, so long as it is the means of your exchange. But there are perhaps 12 individuals in the world, today, who have millions at their command, whose fear is the greatest you ever witnessed. It seems incredible. But I tell you it is true. And that is what has brought this tremendous pressure upon mankind. From the financial standpoint and in the industrial world, they are trying to concentrate and gather all within their own control. I ask you to watch it. All of a sudden, you will find it is like an explosion, and they will find their hold upon mankind forever released. That is why beloved Saint Germain has brought forth this I Am activity, and why we are making this tremendous effort to assist mankind. It is to give the people the conscious understanding of the laws which are acting. 258 THEIAM 99 discourses about them, so they may free themselves from this condition of fear and doubt, which bind them to all kinds of destructive feeling. I say to you as students, you have been affected here quite the same as other places in the United States, by vicious false gossip concerning the reality of this work, and concerning the messengers. But if you listen to it, you are the ones who are deprived. Because some vicious individual spreads false gossip, it does not mean that it is true. But if mankind accepts it, then the people are deprived. The messengers will go on doing their work, because it is real. It is true. It is mighty, but the individuals who allow themselves to be affected by vicious things, are the ones who are the losers. We cannot say to individuals you shall accept this wondrous understanding. Get it clearly, dear ones. During this class, let our light anchor you so firmly, that not a thing in your world can affect you discordantly. You should know that forever. Bear in mind this is not the messenger talking to you, but the one who has come to be known as the great divine director. I am that cosmic being, who is flashing these words before him. Now hold it in mind. I am the one who is authority for the law of life. And if you will understand it, you will see I speak with authority. With the obedience of mankind to the slightest request, which we ask, you will have your freedom. Without obedience, we cannot give you the assistance required. Discourse 18. 259 The rebellion in a few of mankind, when I sanctioned the group outline, showed they did not understand the need of the people or the mass of the students. The need of the protection for America was the reason. Do you think, beloved ones, I would attempt to influence you, or attempt to govern you, when I know as no other being does, what your free will means? Therefore, it is with the greatest loving kindness we present these laws for mankind's use. They are here for your blessing. There is not one thing of which we talk that is not concerning your life, its law and its action. There is nothing mystical. Dismiss every particle of such nonsense. Your life, the life of the universe of which you are a part, makes it the most practical thing in the whole world and activity of mankind. There is nothing in the physical world today, which is as practical as this great activity of the law of your own life. Because you are dealing with vibration and substance. And every feeling which goes forth from you, is setting a cause into action to produce results for you. That is why we know this. We went through the human experience in gaining our freedom, the same as you are. Knowing your requirements, we have so kindly offered our assistance. But if mankind says we do not exist, it is the messenger's own activity, which is giving this forth, then you have lost to a large extent, the blessing of our vibratory action, with which we release you through your call from all limitations. In my privilege to assist the number who have been 260 THEIAM 99 discourses least so far, could you see this moment, the release from the inner standpoint for these individuals, your joy would be boundless forever. Just because you have not seen some miraculous outpicturing through and from those individuals, is not the slightest reason to think it has not been accomplished. This is why I say to you today, go on, and on, and on, in your application, not worrying, not being definitely concerned about the results. If you do, you are so apt to fix your attention upon the results, instead of the power which produces them. You will see at once it is what mankind has been doing. The people are fixing their attention upon the result out here all the time, instead of its power of release. In this preparation today, for the coming class, there's no one thing in which we rejoice so greatly, as the opportunity to visit the groups. And to those who are present, bring a certain attunement for the greater blessing released in the class work. Did it ever occur to you why these classes became 10-day classes? Why was it not different? Because it represents the balance between the human and the divine. Whatever is more than that, will mean an added power to the accomplishment of balancing for all mankind. You do not know outwardly what it means to hold the balance over the human from the Ascended Master's octave, for the release of our light into the octave, which is a lower vibratory action. We see and know so clearly what that means, how so many have been lifted out of their limitations, and had the complete release from this lower octave. Discourse 18. 261. While still moving in it, we know there is no limit to what can be accomplished for the students. Try to realize with me today, aside from yourselves who are students, these mighty decrees going forth in the mental and feeling world of mankind are reaching thousands and thousands of people who have not yet touched this work. It is acting in their feeling world. The moment the slightest thing comes to call their attention to this mighty presence, their mighty I Am, their feeling is prepared and ready to receive it. It is why the transcriptions and the radio broadcasts have done so much for the blessing of mankind, and they are bringing such a tremendous number of people into this understanding. Therefore, remember in your group work and in your decree work, you are rendering a service indescribable and unparalleled in the history of the earth. If it had not been for that, we could not have hoped to have saved humanity from the condition which threatens the entire world. I said mankind might, one day, be surprised at another transformation which would take place in Russia. I still maintain it. The change in the feeling world of those people may bring a great transformation there, and we are pouring the light forth for it. The destructive element in that great country is fast losing its power. It is why recently, we asked the students everywhere to give their assistance to Europe and the Orient. We are trying an experiment, and so far it is beyond our expectations. 262 THEIAM 99 Discourses. As we have found ourselves reaching a certain point of safety in America, we have been utilizing some of this power, released from, let me call them, the great American people, because they are. Who on earth is so great as those who give forth their life energy, so we may utilize it to bless mankind and the world? Should our experiment succeed, you will see a transformation in Europe which will be the greatest miracle you ever witnessed. We cannot yet tell you the outcome, for we cannot depend upon Europe, as we do upon the students of America, today. Let me call your attention to something you might have heard, some of you. Beloved Saint Germain performed this tremendous service. When it was planned to send a secret fleet of airplanes with their destructive power at night over America, to spread devastation, he prevented that plan's success. 5 times, he intercepted the messenger, who tried to carry it out. At last, he compelled their destruction back into the messenger in order to prevent it. Then, he went to the instigator, who is at the head of a great army, made himself visible to him, and said to him, if you try this again, I will destroy every plane and all that is in them. And then if you persist, I will destroy your entire army, and if you think I cannot do it, try me out. It is what comes from the activity of the great cosmic light, which on the 7th day of the shrine class, made it possible for the viciousness of individuals to be returned upon their creators. There is no wrong in doing that. There. Discourse 18. 263 is no viciousness about it. Get this clear in your minds. Because if you don't, you will find yourselves meeting obstruction. The world today is under the pressure of vicious destructive human qualities. All mankind is to some degree responsible for it. But those who have utilized the destructive force to get the governing power over mankind, to compel the people to be subservient, will find themselves meeting their own creation. When they are compelled to look upon it, they will see their own destruction. This is not a matter of my opinion. your opinion nor anyone's opinion. It is the law of life, which is the law of cause and effect. And when the cause of destructive qualities comes to a certain point of action, the reverse of that action takes place. Not all human beings on earth nor ourselves can prevent it, because it is the creation of mankind returned upon its creator. Now you will see how great is your privilege in the use of the violet consuming flame, and the understanding of the power of your presence which is life, to draw about you the tube of light, which is your protection. The power of the violet consuming flame dissolves and consumes your own individual creation, so you may not look upon it. You no longer feel its effects. You cannot imagine even in your fondest imagination. WHATTHAT means TOU. Utilize this power, beloved students, and call your Pres. 264 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES into action as never before, to use the violet consuming flame through your physical body, your mental and feeling world with dynamic power. Already you have consumed the larger percent, all earnest sincere students, have consumed the larger percent of their own accumulation, but there are some who are trying to do this with their intellects. They are not producing the results in their feeling world. I say to you today, be sure your feeling is following the activity of your attention. Then, what do I mean by that in regard to the violet consuming flame? If you say just from your neck up, mighty I am presence, dissolve and consume all my discordant accumulation by the power of the violet consuming flame, a slight result is produced. But if you are aware, your feeling is sustaining your call, then you will find results which are astonishing, take place in your life. What your feeling follows your call or the power of your attention in everything you do. Whether it be in your outer business or what it is, makes no difference. The same law is acting, whether it is for your own purification or your business. As you understand this, you will compel your feeling to arise as it were, and go forth on the power of your attention. That is the power of accomplishment. You have heard us say mankind in the past has used only one of the trinity of action, sometimes power, sometimes divine love, sometimes wisdom. But just one in itself is not sufficient in the world today. Divine love is not sufficient, because it lacks. Discourse 18. 265 The discrimination, which is within wisdom. And on the other hand, if power is not acting, the force of action is lacking, to produce quick results. Today, in order to relieve mankind from the mistakes of the past, beloved Saint Germain brought forth this understanding and the eye picture before you of your own God presence, which compels love, wisdom and power to act in perfect balance at your call to the I Am presence. You will see then how constant, how definite it has made the balanced action of life in you and your world. Without it, you only have partial results, because one element has been missing, sometimes two. But today in the call to your presence, there cannot be anything lacking or missing in the total result, and the completeness of it which you require. As you understand this, you will see how self-evident it is, and with that will come an ease, rest and confidence in your feeling, which never was there before. This is what your feeling needs. It has been so accustomed to agitation, worry, disturbance, doubts and fear. Oh yes, disturbed feeling has been acting 1,000 times, when you did not even imagine it. That is the worst part of it. If you were only aware of all these things, you could stop them. But if you are unaware of them, how can you stop them or have any effect upon them? In the great understanding of this law of the I Am presence, again you have the same trinity of action through your physical form, which is called forth from your Pres. 266 The IAM 99 Discourses ends, and again it is the balancing activity. You have your vision, your attention and your power of qualification, acting within the human form and feeling world. It again is the balance, cooperating perfectly with the call to the presence, which is love, wisdom and power in action. Dear ones, if you were to see in the past, how your power of qualification has been acting and clothing your energy, producing just the opposite results from which you intend, you would be so astonished. No words could explain. Today, that is fast being remedied. And as we watch the activity within the life streams of individuals who are earnest, sincere students, we see the constant change. In 80%, notice how tremendous, in 80%, the results are tremendous. I touch upon this point to give you the strength and encouragement to know you are not failing in your application, not even the one who is producing the least results. Please feel this, for who of you shall say what moment you will strike a certain vibratory action? The power of your presence releases in one tremendous sweep, and brings you to the point of balance, wherein comes the great release from your presence, governing all activities in your world. Sometimes individuals have thought in the magazine, there were contradictions of that which is in the books. It is not so. Dear ones, the books give the fundamental law of life. In the magazine, different angles of that law are touched upon. And if there seems to be a contradiction, remember it is only referring to another activity, another. Discourse 18. 267 Explanation of the same mighty thing. So do not let your human mind begin to feel there are contradictions in this activity. It is impossible in the Ascended Master's work. So if there seems to be, it is just a lack of discrimination within the human intellect, which makes you feel it for the moment, because of the suggestion which is given forth. There are a few unfortunate individuals who have spread the falsehood. The Ascended Masters had made mistakes. The messengers had made mistakes. And in beloved Saint Germain's dismissal of certain individuals, said, could an Ascended Master have written those words? Well, they just did. Because it was imperative to place that human viciousness where it could no longer misrepresent the truth, in the pretense of representing this law. Every individual who condemns the messengers in this work, will find himself or herself out of the radiance of the Ascended Masters. Not only that, but those individuals say, I still have my presence. I wonder. Do they? They still have their presence attached to their physical hearts, but they do not stop to see their viciousness released toward persons, places and conditions, clothes every ounce of the energy which goes into their beings with destructive qualities. Therefore, they have shut off the perfection of their own presence, from acting in their worlds. Do you not see its beloved ones? It does not make any difference what the provocation is. Not only the messengers in this activity, but whoever once has known this law and then allows viciousness or discord to control, is creating. 268 THEIAM 99 Discourses that one's own destruction. And if you will watch, you will see it done. There is nothing can stop it but themselves. We plead with the people and give them the correct understanding of the law. Many still go on believing they can send forth any feeling they choose and not reap the results. Such a thing is impossible. I am not condemning those unfortunate individuals, but I am citing the law which acts. The law of life is no respecter of persons. It is cause sent forth, which produces effect, and that is all there is to it. It is the law of life acting, and nothing but themselves can change it, as long as they hold to such a vicious attitude. Therefore, I say to you ladies and gentlemen, in your activity of the outer world, if somebody has done a wrong to you, please do not let yourselves become angry or feel vicious toward that one. Because then you are harming yourselves. They cannot harm you. Suppose one swept away from you all the money you had. Do you think for one moment that can interfere with your great life acting to again produce more? If you hold your feeling harmonious, and pour forth kindness and blessing to that unfortunate individual, the one depriving you temporarily, is the one who is most unfortunate, not you. If only blessed mankind could understand this. In the experience of the depression a few short years ago, what a release would have come. How those within the next 5 years following, would have restored all their loss, if they had known this I am presence. And how to call it into. Discourse 18. 269 Action. Because the same power and intelligence is there in the individual, which was there before the laws, so-called, took place. If you and mankind will understand these laws and utilize them, there is not a thing acting in this world, which can harm or deprive you. That is why I say today, according to the great cosmic law, there is no one in the world who has wealth, who is sure of sustaining it, without the knowledge of this presence. The very forces of human destructive creation are pounding at these individuals to try and deprive them. Every one of mankind who will hold himself or herself harmonious, accept the I Am Presence as the treasure house, refuse to be agitated or disturbed by the appearance of the outer world, will find his or her own individual world, supplied abundantly with every good thing. Allow me to cite you to the messengers. My dear people, they are the greatest living example of this law in the world. They started out in Chicago without money, except enough to get to Philadelphia, trusting the presence. Not only trusting, but calling it into action with the most dynamic power you ever witnessed. See what has been done in 3.5 years, unparalleled in the history of the earth by two people, without one word of advertising to the outside world. They proved the law absolutely in their financial supply in the call to the presence, to bring to them the people who could accept this law and have this freedom, and to keep out all others. 270 THEIAM 99 Discourses. Therefore, one has but to look at the action of the law and see there its fulfillment without question. That is why I cite these things to you, so you may see they have been the fulfillment of the law on earth today. Never was such viciousness driven at any two human beings on earth as has been at them. Why? Because the destructive qualities of mankind know this light is their annulment. No, it is the freedom of all mankind. That is the only reason. Individuals allow themselves to be made claws of the destructive force, to try to interfere with this activity, but they have no power to do it. As you understand these laws, when disturbing conditions confront you, your attitude should be your call to the light. So far as your own protection and the harmonizing of your world is concerned, then the full resultant power of your presence may come forth. I tell you, dear ones, it is not a matter of persons, places nor conditions. It is a matter of the harmony in your own feeling, which allows the power of the presence to flow forth and produce these natural conditions for you. It will do it every time. There is no such thing as failure in this light, because it is light which goes into action and knows no resistance. Even the destructive quality of mankind never attempts to interfere with the light, because it knows it cannot do it. As you look upon it as self-luminous intelligent substance, you know your call is compelled to be answered, by the very light which beats your heart and gives you AC. Discourse 18. 271 Tivity. Today, people have within their grasp the scepter of their own freedom and dominion over the conditions of earth. Believe me, dear hearts, when I say there is not one of you who cannot stand in the midst of everything, I mean in the power of your presence, and remain untouched by the disturbance around you. Go on, and on, and on, into the perfection and freedom, which your heart knows as true and which you crave and want. At first, when you enter this great stream of light, it means a great firm determined stand to the light, and the refusal to accept the gossip of mankind from those who do not understand. Therefore, all who are strong enough to do that, will go forward, on, and on, and on. You as individuals who are not group leaders, have only to be concerned about your own individual world, aside from your decrees for the blessing of America. But the messengers have been the focus of all the viciousness of mankind, and they have remained untouched by it. They always will, but it is because of their dynamic application, and they still do it and will as long as they are serving in the outer world. It is imperative. Until individuals have made their ascension, you cannot be free, without your own dynamic application, because you are moving in the seething vortex of human discordant creation all the time. I thank you with all my heart for your attention, and for that which has been anchored within your feeling world to bless you. Oh, It is not just the words which I have. 272 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES spoken. They but hold your attention, while into your feeling world is the power of light anchored to bless you forever. It is our great victory for your assistance. In these wondrous groups it is the response which makes it possible for us to anchor our power of light into your feeling world, which not only dissolves and purifies, but gives you a strength and courage which sets you free, if you but realize it. Things which bothered and disturbed you before, will never do it after today, if you will just keep yourself reminded of this. Oh, I want you to know so much, how really free you are. I trust for those who attend this class, before the 10 days are past, it will be my joy to dissolve and consume the human accumulation of 90% of all who are present. You may be sure, beloved ones, to the limit the great law of life permits, will this be done, not only for your freedom, but the greater assistance you may give, for the blessing of mankind and the protection of America. We have watched the individuals for whom this has been done. The release of their energy, their substance for use has in most instances been 10 times that which was released before it was done. So you know what it means in your own individual lives, as well as the assistance for America. Today, our rejoicing is very great. If you only knew what the freedom of your America means to you, and how those vicious claws have tried to enter into your government. They have tried to enter into your industries. Tried. Discourse 18. 273 to prevent your aerial service. Trying to cripple your beloved America. And this excess taxation tries to enslave you, which is always the signal for the final enslavement of all mankind. Oh, dear people, it is quite different this time than ever before. For when the flood of cosmic light strikes the mass of the people, then courage goes forth, and they arise and annihilate their own would-be destroyers. That is not sufficient. Take Russia today for instance. One man has been traded for another continuously, since the Tsar was disposed of. Just changing one effect for another. That is not sufficient. But from the heart of those people, there must arise a mighty sincere honest individual, whom the people will at once see as their friend. And then would come the solution of the same problem in every country in the world. Treachery and deceit in high places has brought the distrust of the mass of mankind, and they do not know upon whom they can depend. But as the cosmic light increases its intensification in the earth, we are trying to so adjust it, there will be raised up in those countries, individuals of power, which will call forth the power of light to sustain them in their honesty, honor, integrity and blessing to their fellow man. It is the only hope. We hope they will reach a great fruition, and possibly as we find progress, we may ask the students of the United States to add a special decree for this. You have been using the decree that Ascended Master Friends be raised up everywhere, a most magnificent thing. But now to create. 274 THEIAM 99 Discourses Great honest, honorable individual whose light is strong enough, be raised up in every country in Europe, and the confidence of the people rest there, so the power of light's constructive activity takes its dominion. One more thing I want to say to you. You may not comprehend it, but at least in your attention, you can and contemplate it, if you will. Beginning in this class, there will go forth a power of radiation to Russia and her people, to try to bring the vast remedy which is needed. Should this become victorious, then you can feel a gratitude and service rendered which will be beyond all words to describe. Remember, the beginning of this destructive element was in Russia, in connection with the 3 individuals in New York, who started this frightful destruction to mankind and the earth. Once not so long ago, we thought there seemed to be no hope to bring this transformation into Russia, but recent evidence there has given us renewed hope. So we will do our utmost to pour forth a radiation to the mass of her people, to do what we could scarcely hope for a short time ago. You are not only solving your own problems and holding America's protection, but see how it is reaching into the whole earth. It seems so fragmentary to you, I know, but in every country in the world, there are groups of IM students. Some places small, but enough so we may focus this mighty power of light at those points. In South Africa, whereas Washington's vision has. Discourse 18. 275 shown, was to arise that great cloud to submerge America. There has been drawn and established a mighty sincere group of IM students. It is magnificent. Shall I tell you what they said concerning some destructive literature which went even to Africa? You know how the sinister thing tries to do such things, tries to spread its destruction everywhere. When its destructive literature reached those students, momentarily they were shocked. Then they gathered themselves together and said, well, if those messages are good enough for the Ascended Masters, then they are good enough for us, and they dispelled the whole thing at once. That was magnificent, and what a great truth they uttered. Therefore, beloved ones, you see how these destructive elements have no power, if there is only a nucleus for this anchor of the light within a place or locality. In the various countries of Europe, wonderful sincere groups of students are applying these decrees with dynamic power. And we shall give them more than ordinary assistance, you can be sure. I want you to know how great is your blessing and privilege. This light, your I Am presence, your life, is the freedom of yourself and the world. So let us enter in with renewed enthusiasm, joy and energy into your decree work, for it releases the substance required. You cannot help but know, as you render this service to America and mankind, it would be impossible for you not to have your own freedom. 276 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Just one more word concerning your finances. Dear hearts, please accept this and feel it with all the power of your being. There is not one of you here, or among the I Am students, who is earnest and sincere, who could not before retiring, stand and raise your hands to the presence something like this and then say, Mighty I Am presence. I refuse acceptance of any financial limitation any longer. I positively refuse it. Take command of me in my feeling world. Release through your power of divine love, the supply of money I require now. There is not one of you who could not have it released in 48 hours, if you would only realize it. Try to feel that, with renewed enthusiasm and a tremendous release of energy. It will bring about your freedom in this respect, so it gives you rest and peace in your feeling, that your application does tremendously more in all you require. I am determined, if you will allow me, to assist every sincere I Am student in America to be free from all feeling of financial limitation. Such a thing is not possible in the understanding of your I Am presence. If there has been a great momentum built by the human sense of limitation, then call your presence to dissolve and consume every vestige of it in your feeling world. Because your feeling world is your powerhouse, and there is where the things act. There cannot one thing out picture in your physical body which does not have its cause in your feeling world, and Discourse 18. 277. Just remember that. I call into action today the mighty love, wisdom and power of your mighty I Am presence, to take command of your mind, body, your feeling and your world of activity. Produce its perfection and hold its dominion, and bring to everyone his or her complete financial release from all limitations. Take out of each one's feeling world every feeling, which has accepted financial limitation, because of the appearance world. Set all free, great presence of life, and give them such courage and strength, joy and enthusiasm in their application. The results become so instantaneous, that all doubts and fears vanish from their world forever. In the power of our great light, Goddess of liberty, victory and Goddess of light. In thy trinity of action, clothe these beloved ones in thy garments of light, which hold thy radiance and constant action about them, fills and charges their worlds with thy dynamic action of courage, strength and victory of the light. I thank you. DISCOURSE 18. April 24, 93 Detroit, Michigan. Beloved students of Detroit, I am grateful for this opportunity to render a service to you today, in preparation for the coming class, which I trust will be acceptable to all of you. The need of mankind today is warding off the destructive conditions which exist, where destructive individuals are trying to impose themselves upon mankind. We firmly believe with your cooperation that 90% of the destructive intent which it was thought would be released upon mankind may be avoided. I am saying this for the first time in our experience, or the messenger's experience, and conveying it to mankind. So much has been accomplished by the mighty decrees of the students throughout America and the world. We ourselves could not have believed we could find such a response from mankind. I say to you, beloved ones, you will never know until you are ascended beings, the service you have rendered. So many times, you have thought you were not rendering much service, yet you were earnest and sincere in releasing these mighty decrees. It is very wonderful, and it has made possible so much, which we could scarcely have hoped for, that our rejoicing, I think, is far greater than yours. 278. DISCOURSEXVIII 279. On the opening day of this class, there will be a greater release and action of the cosmic light into the human octave than has been thus far. It means everything. The messengers even do not know it. But why do you suppose it happened that you have a 12-day class here? The messengers started in to have a 10-day class as usual, but it so happened it became a 12-day class. There must have been a far greater reason for it than the outer human knows. Will you please give attention and comprehend these things which seem just ordinary? From the inner standpoint, they are most extraordinary, because it is the action of the divine law of your being, or shall we say the being of life. Because of what will be released, not only for your blessed selves here and the people of Detroit, who may not even be interested, its far-reaching activity will pour out into the world. That is the reason why this has become a 12-day class. Even the blessed ones who are in charge of the cathedral thought those 2 days were taken. Yet it was found they were not. There is a governing power in intelligence, precious people, which once you comprehend it makes you stand firm. The understanding and acknowledgement of your power to use these inner laws frees you from human conditions. You bring these laws into action in the human octave. Then you will understand, you are no longer subject to the conditions which exist here. Believe me when I say, you can move in the world untouched by the conditions about you, if you are firm enough. 305. The IAM 99 DISCOURSES and the acknowledgement of your presence. It will release its tube of light about your human body and your feeling world, to make you invincible to the impact of human creation around you. Beloved ones, if you saw from our standpoint, as you move among the creations of mankind, you would see a sudden action, constantly sending its impact against the human form. If you do not believe in, understand or call your I Am Presence into action, to hold its tube of light about you, discordant conditions constantly affect you just like that, everywhere you move. When discord reaches into your physical body and affects you physically, it has first acted in your feeling world. Most of the time, you are wholly unaware of it, except when you are conscious of some disturbance. As you come to comprehend these simple laws, everything is just a natural practical law of life, which it is your right and privilege to use in the fuller understanding, to which you have not yet become accustomed. It does not make any difference what your manifestations have been up to date, in your acknowledgement of the presence of life. It is nothing to what you can call into action, as you go forth. Pardon me, if I digress just a moment, since the vibratory action is right. I want to place this before you. In all the seeming opposition to this I am activity, for no reason at all, and all the falsehoods which have been uttered concerning the messages and the work, during DISCOURSEXVIII 281 the Washington class. The great cosmic laws were set into action, which will cause opposition to disappear from the earth. Watch it. We do not talk to hear ourselves, but we state laws. We never refer to a personality when we are stating these laws, except in some specific instance, where work was required. Know and feel the power in the last decree you issued in the opening of the meeting. If you know that decree with the all power of your feeling, you will find your world adamant against human disturbing conditions. When you can say to all the appearance world and human creation, you have no power, mean it and feel it with the infinite power of light, which is your being, then you will find yourselves invincible within the presence of light. It is invincible and you can move in the world everywhere, releasing the inner power, and yet not accepting the outer into your feeling world, which limits and disturbs you. Therefore, today as the atmosphere becomes more and more stilled and harmonized in the room, I want to render for you a service, which it has been my joy so many times to do. It is the releasing and dissolving wherever possible of your human creation, so you may have a greater release from the pressure which has often caused you to fail in the achievement which you would so love to have had. Let me urge you today to no longer give power to persons, places or conditions to interrupt, interfere with, or limit you in any way. Now in order to comprehend this, 282 the IAM 99 Discourses, you must realize not one thing can enter your world or any condition whatever, except through your attention, by which you connect your own life stream with it. It is impossible for anything to reach or enter your world without your attention upon it. That is why, beloved ones, today, please close the door and seal it, on everything which has been in the past, up to this hour. Close it now and let me help you to close that door. Lock it and seal it, so not once again does your attention ever go back to what has been, whether it is good, bad or indifferent. Erase it. Shut the door. Then as you turn and face your I Am Presence, know henceforth, only its intelligence, presence and power, with all its glory and harmony, are acting in and through your body and feeling world. Then, you will rejoice so much at the changed conditions. Your life, world and activity will be filled with successful achievement, with happiness which you cannot comprehend, until you do that. Beloved ones, do you think what you have called happiness up to this time, is real happiness? Oh, you cannot believe how great the happiness from your presence is, until you begin to experience it. I tell you, the happiness in the acknowledgement of your presence, is the only real source of happiness in this universe. It continues to pour in at your call, and as you realize the imperative need is for you to keep your feeling harmonious, then no longer your qualification of discord clothes your life energy. You will DISCOURSEXVIII 283 feel and know definitely, the energy has poured forth just like a mighty river out into your world of action, harmonizing everything and holding its dominion. When something is required, and you hold the harmony, then by a decree, it comes forth and acts in your world with the speed of lightning. That is the law and action of the I Am Presence. There are thousands and thousands of the students today, who have experienced it time and time again. They are realizing the only reason why their application has not produced extraordinary results in the past, was because unknown to themselves, discord was still acting in the feeling. While the intellect was refusing it, still in the feeling the qualification of discord was going on, qualifying the energy with the discord of the past. You cannot afford to do that. You must, beloved ones, take your stand and shut THATTHING off or say your FEELING, stop. Be silent. TURN your TTENTIONTOTHE presence and have its glory and blessing. You do not perhaps realize how firm you must be toward your own feeling world. When it has gained a momentum of centuries, you are under its pressure. You might say to me, well, suppose I don't know I have lived before? Do I still have the accumulation of the centuries in this embodiment? Yes. I will explain to you why. Because in all of the accumulation of the centuries, even though you did not know it could be dissolved, if you have not 284 THEIAM 99 Discourses set the law of life into action which would dissolve it, then it still remains. All the accumulation, all the discord which has been in your experience of the past, still remains about you and in your world. Believe it or not. You meet all that accumulation, when you come back into this embodiment. It is just waiting there for you, because it belongs to you, and you cannot get away from it, until you know this presence of all life, and call it to use the violet consuming flame to dissolve and consume every bit of your accumulation of discord. The mercy or glory of your presence will at your call dissolve and consume every particle of your accumulation of discord of the centuries, in a few weeks or a few months at most, if the person is very sincere and in earnest. Therefore, beloved ones, you have in your hands the dominion to set yourselves wholly free, no matter what the mistakes of the past have been. Is there any greater mercy than the presence of life, which says to wayward mankind, I am not interested in your mistakes. I want you to be free. As quick as you will listen to me, and turn away from whatever has caused you to create the discord and limitations which you experience, then I am ready. I am the presence of all life, ready to forgive your mistakes, at your call on the law of forgiveness. I am ready to forget all which has been, and then set the violet consuming flame into action to dissolve and consume every particle of that for you. Do you know, every one of blessed mankind is so good at DISCOURSEXVIII 285 heart. But because destructive conditions have beset the people sometimes, it has made them feel almost fiendish. That does not belong to them, never. It is an imposed condition from the generated creation of mankind's discord. The blessed ones do not know that and sometimes yield to destructive force, causing themselves to lose their physical freedom for an entire embodiment. Look at your institutions, your asylums, ye institutions of incarceration, your prisons, full to running over. Why? Because mankind, not understanding, has yielded to this impact and impulse of human discordant creation. The people do not understand their power of qualification and what their attention does in continuous attention held upon hate, anger, condemnation or whatever the destructive condition may be. They have gone through into the octave or stratum, where all the discordant accumulation of mankind is gathered, and it has rushed in upon them and they are helpless before it. Beloved students and people of Detroit, if mankind understood that one point alone, it would be worth the whole lifetime of experience, if individuals really grasped what it means. People have gone serenely along in their limitations, not knowing every time they give way to some discordant thing, if it be continued long enough, they will go through into the mass accumulation of the discord, and the mass pressure will rush in upon them. Beloved students, whom we love so greatly, please listen to us and give obedience to your law of life, understand. 286 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. In every time you yield in your feeling to discord, criticism, condemnation, judgment or any of those qualities, which are destructive, you will invite the whole mass creation to enter your world and act there. Because previous understanding has caused individuals to believe they were justified in self-protection, or whatever you choose to call it, does not change the action of the law of energy. In the old statement, think of it, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, which meant beat the other fellow to it, in all those destructive qualities. That is just exactly what mankind has been doing through the centuries. One man of power, human power, says to his associates, let's have a war, and he proceeds to agitate certain activities of mankind to produce it. For what? Praise to the great I Am presence of life. Mankind for the first time in the history of the world, is awakening to what the war forces are doing. Now, the great cosmic light has said to unhappy mankind, your accumulation has become too great. And to the great Ascended Masters, it has said, let us help once again and give the people one more opportunity to free themselves from these conditions. And explain to them in a simple manner, why the conditions have existed throughout the centuries which get beyond their control. It is all just because mankind has not understood the presence of life. As you value everything which you hold dear in your life and the future of the centuries before you, remember that chart is correct. It gives you the DISCOURSEXVII 287 picture of your position physically to your own God presence, the mighty I Am. And unless mankind will understand that and accept it as a reality in the feeling world, humanity will go on, and I would not attempt to picture into what. Oh, dear people, do not make any mistake about us. We are not calamity howlers, but we are putting before you the exact truth of life, which it is your privilege to accept and utilize, if you will. If you will not, it is quite your own business. But let me tell you, the person or student who has touched this light and allows himself or herself to be turned aside by some silly human thing acting, is most unfortunate indeed. In every city where the messengers have been, there have been a few, who through silly human gossip, have allowed themselves to be turned from this great pathway of light, the most beautiful, magnificent thing on the face of this earth. Watch them. They will drink the dregs of the cup they have filled with destruction, and there is no describing it. We do not wish it upon them. The messengers do not wish it upon them. But we have explained to you the law of life which compels it to act. There is nothing but themselves who can change it. So long as they allow their feeling to continue pouring forth destructive discordant activity, because it is their own energy acting. This energy flows through naturally, as we might say, through your life stream. It is going all the time. Energy does not discriminate. You are the discriminating intelligence of your 288 the IAM 99 DISCOURSES world. Who should say how your energy shall act through you in your world? But mankind has not understood that. Therefore, how were people to govern it? Today, the beloved Saint Germain has brought to you the clear, simple understanding which a child can comprehend. It is majestic and all-powerful in its action, for the individual when applied. Let us take you by the hand and help you to understand and apply it, with dynamic power and energy. Then see how quickly your world will be first stilled. Then, as this pure wondrous energy flows forth and out into your world, you will find those who hated you will turn and love you. Those who opposed you will want to serve you in the glory of life. Because your outpouring of love has touched their world, refined it, and made it responsive to the power of life which is light. Life is acting everywhere. Precious ones in this audience today, do you understand, you are but the individualization of the one great life? If one of you sitting in this audience were suddenly to turn and hate the rest, then those in the audience to some degree, knowingly or unknowingly, would be affected by that feeling which was sent into the room, if they did not understand how to protect themselves. Individuals are doing this constantly and believing they are not affected by it. But too late, they realize they are their own destruction. Don't ever again blame any person, place or condition for anything which exists in your world. Then, you will be in a DISCOURSEXXII 289 session to call the powers of your presence forth to cleanse, purify and set your world into order. And have the glory, the presence, and the perfection of all life acting in your world. Think of it. Never in the experience of outer activity have such things been done, and I just refer to 2 or 3. The great victory you will understand by his name, is all victory implies. His name is a quality, a power, an authority. When he has offered to charge the substance of light, which is his power of victory into the feeling world of every honest, sincere student, in the name of God, your mighty I Am presence, do you realize what that means to you? His power is assistance for victory in your world on the side of light. The mighty goddess of liberty has offered to charge your world with her power of liberty, which is her quality of action to give you assistance. In my humble efforts, I am the director of those mighty light rays. I offer to dissolve and consume your human creation. As I find individuals who are earnest, honest and sincere in making their application, where their streams of life make it possible for me to render that service, I never lose an opportunity to give assistance, to dissolve and consume the remainder of their human discordant qualities, which have been drawn into the feeling world. Remember, everything in life is a trinity of action. Perhaps, I should explain to you why these particular qualities are being charged into the feeling world of the students everywhere. The demand for the world and our America. 290 THEIAM 99 Discourses. Especially, is victory through liberty, in the acknowledgement of the presence of all life, which is the mighty I Am. America must have invincible protection. It is not a matter of can it, but America must have it. We are the power and the authority by the full cooperation of the cosmic beings of light. Then can you tell me honestly from your heart, there is any human creation in the universe which has any power to oppose our authority of life? Awaken today, beloved ones, in the full feeling of what this means. Let me remind you again, that which we refer to as the cosmic light, is not just an universal activity which is prevalent everywhere. The cosmic light to which we refer, is a consciously drawn and projected power of light substance into the earth, by the great group of ascended masters and cosmic beings, from what you have come to know as the great central sun, which is the heart focus of life and light to this system of worlds. Now is the only time it has ever acted upon the earth in more than 2 million years, because the need is so great, in order to hold the unity in this system of worlds. Your planet has become known, let us put it, as a shadow planet, because of the discord long generated by mankind. Do you realize what it would mean, if the Earth failed in its expansion of the light as required, in relation to the other planets of this system? You don't know that, the intellect cannot comprehend it, but we do. Do you wonder why beloved Saint Germain wanted to? DISCOURSEXXII 291 bring forth this light to the earth, in the last effort to free mankind. Let me tell you something, you could never repay him in 1,000,000 years for the service, which he has rendered to the earth and to mankind. Then, to think there are individuals in America so depraved, as to condemn, criticize and put forth the vicious fiendish false statement, that the messengers are trying to replace beloved Jesus with Saint Germain, trying to ridicule the dictations of these great beings of light. The ignorance and fiendishness of unfortunate individuals, is but a claw of the sinister force, to spread their poisonous breath among the students. I say to you beloved people of Detroit, fiendish human beings will pay the penalty, as no human being on the face of this earth can understand, for the falsehoods they have spread concerning the messengers in this work, not the messengers so much, as this work, which is the light of every human being's life. You watch. The end of their rope is at hand. Human beings so imbued with the fiendishness and falsehood as to spread apparent opposition to this light, do it only to gain money. They have failed, as all destructive forces must fail. I say that to every human being who opposes this light, because there is nothing the messengers give forth, which is not beautiful and constructive, and for the freedom of mankind. It is a service to the earth which has never been rendered. If you allow yourselves to be affected by such false things, you will pay the penalty. And you will continue in your limitations. I speak with authority. I want the blessed P.O. 292 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES Pi and students to have their freedom, and be untouched by the fiendish falsehoods which are spread. Therefore, stand in the light of your I Am presence, beloved ones, and have your freedom. When human beings allow destructive qualities to pour forth, they must pay the penalty, because it is the law of their life. It is not that anybody wishes anything upon them, but the law of their life must act, and the qualities which those human beings send forth, return home to act in their worlds. There is nothing can prevent it but themselves, and the acceptance of the presence which dissolves and consumes it. Let me remind you, There is no one thing so important today, outside of the acknowledgement of the I Am Presence, as to call it into action, to use the violet consuming flame. So all discord and accumulation can be dissolved and consumed from your world. You cannot comprehend what this means to you in the intellect. But if you will only give obedience and make the earnest sincere call to your presence, that work will be done. Remember, when you call your presence to form the tube of light about you, and set the violet consuming flame into action and continue it, it is done. The presence always answers. Then, don't let your human requalify it again, or believe it is not acting. If you do, with such a continued feeling, you will shatter that which you have called the presence to produce for you, because you are the authority, the decreer for your world. Its energy will act according to your DISCOURSEXXII 293 decree, your feeling, because you are a being of free will. It is why, as you comprehend these simple laws of life and set them into action, you become an invincible being, whose power of light is the governing intelligence and activity of your world. Beloved ones, oh, rejoice! Do not accept in your world financial limitation, or limitation of any kind, ill health, or disturbance. This power of light anchored within your heart is the power of life, the power of the universe, the greatest intelligence which exists. Its mighty energy released in the body will dissolve and consume, cause and effect, not only in the body, but in the feeling world of the individual, and of every condition which disturbs you or causes pain or distress. If you realized it, you could stand and raise your hands to the presence, as if you grasped the power, the substance of the presence, and drew it down on the body. You could draw it into your body and all pain and disturbance would be dissolved, which was ever created there, and at once. You don't have to wait days and weeks to do it. Today, in the intelligent release of the energy of the individual by the power of the presence, you can with the hands reach into the substance of the presence and sweep out all discord in your body or world. Try to feel that, and feel the authority of the presence, which is all-powerful, to charge your world with it, and do it now. Then, so quickly feel the freedom which is yours, the health and the joy. 294 THEIAM 99 Discourses. You cannot have happiness, dear hearts, if your body is racked with pain and distress. No one can be happy in that condition. Suppose we took a body, for illustration, which was racked with pain from whatever cause, it does not matter. If the individual in the midst of pain would stand and give his or her attention to the presence and call it into action with dynamic energy, in 10 minutes, he or she could sweep the pain out of that body, and make no mistake about it. It is possible, if enough dynamic energy is released. I am determined individuals shall understand their authority for health, their authority for happiness, their authority for the release, from the treasure house of their presence, of the money supply which they require. By the powers of light, I command that to take place in the feeling world of mankind everywhere, and hold its dominion, so individuals may awaken and be the glorified beings which the light that beats their hearts entitles them to be. If people do not love themselves enough, then I love them enough to give an added assistance which will awaken them into the full power, authority and glory of their own beings, their life, their mighty I Am. They can call its intensified power into action, so it may purify, cleanse and set their worlds into order, to give them the happiness which comes alone, in perfect health and the acknowledgement of life which is without limit. That happiness is eternal for each one. Therefore, today great is your privilege. Great, great is your privilege. Individuals have lived so long, believing. DISCOURSEXXII 295 They must still be subject to the conditions of their own mistakes. Today they have this light. We know their mistakes may no longer be allowed to rule them. Think of it, there is not one thing in the universe which condemns or criticizes you, but yourselves. Let me say something else, this is so magnificent. Human beings who criticize, condemn, judge or release any of those qualities, are criticizing and condemning themselves because they are life. They are condemning life, which has never offered them anything but good. Oh, that mankind, wayward mankind, would understand these simple activities of life, and then give the necessary obedience, to allow all mistakes to be erased from individuals' worlds forever. In the fullness of all you hold dear, remember, precious people, first there is the acknowledgement of your presence of all life, as you observe it on the chart. Don't you see you are a part of that great perfection? You cannot be deprived of it, if you will give it attention. Then realize the imperative demand of life. Not the demand of someone, but the imperative demand of life, so you no longer requalify its great pure energy, as it is flowing into your body and out into your world. By understanding the imperative need of doing it, you will allow that energy to go forth in its natural practical activity, to produce health, happiness and the limitless supply of everything you need, for use in your world. 296 THEIAM 99 Discourses. It is the most practical law in all the universe. There is nothing in the physical world today in mechanics or anything else, which is so practical as this law of life when understood, to produce dynamic, definite, certain, all-powerful results. IT cannot fail and never did. I want you to understand that, beloved people. Your application, if you are honest, sincere and determined, cannot fail. It never did. If it seems to, it is only because some quality is still acting in your feeling world, of which you are unaware, or you are continuing to accept the appearance. Let me make just one illustration, and that is concerning money supply. I have watched among the students a few individuals who make the call dynamically and earnestly, and 10 minutes after, will begin to accept in their feeling world as true, the appearance of their financial limitation. You cannot have results and do that, not in the quick full manner you would like to have. Of course, as you continue to call, it will beat down human feeling. Stand guard over your feeling, when you have made your dynamic application for your money supply. And the moment any slightest feeling of doubt or discord starts, stop it and say, stop. Not one thing is going to generate here, to interfere with this call. My presence is the authority and power in my world. Don't you attempt to interfere. Then, you will govern the feeling within yourself, as sure as I am telling you, and you must do it. Then, after a while, when you make your application, human feeling will not be there to act. DISCOURSEXXII 297. Take the messenger for illustration. Blessed people, you will never know what he went through in those earlier years. Even when beloved Saint Germain sent them forth to give out this work, still some doubts and fears were in him. When he understood how to silence that feeling with an iron grip, and make it be still, in a short time, it was no longer there to act. Today, when he issues a decree, he knows there is no opposition, and of course the answer is there. The answer is within the call. We saw him reading a letter last night, or this morning about 2 o'clock, and a blessed one had made the call for help. The letter stated, "You did not answer my letter," and yet the healing was complete. Beloved ones, if you were to understand and realize the thousands of answers, instantaneous healings of conditions in bodies, and all the limitations of mankind, which are released at his call, you would know that you too can do the same thing. Only he has gained the full confidence in his call to the presence, which no longer allows requalification to act upon the energy as he calls it forth. You can do the same, and you must do it, because you must make your own application. You are the one in your world who must take the initiative. Then, whatever assistance can be given is well and good. But remember, no one can take your place in your world. You must be firm, determined and dynamic in your application, especially at first, until you break down the human creations, which have pressed upon you and limited you, as you won. 298 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Understand it, through this embodiment. Remember, there cannot be any effect in your world, without a cause for it. Every cause is first in the feeling world, before it can outpicture in the physical body you are in your world of action. Therefore, if the cause of limitations and discord is removed, then there is nothing left to interrupt this great pure mighty energy of the presence as it flows forth. Beloved ones, is there any one of you who doubts the reality of the eye picture, which the chart represents to you? That your presence is really there above you, the presence of all life? Let us show you the proof, dear hearts. Take a human form which an hour ago was so happy, energetic, filled with light, buoyancy and power. When life has withdrawn, the body lies there helpless. All the organs, all the faculties which were acting are there still, but the body is helpless. Then where was that intelligence, power, substance, energy, and activity, which was acting through that body? Right there in the stream of life and energy from the presence of all life. When it withdrew, the body was helpless. Then everything which ever acted through that form, all the power, intelligence or whatever it might have been, was the power and the qualities, which came through the stream of life beating each human heart. You cannot deny that. There is not a human being on the face of this earth who can deny it. There was a presence of life which was in that form which is no longer active. The presence of life was carrying each quality through. DISCOURSEXXII 299 the human form and out into the individual's world. Then, you know you have found the source of intelligence, of power, of life, of action, of all supply there is in the world. Let us no longer be limited in the feeling world, by the idea and feeling that supply depends upon human beings in your midst. As long as you continue to accept it, you will find yourself limited. Cut it off and turn to your presence, the treasure house of the universe, and your world. Then, remember this, beloved ones, oh please hold this firmly before yourself forever. When you call to your presence for your money supply or any supply you require for use, your presence is your treasure house actually, practically and literally. It probably would not release coined money in your hands just yet, but it is the power of intelligence at your call, which sets its energy into action in your body. All persons, places and conditions, required to bring financial money supply into your hands, by the wisdom, power and love of the presence, will be set into action to bring it to you. You will be caused to harmonize yourself and do whatever you are required to do, to cooperate with the activity of life which produces that result for you. Oh dear hearts, once you would only understand it, you could not be deprived of anything you need for your use. It would be impossible. There is not one human being on this earth who owns anything. Oh, if mankind would only understand that. You don't even own your bodies. If 300 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. You did, you would keep them. Now notice how practical all this is. If you owned those bodies, you would keep them, wouldn't you? At least as long as you wanted to. Then, somewhere something is missing. Life is always omnipresent and acting. It is your limitless supply of all you require for use. Your presence is the individualized presence of God, who holds within its radiance and power, the supply of all things. In substance, in energy, in quality. As it releases the intelligent substance or energy, into action in the human octave, the conditions are brought about for a complete and full release of what you require. Don't you see how it cannot fail in a single instance? It just cannot do it. Then, what you need to do is to watch, and if you are not having a quick and full response to your call, don't be discouraged, but say, hold on here now. What is the matter with me? What is acting here which should not? What am I not doing that I should? Then, call the presence into action and say, Mighty I Am Presence. Let me know definitely now what is the reason here. Be practical. Don't be afraid of anything, but be so practical and say, here let this thing stop right now. I have made the call and I know it must be answered. Whatever human quality is in me, take it out. Be firm about it, and oh, how quickly, You will find your calls being answered with great speed and power. It is magnificent. I want to say just a few words in regard to the great industries of today. A great law is entering into the DISCOURSEXXII 301 industrial world, the power of light. One of your blessed citizens, in his heart, is responding so wonderfully to the great laws of life. His light has held its dominion over the most destructive of forces which would have destroyed him. He is your beloved Henry Ford. I am not trying to exploit your beloved friend, but I am stating the laws of life. Had it not been for him and his stand against the destructive forces, which tried at one time to wipe him out of existence, the industrial world would have been in such chaos today, that most of mankind would not have had enough to eat. He was the strength and courage to the other industries of the world in his stand, because he knows God, the presence of all life. Notice, today, the demand of the activities of life in the industrial world is imperative, and the heads of great industries are coming to realize, the old methods can be used no more. There are still a few who hold on, still trying at least to hold fast to the old ideas, but they cannot survive and do it. We believe in giving justice, and when we see an individual who has built himself into the great, almost limitless success which Mr. Ford has, then we believe in giving credit where it is due. His only support, his only protection, his only achievement, has been in his power of conscious attention to the light. No matter what the criticism of him may have been, be careful you do not accept it. If there were now and then an individual in his service, who might have made mistakes, don't forget, he may not have been responsible for it. 302 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. So it is in all walks of life. It is not always the head of industries or conditions who may be responsible, because they are not always able to govern the action of those in their employ. Just as a spy from a foreign country might enter into your America and gain information which would be your destruction, would the government be to blame for that? Possibly in a slight degree in lack of alertness, but the penalty would be on the individual who did it. Now remember, dear ones, I am prompting you for a great definite reason. In the children's experiences in India, when Rex discovered a spy in the midst of the Brotherhood, notice the reason. The atmosphere of the Brotherhood had been charged by the spy, so they might not feel, see or detect his presence. Rex, coming in from an outside atmosphere, wholly free from it, was enabled to detect it. Notice what that means to the world, when you clear your atmosphere of human pressure. By calling your presence into action, you will be alert to detect the conditions which are about to touch your world, which would affect, limit or harm you. Therefore, as you sense it, you can say to the wrong condition, you have no power. Be thou dissolved and consumed by the power of light. And it is done. Instead of it finding action in your world, it will have disappeared before it reached your world. That is the power of alertness and detection. And it is why we call with all the earnestness of our beings, for the students to become more and more alert, in the acknowledgement of their presence in all the DISCOURSEXXII 303 conditions which touch their worlds, so they may be prompted. Let me also correct the thing which has been acting within mankind concerning promptings or the premonition of things. Such a thing is not given as an inevitable occurrence to act in your world, but you are being prompted to issue your mighty decree, so it may be dissolved and consumed. Then, it cannot act in your world. Mankind has been accepting premonitions and promptings throughout the centuries, and have believed because individuals received them, they must act in their worlds. Because such a prompting was received, you may say, be thou dissolved and consumed. And it would be so. Remember, that as you value your progress. Beloved ones, my joy is boundless. Will you rejoice with me, in the service which it has been possible to render, while the messenger was voicing my words to you? 75% of you who are in this room, have enabled me to dissolve and consume 75% of your own human creation. My gratitude and joy is very great. Accept it, please. Then, As you enter into the class, know you have entered into your eternal, your permanent freedom, and no longer accept any condition or appearance as having power to limit or disturb you again. Oh, will you feel how real all this is? I am none the less real, because you do not see me. Because my vibratory action raises my body of light, beyond your physical sight, is no reason why I am not real. I am more real than you. 304. The I Am Discourses. Believe it or not. Please do not believe a thing is not real, because it is invisible. For all the great powers in the world which are being used are invisible. Many thousands of students have seen the calls of the messengers answered with definite precision. Now, as the great momentum of the large number of students, who in their great loyalty are joining in these wondrous decrees, the power has become mighty. Many of the things which were thought to take place in the world have not taken place. All of you earnest, blessed ones, have been a part of that great service in the mighty decrees which you have issued. We congratulate all the students who were able to release such a mighty power of the Ascended Master's divine love and blessings, for it is the secret of all things. The refusal to accept or listen to human gossip is the open door to solve your problems. There, the outpouring of the Ascended Master's divine love and blessing is the open door to the outpouring from the Presence, which will solve all things. We rejoice, so many of the students, after such a long time and many repetitions of this instruction, are beginning to understand the first imperative need in their worlds is to refuse to listen to or voice destruction, send forth discordant qualities, or even to allow them to act within their feeling. Then, as they pour out divine love and blessings to all persons, places, conditions and things, the whole universe will flood their worlds with money. DISCOURSEXXII 305. I thank you for this opportunity to offer my humble assistance in that which has been rendered. And may the glory of our happiness ever intensify and increase within your feeling world and consciousness. Remember, to you and all the students, has been offered the use of the Ascended Master's consciousness and substance, which cannot be requalified by human qualification. Call it into action in your world. Charge your body with it and let its perfect work go on, unto your full perfection. Then, you attain your ascension into the eternal body of light. Oh, beloved ones, how wonderful it is that mankind can have the opportunity to come home and live within the happiness, the glory and the perfection which life has always held for all individuals, but which mankind had forgotten. The love and blessings of the great host of Ascended Masters, the legions of light and the cosmic beings, flood your beings and worlds and enfold you in their eternal perfection. We love and bless you. DISCOURSEXX. June IG, 1938. Denver, Colorado. Beloved students and friends, while these words are spoken to you by the messenger, it shall be my pleasure to release approximately 60% of those in the room from the most discordant accumulation, which they have drawn about themselves through the centuries. Perhaps you do not understand exactly what I mean, but you have accumulated more or less discord throughout the centuries, and it is still about you. Few of the students have used the violet consuming flame with sufficient intensity to allow the Great Presence to have dissolved their human accumulation completely. Tonight, I shall endeavor to finish that for many of you. Since your sincerity, since your stand for the light in Denver has been so unusual, then shall your reward come in your own release, and those for whom it is accomplished will feel it without question within a few days. Therefore, tonight, will you be kind enough to accept the radiance poured forth to you, about you and in your feeling world, to render this service? Remember, this is at the call of your own life. There is but one power in the universe to act, and it is your own life. We are a part of that one great life more in advance than you. Having 306. DISCOURSEXXII 307 set ourselves free ages ago. We are in a position to help mankind today, and the need is imperative. Therefore, during this class, The greatest work has gone on of any class of the messengers. We congratulate you on your harmonized feeling, on your love and outpouring, which makes this possible. For outside of the direct attention to the great presence of life, your harmony is the most important thing. If you but knew it, it is the key to all things. In all we have experienced and are observing among mankind today, I marvel individuals have not seen in the terrific experiences they have passed through, that it is their inharmony, which is producing all the limitations and discord for them. The human self has so long attempted to hold its dominion, that it refuses with stubborn resistance, to accept its presence of life, which would set it free so quickly. So, tonight, according to your acceptance, may you have this great blessing enfold you. Beloved children of the light, in the service which we are rendering to the earth, it is an eternally sustained activity always. There is no thing, no action which we start, that we do not sustain, until its full achievement. Therefore, as you have been drawn into this classroom, by the light within your own heart, then you are to a definite degree, filled with sufficient light to draw this which will bless you. It is always your own light which acts. But as you call, as the messengers call, and the full force of our assistance comes into action, all resistance recedes, dissolves and disappears. 333 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Therefore, in the people's lack of understanding, they have endeavored to govern and bring each other into submission and under each other's domination, creating all kinds of discord under which they had to live. When you understand, you have the great presence of life to turn to, then all which has terrified you in the world of human action, dissolves and disappears before the call to your great presence. You must understand this definitely and fully, and know tonight, that you are master of your own selves and your world, through your attention to your mighty I Am presence, which brings its intelligence and power into action. Tonight, I thank the messenger, especially at this time, for having read the excerpt from the magic presence. We have brought into action, a powerful activity, the most powerful so far in the class. It is the activity from the Cave of Light in India. It is my pleasure to draw forth and hold you in its radiance for this hour, so you may absorb, receive and be blessed eternally by its action, which comes alone from the power of light. You feel quite disappointed, if at any time your fixtures are out of order, your connections, and you have no light. This light of which we speak, is far more important than your lights here. The lack of inner light is darkness of the darkest kind. And if you were to discern those whom we refer to as earthbound, who have lived depraved lives upon this earth and cannot leave it, you would realize something of what the lack of inner light means. Were DISCOURSEXXII 309 you to observe such earthbound people, you would see each one has created for himself a density of darkness which is unknown in any condition of the outer life. That is what mankind so glibly speaks of as earthbound individuals. Little dreaming in such darkness, the individual suffers agonies beyond anything mankind can suffer in the human form. Some people, discouraged by their attempts to overcome the obstacles of human life, cut off their lives by suicide. And then they meet the full force of all the discord against which this body was a shield. All becomes a mental world, and the agony is so much greater. Then, they see their mistake when it is too late. Beloved ones, if such an idea has ever entered your heads, erase it. You cannot get away from yourself ever in the whole universe. You are a world of your own creation, and there is nothing could change it but yourself. Your call to the great presence of light is the only power which can dissolve and consume your creations. That wondrous chart gives you the eye picture of the violet consuming flame, by which you may be set free, and only then will mankind feel and understand the importance of the presence. 335 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. You are no longer subject to your mistakes, because you have made them. There is not a thing in the universe which condemns individuals but themselves. They think themselves very wise. They criticize, condemn and blame each other, for what is alone within themselves. Do not forget it. There cannot anything enter your world, unless there is something to attract it or correspond to it. How is it, beloved ones? As many of you know, the messengers live in a charmed world of their own, untouched by the viciousness of mankind. Is it not the proof that, when your attention is withheld from any destructive force, and you know human creation has no power, you can move in the world untouched by its discord? Therefore, if you will but understand this, you will find yourselves quickly moving in the world, in your own harmony called forth from your presence, and it becomes the governing power and intelligence of your world. The privilege, the opportunity is yours. Therefore, if you will take this opportunity, make your application, we will give whatever added assistance is required to give you the victory, and quickly. In the power of radiance which has been released to the earth, and in the call thus far, the accumulated application of mankind is sufficient to hold the balance for every earnest, sincere student. When I see silly ignorant mankind grinning and smirking at the great wall of light, one day, they shall see how they have missed their DISCOURSESXXII 311 opportunity. As if the great light, as if the messengers, as if we were concerned with mankind's belief or unbelief. They are quite free to accept or reject. But one day, when the hearts of the people are racked in agony, they will wish they had taken the opportunity offered, and with the assistance of the mighty radiation which is being released to mankind, had attained their victory and freedom quickly. Our rejoicing in being able to render you this service, beloved ones, is very great. You cannot possibly imagine, until you have entered into greater freedom, what this means. When we see the hearts of mankind reaching so earnestly for freedom, do you wonder at this time, we make every effort possible, to watch and guard you, as though you were little children? You perhaps do not appreciate that. But when the human is silenced sufficiently, through the feeling, will you begin to understand and appreciate all it means to you individually. The gathered momentum of the activity of men's minds is the governing power of a nation. If it be misdirected, then the nation is filled with chaos. And unless it be corrected, there will be the destruction of its civilization. We have watched civilization after civilization come and go upon this earth. We have watched mankind in embodiment today, and a few think they know something about life. They think they know something about the laws of life. You are just beginning to learn. Believe it, dear ones, when mankind is willing to turn first to the 312 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES presence of all life, the mighty I am, and then to the Ascended Masters, individuals will come to understand and know once and for all time the truth of life. Only a being who has set himself or herself free, by the power of that one's own application and the understanding of life, is in a position to convey the truth to mankind. This is why the work your beloved Saint Germain has brought forth to you is producing such tremendous results today. The puny mind of mankind which criticizes and condemns his work will one day long to have it, when it is too late. I plead with you, do not be so foolish. If you do not care for a thing, at least do not condemn it, then you have saved yourself much. No one in the universe, not even ourselves, wants you to do something you do not want to do. Therefore, you are free beings, except with each other. You are not willing to give each other freedom, so of course you do not have it yourself. Now realize, beloved students, friends, relatives and fellow associates, if you want your freedom, you have to give freedom to everyone else you know. Unless you do, you will remain bound yourself, for it is the law of life. Therefore, profit by this wisdom which we give. There are no mistakes in it. It is mankind in its bondage who needs freedom. If we are willing to attempt to give our assistance, mankind should be willing to accept it, at least enough to try it out and see whether it will not produce definite results. That at least should be the logical activity of mankind. In the activity of your physical life, if you are not quite DISCOURSEXXII 313. Familiar with a thing, you experiment and see whether it is useful to you. In the great laws of life, when presented by those who have set themselves free by this identical application, mankind ought to be willing to try it out and see. Fortunately, great numbers of mankind have been willing to try it out and are having freedom now. From our standpoint, beloved ones, and I speak of it only for your encouragement, if you cannot see the example of the messengers, then there is not a great deal of hope. They have stood against the greatest fierceness ever projected at two human beings. Yet they remain untouched, because they must be the example of the law to mankind. As students, you are expected to become the same example to your fellow man. Therefore, you must study, apply the law and prove the law to yourselves, which gives you the confidence to say to your fellow man, I know the law, because I have proved it. Every one of you can do it. For I say to you, no human being in embodiment in this world can prove this law wrong. And anyone from a child 6 years old on can prove it right, if such a person really wants to. That is why, you are not dealing with a questionable action of life. You are dealing with the powerful almighty law of your own life, which is actually beating your heart. It will give you the strength and power in your call to the presence of all life, to win the victory over all conditions which are before you. Let us anchor it so strong, tonight, within your feeling. 339 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES World for constant action, that you never forget it. Your call to your life never failed in the world, never could. If you follow your call with doubts and let human conditions and suggestions of mankind rush in upon you, if you respond to them, instead of standing with your call and the presence of all life, you are very apt to be disappointed. Remember, you are the authority in your world and no one else. Not your dearest friend, not your husband nor wife can say to the other what you shall do. For those who bind are thus bound. Remember that. Beloved ones. Say not to your fellow man, do thus and so. Say to your fellow man, the blessings of the eternal light of God rest upon you. Go forth the victory of life. Then you will have fulfilled your obligation to your fellow man. But every word, every feeling of criticism you pass to each other, you are setting yourself into greater bondage. Don't forget it. I say to you beloved group leaders, not only here, but everywhere in America and the world, as you value your existence, as you value your progress and freedom, don't criticize other group leaders. Don't criticize students of other group leaders. Don't criticize each other for any reason whatsoever. Then, you will find your freedom quickly. Whether it be person, place or condition matters not. It is the quality which you generate and set into. DISCOURSEXXII 315 Action in your own feeling world that always deprives you. Let everyone understand it tonight, and while human creation is being dissolved for you, let this charge go into your world and stand there, the Ascended Master Self-Luminous Intelligent Substance for action, which you cannot requalify. In having removed for you the substance in your life, which you could requalify, should you not be grateful to life, which has called us into action to render this service? All you are or ever hope to be, depends upon your acceptance of this light, your own beloved mighty I Am Presence, and your willingness to apply the law set before you. In the comfort of your own city, I have brought to you that for which mankind has searched for centuries. Many of you I see appreciate it greatly. Therefore, to you be the freedom of life. Beloved ones, in all which exists upon this earth or within the human octave, there is not one thing of importance except your life. You have given authority and power without limit to everything in the world but your own life. Then, you wonder why you are not free, or why you are in distress and limitation. Do you not see, as you have looked upon human creation, you thought it was the authority and power, giving it your life, to send back its discord, limitations and distress to act in your world? Look how quickly the whole world of the messengers reversed, when they began to refuse acceptance of the human creation and outer appearance in their world. When VIII discourses they called the great presence of life into action, see how quickly they were free, and doing that which no one of mankind has ever done before, calling forth the power of light to supply and serve them, and it has not failed. Ladies and gentlemen, in your business association, if you would call forth the power of light, knowing and accepting your mighty I Am presence, as the only acting intelligence in the world of business, you would see how quickly you would reverse all discordant conditions which have ever been. You would charge all those activities with the power of light, which knows no opposite. It is invincible in its onward movement, toward the expanding perfection which it is. For it carries away every discord, drawing it in and dissolving it, so far as your individual world is concerned. You do not have to be failures. You do not have to be subject to the conditions you see about you. If 1,000 people were in distress about you, and you stood alone with your own God presence, the mighty I Am, your world would be filled with happiness, supply and free from the surrounding conditions, no matter what they were. That is why I say to you tonight, earnest, sincere, beloved students of the I Am, never again listen to silly human gossip which says to you, why don't you apply the law? Because that sinister thing wants to discourage you. When you have proven the law, which you will, if you don't listen to human gossip, then turn and hold steadfast to your presence. And one day, those critical individuals will crawl. DISCOURSEXXII 317 around like a whining dog at your heels and say, help me. We have seen it done time and again. Some who have hated and condemned the messengers, have been compelled to call to them for help. And the messengers were kind enough to give it, after the greatest and fiercest condemnation. That is the power of divine love which they exert. That is the power of divine love in the blessing they send forth to mankind. That is the blessing which all mankind should be giving to each other. And as you pour the Ascended Master's divine love, blessings and kindness to each other, the presence and power of light will flood you in your world with all the perfection which it holds for you. Remember, as that description was read to you tonight, of my service to the children, with all the love and kindness of my heart, I say, remember I aim that same being rendering you a little less powerful service. For in the numbers here who are unprepared, I cannot do the same thing fully which I did for Bob and Rex, Nadia and Pearl and those who were there. I can and have started into action in your world, the same great light, the same mighty activity, which according to your great love, kindness and acceptance, will go on, and on, and on, in its action of the freeing, purifying, cleansing power within you and your world. Then, one day not so long hence, you will begin to see the result of that purification and of the outpouring of the light of God, the mighty I Am. Each day, it will surge forth more and more powerfully. 304. The I Am discourses through your body, through your feeling world, and you will then see the greater harmony moving before you. That which had disturbed you and individuals who had obstructed your way, will move out of your world, and the presence of life will move forward, producing the victory of light for you. I commend you, tonight, to the full glory of God, your mighty I Am presence. May its full power of action take command of your mind and body, your world of action, and produce its perfection and hold its dominion there. I call to the higher mental body of each one, to stand guard, and see you are wholly receptive to the power of your presence, and that you earnestly make the call which will enable its great power of life, to surge forth and give you the blessings which everybody in embodiment craves to have. Even the scoffers, even the doubters, when they are alone within their own chambers or upon their beds of straw, they will see that their scoffing and their doubt place them on the bed of straw and privation. It does not pay to scoff at life. It does not pay to criticize and condemn the power of light which is offered. For one day, mankind will want it and it will be absent. Beloved ones, in pleading with you to enter into the full activity of life, and give the cooperation and obedi, DISCOURSEXXII 319 Stand unyielding in the great presence of your life, and commending you into the hands of the mighty activity of that great presence tonight, and in speaking to your higher mental bodies, I say, bless these children in the human form with such obedience, such joy and happiness in their feeling world, such harmony maintained, that quickly the power of light will bring into their experience the evidence which satisfies anyone, even the most skeptical, of the power of light, to set them free and give them the freedom which is their due. I thank you. DISCOURSEXXII August 21, 1938. Oakland, California. Out of the glory of all the presence of life holds for you tonight, I greet you in the name, power and the substance of light. Come with me into our great octave of light, and while these words are voiced to you, allow me to assist you through the power of your comprehension, to realize mankind entering the gateway of freedom. The power, the glory of all which life has so long wanted to release into your worlds, is beginning to have the opportunity. It does not matter how much you want a thing brought into physical manifestation, if you do not comply with the law of life which produces it, still you do not of it. Therefore, tonight, it is my joy to render a service for you, and at the same time render a service for your city. For since you are citizens of Oakland and have your homes here, then you need more than just your individual freedom, do you not? You need the environmental conditions which make for your happiness. Beloved students, remember in all you call forth for yourselves, call forth the harmony, perfection and outpouring of light from the presence of all life, to your city. In every city where there are 1,000 or more 320. DISCOURSEXXII 321 dents, those students, if they but realized it, could by the issuing of these mighty decrees and calling to the presence of life, regulate all conditions in the city harmoniously and perfectly. You don't see that yet, but I assure you, we have proved it time and again. Therefore, in coming into your city for the first time, to establish the mighty outpouring of light here, to see the earnestness with which you have sent forth these mighty decrees, and the determination and steadfastness of it, you can no longer be denied. Please understand me, when I say to you, that when life within you calls, do you really realize what it means? You think you call of your outer volition. That is true, but what is it which enables you to call? It is the intelligence, the energy, the power you use, life in its all-powerful activity. Then, it is life which is calling. Suppose an emergency suddenly appears in your life, and with very great earnestness and intensity, you make the call for help, for assistance, for release, for supply. Then is it not life which is making that call, even through your outer volition? I say to you, beloved ones, when you understand all which acts through you is the power of life, then you see and know, you are the director. You must be the director of your energy, your life. The energy itself will not discriminate as you call it forth, but when you call your mighty I Am Presence into action, love, wisdom and power are acting in balanced form. Therefore, whether you outwardly understood the full 322 THEIAM 99 discourses of all which was required or not, your motive underlying would be correct. It would be right. When you understand the presence of life will not release energy any longer for destructive purposes, then you will understand why all destructive creations of individuals or conditions are rapidly becoming helpless to further interfere with or intrude upon mankind, to limit or disturb longer. The great cosmic light which is steadily being released to the physical world is doing a work words fail utterly to express. Only as you would see with the all-seeing eye within you, could you comprehend what I mean, because words do not convey it. Yet, I say to you, the achievement of the past 6 months, in the calls of the beloved students all over America and the world, is a service unparalleled in the history of the earth. As we, in the first meeting here, established these mighty currents of energy for you individually, for your city, and for all that is required here, we want you to feel all one. San Francisco, Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley and all the surrounding environment, won't you feel just one? Won't you feel a great happiness through harmonious cooperation in all you call forth? To do that means a power released which you would scarcely comprehend at this time. As you are calling for mankind's freedom and the protection of America, you are rendering a service which intensifies your own individual answer to your requirements beyond words to explain. These mighty decrees we have suggested for the DISCOURSEXXII 323ing of mankind and the protection of America are first, rendering a great service to the whole of mankind, and also rendering a great service to your environment, which must produce complete harmony and the release of all you require in your individual life. You have all understood and heard it presented from various angles. It is more blessed to give than to receive. That is quite true, if you understand what you are giving. Most of you interpret that to mean money alone, or the outpouring of love and blessings alone, or health, strength, courage and all those qualities which mankind requires. But it is more than just that. The call to life means absolute freedom, which your mighty goddess of liberty represents to America and the world. You will remember those great ones represent to you freedom, victory and peace. They are more than just a thought, beloved ones. Those beings are real. Those beings have cosmic power and wield cosmic power. Therefore, in all you wish to have done, they are ready and willing when you give obedience to life. To charge your feeling world, which is your powerhouse, with the qualities they possess. The mighty victory is the power of victory in action in your feeling world. The goddess of liberty is the liberty and glory of life. The various other ones are freedom and peace. When you understand what the goddess of peace has done, which we shall mention during the class here, you will know it is a transcendent service. 324 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. It could not have been done if the war entity of the world had not been consumed. She would not have come forth. Had she not seen and known this could be done, she would have remained within the great silence. Think of it, beloved ones. One whole hemisphere in the throes of the destructive power, the worst ever expressed upon earth. Those destructive individuals are using the great cunning of the black magicians, who are prompting them, urging these destructive forces on, and on, and on. They find their urging of little avail. For since the consuming of the war entity, there is no power there to feed and sustain them. Therefore the things they did easily and quickly before and where they found ready response, they are failing to find that speed of response today, and they are amazed. They cannot understand what in the world has happened, that their authority and dominion has suddenly ceased, and they can no longer influence mankind as completely as they once did so very recently. Think of it, you who have worked so earnestly and served so earnestly in these mighty decrees. Oh, beloved ones, never tire, never grow weary, because if you realize it is the power of your presence acting, you cannot be exhausted in rendering that service. I say to you, freedom is at hand for every earnest, sincere student. Don't let anything suggest otherwise or disturb your feelings. But in your great adoration and attention to your presence, know you are then and there, releasing the full power of life, which wants so much to. DISCOURSEXXII 325 give you its freedom. Why do we respond to your calls? Now notice this very carefully. Why do we respond to your calls? Not because of your outer volition, but because it is the power of your life which is calling, and all foci of life, which we are, and you are, must give obedience to life. You might say to me, how is it the great cosmic beings must give obedience to life? Because our attainment of freedom came by first giving obedience to life. Then, when your presence of life calls to us, is there anything in the universe which could prevent our answering your call? Think of it. Beloved ones, you are not any longer at the mercy of destructive forces or limiting conditions. Because you have come to know life and its mighty focus, the presence of the mighty I Am, which beats every one of your hearts. Oh, don't think for 1 second your presence is not there, or that it is not mighty real. If your presence were not there, you would not be here. Don't forget it. That presence supplies you with life as the wondrous chart shows, and when you accept it in the fullness of your feeling, then you will have the answers clearly and more quickly, to your calls, as the messengers have proven. They receive instantaneous answers constantly to their calls today, but they did not 4 years ago. They called days and weeks, many times, for the victory of each call, but they stuck to it, until the answer came. And that is the position of all mankind today. When you start to make your call, stand by it, until the 326 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES answer comes. Then, you will see how more and more quickly and powerfully will your presence of life answer your calls, until all of you too will have your answers instanty. That is the power and presence of life waiting and wanting you to have this great freedom, this great happiness. THINKFIT, beloved ones, in all THENXIETY you have passed through, in all THE distress, not one single part of IT was ever really necessary. Because you had forgotten your presence of life and you gave all power to the appearance world. You suffered under those appearances, having misplaced your attention, having misplaced your vision. You accepted more and more of limitations, giving more and more power to persons, places and conditions, which had no power to limit or disturb you, except, now notice carefully, that you fed your life stream into them by the power of your attention and vision, your physical sight. Think of it, and know that not one inharmonious, destructive or limiting thing can touch you or affect your world. If it cannot get your attention, IT must have your life stream turned TOIT, in order to reach you. Many of the students do not yet see that. They know it intellectually, but in their feeling, they are not accepting the fact that what their attention is upon, they are feeding their life into it, to compel it back into their worlds. DISCOURSEXXII 327. Please get this, tonight, in preparation for our coming class. You will hear things in this class, the laws of life, which you have never heard. I want you to be so joyous, so firm, so determined in your application and the use of the violet consuming flame, that you are ready in the fullness of your comprehension, to grasp everything which is said and apply it to yourself. Don't think what we say is meant for the other fellow. It is meant for every one of you everywhere. Because it is the explanation of life. All we give is the explanation of your life. All your beloved Saint Germain has brought forth to you, is just the explanation, the application of your mighty presence, the law of life. There is not a thing unusual or mysterious about it. No, try to understand and feel that. Then, when you understand it, you will see how in your application, you are master of any condition which confronts you. In the experience of the messengers, as conditions arise which are distressing to mankind, when their bodies come into the environment, those conditions change. Sometimes that is necessary, so those conditions dissolve and disappear. Nobody can deny it, because it has been done many times, and the great numbers of students have seen it take place. Do not let anyone be foolish enough in thought to refute this statement, because it is true. Whatever the messengers have done, every one of you can do. Their happiness and freedom is complete. Therefore, when they call for something, it immediately appears. 328 THEIAM 99 Discourses. When you understand you are the authority in your world, and as long as you hold your life stream free from feeding into limiting appearances, places or conditions, you will have the full glory of life. It will pour like a great river into your activity, to spread its mighty blessing to you. TRY2FELWITH me now in your attention to your great presence, this mighty stream of light and energy which is beating your heart, animating your body. That is the power of the universe. IT would assert its FULL power, if you did not interfere WITHIT by discord in your feeling. life would take charge quickly and naturally. You would not have to urge it. Since you have created about yourself these limitations of discord and all in your feeling world, the discord must be cleared away. It must, in order to allow life once again to take its natural flow and hold its dominion through your bodies to produce perfection in your world of action. LIFEWILLDIT. LIFE never criticizes nor condemns you for your mistakes. IT just waits. WE call irritatio certain things, but WE never criticize or condemn anyone. THERE is no one in THE universe TO judge you, but whom? Your higher mental body. IT knows THE perfection of THE presence in your DISCOURSEXXII 329 perfection. Therefore, IT is THE judge of you and your life. Yet, IT never does for a single instant criticize or condemn you. This is why, beloved ones, in all the activity of life in its perfection, there is not one destructive thing. Then, what has produced destruction in your world? Mankind's qualification of the wondrous energy of life. Energy flows constantly. Do you have to call for action of energy in the use of life ordinarily speaking? You do not consider it, do you? You go to sleep at night. If you are feeling comfortable, you do not question whether you are going to wake up in the morning or not, do you? Now suppose you get scared on going to sleep, that you would not wake up. If you were scared enough, you probably would not wake up. You do not feel afraid to go to sleep. You trust life in some ways magnificently, don't you? But in other ways, you don't trust it at all. Notice. Is it not strange how individuals are constantly in conflict with themselves? They trust life so magnificently to take care of the body, until they have done something which produces inharmony there. Then they say, what in the world is the matter here? Not stopping for one moment to see, they were the only cause for it. It could not be in their worlds and could not act in the body nor in their worlds, unless they were its creator. Is it not very wonderful, beloved ones? Thank you, tonight, for your comprehension. Thank you. Oh, be clear. 304. The I Am discourses indefinite in your comprehension of these simple great majestic laws. I am preparing you tonight for the great blessings which shall be yours, and I want you to feel them. I want you to see how you alone are responsible in your world. When you see this, then I can help you, as you could not even imagine, to clear your world of all limiting discordant conditions. So, when you call life into action, you will have instantaneous mighty results. That is what everyone should have. There is not one of you who should not be able to make the call now and inside of 3 hours of the answer. Many of you are coming to this point now. Until it arrives, be firm and determined in your application. For that is the way you dissolve, consume and break down all of these conditions, which have disturbed and limited you. You cannot do it without your application. Don't think for one moment, life is going to do these things for you, without your application. THE greatest need in THEWORLD today, is THE application of life. Individuals have had it before them in every conceivable activity, in the attempt to explain life. Think of it, in the old methods, everything was made so mysterious. More and more subtle and cunning has become the remainder of human destructive creation, which we call the sinister force. Orders are being established, several of them in DISCOURSEXXII 331 that you had better turn and go the other direction. They are concentrating on America just now. Remember, because you will be approached. Many of the I Am students have already been. A thing which asks this of you is no good. Don't believe it for a second. I am prompting you, because I see it. Some of the students who took that oath and attended once, not a thing in the world could ever get them to return to another meeting. Dear ones, if you care to follow us, we will from time to time prompt you to keep yourselves free from the clutches of such things. We have urged the people to keep away from all things psychic, spiritualistic, astrology, numerology and all those things which breed and breathe limitations into your world. If you do not care to listen to us and then you experience unhappiness, remember we tried to help you. We don't say what you shall do. If you insist on going on with the things which limit and distress you, well, who are we to say you should not? You are beings of free will. We want to help you, but we cannot do it if you do not want us to. We certainly would not intrude into your world in the physical, any more than we would intrude into your physical home without your invitation, or your friends in the physical world would. Oh, now and then one would, but most of them would not intrude without your invitation. If you do not want something undesirable in your home, do not invite it. There are many ways of invitation. You 332 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES can by the feeling, invite a thing. You can by the intellect, invite a thing. And you can by taking your physical body into an environment of the thing, invite it. You know the old statement, certain of mankind rush in where angels fear to tread. That is constantly going on among mankind. Would you, if you saw a building in your city where every immoral or destructive force and action was going on, deliberately walk into it? Not if you were wise. I say this to you, as students, knowing the power and protection of your presence. It is just the same as you, in your calling forth the presence and issuing your mighty decrees. If you do not balance that by self-control in your feeling world, you are not going to get the results you desire. Just because you issue your decrees and call the powers of the presence forth, it does not mean you will have perfection. You must make some effort at self-control in order to balance the condition of the powers which you are calling forth, because they grow greater and the energy grows more powerful. Won't you see that? One thing I want to say so very much tonight, to the young people here and to the young people everywhere. When you come to know your great presence of life, and you begin to feel its great power surging forth in its expression of divine love, do not interpret it as falling in love. If you have felt or experienced inharmony in your home or your associates, then you find some person with whom you feel very harmonious. Always be careful and do. DISCOURSEXXII 333 not interpret it as humanly falling in love. That is perhaps the greatest danger among the students today. We have seen a number succumb to it. Stand guard, beloved ones. You can love just as greatly without caressing each other, as you can by holding each other in your arms. That is where mankind's danger is today. The outer world has taught individuals the very things which release the pent-up feeling of all mankind. It rushes forth and is uncontrollable. But when you understand how to govern and guard the feeling of kindliness and harmony which goes forth, you make it a blessing to others. Then you will never fall a prey to the sinister force, by the outpouring of your divine love to another. Remember, this is very vital. We want to forestall all of these things. Remember, the need has been so great for the protection of America, and all so urgent, the messengers have not had time to take up these many things, except occasionally. So when we call it to your attention, just make a note of it if necessary, so you keep yourselves reminded of this particular activity. It means everything to you. If in your endeavor to pour forth divine love, it becomes qualified as human desire, and you have wasted your time and energy and must start all over again. Use this for an illustration, if you like. I am flashing these words to the messenger. My outpouring of divine love to you, so far transcends anything you are yet aware of. There is no comparison. But could anyone? 334 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES qualify my love in any way with the human? This is the way mankind should feel to each other. I say to you, gentlemen, if THERE be any one of you, WHO cannot look upon women with a clean and pure desire. And you have missed for example Arya test blessing life holds for you. Ladies, if you cannot do same thing, if you cannot look upon man with human desire, and you too have missed Arya test joy and blessing of life. WHEN you come TOWRD goal of attainment, all human desire does cease TOB. Replacing it comes the greatest power of divine order, producing divine happiness, producing perfect action and direction of the forces of life and love through your being. That is why self-control in all things is necessary. THERE is love, wisdom and power and THE triangle of life. If you use one point of THE triangle of life WITHOUT balancing WITHTHE other two, you are going to have distress, for life is balance. Life out of balance means suffering. If you use power WITHOUT wisdom TO govern IT and love TO temper IT, everyone WILL fear you and soon you would not have a friend. If you use THE DISCOURSEXXII 335 power of love pouring FORTHWITHOUT wisdom TO govern IT, THE and IT becomes human. OR becomes humanly qualified and THEREFORE misunderstood. Do you not see how in the lack of understanding of our life means, you have constantly been misusing that which would otherwise produce perfection? You have done this, by your lack of understanding and wrong qualification of the one mighty energy of life. Suppose, one of you poured forth a great power of divine love and blessing to another, and the one receiving would interpret it in human qualities, you would have lost the blessing completely. Do you not see that? See how mankind in the great energy which would so bless individuals, in their mistaken qualification of it have been producing the opposite effect of what they intended, if not at first, it grew into that. In this explanation, I am charging into your feeling world, the comprehension of it, the anchoring of my power to hold this sustained for you, if you care to accept it. I would not intrude, I assure you, if you do not care to do this. It is here ready to serve you, but I would like so much to set you free. If you care to accept it into your feeling world for constant action, I assure you before the close of this class, you will know what happiness and freedom mean. Freedom is not license, beloved ones. Freedom is the greatest consideration for the rights and blessings of 336 THEIAM 99 Discourses Others. And I want you to feel that tonight. Feel our freedom, which is the divine order of life, acting within your feeling world, the most beautiful thing. I say for your encouragement, to me it is quite wonderful. While I have been flashing these words to you, in your comprehension and acceptance the light expanding within your bodies, has sent forth its radiance. Now you feel gratitude, you feel kindliness and all that, so far as you are capable in the outer expression. But think how much greater is your light, which I see releasing itself, and going forth from within your physical body, how much greater it is. Then, do you not see, how we who are able to see the slightest manifestation or radiance going forth, are able to determine who is accepting? Do you not see, how we are able to determine who is accepting or who is not? To the degree you are accepting may we render assistance. All this is quite natural, only mankind has not believed it. Individuals have thought the great presence of life would flood them with every good thing without effort upon their part. In your requirements in the commercial world, you think you must labor so many hours, that you must put forth tremendous physical effort. Well, at the present, you do have to do so. But look at the great truth of life. If you would decree for your presence of life, to release from its treasure house the limitless supply of money, all else required for your service to the light, or whatever you wish to do, you would have fulfilled the requirements of life. If you reach out here through your physical efforts without DISCOURSEXXII 337 that call, you will find yourself making more and more physical effort with less and less results. This is why, as the messengers have told the students throughout the classes, as long as you reach out to your fellow man for something, believing it must come from there, so long will you remain limited, and oft-times more and more. Life has always wanted you to turn to its mighty focus, which the mighty I Am is, because it is your supply of everything which exists in the world. You may not quite see this, but unless the power of your presence acts through your human efforts, it amounts to nothing, as many of you have found. You work and strain and struggle with great stress in your human efforts, and barely have enough to cover your back and to feed yourself. That is not right. When nature has provided everything in lavish abundance for all mankind's requirements, what has happened when some of mankind do not have abundance? Because they have been reaching out more and more to human beings, persons, places and conditions, expecting to receive from there. Turn to your beloved mighty I Am presence, and I am now speaking directly concerning your money supply. If you will listen, FEEL, and turn to your presence, accept it as the treasure house of your world. Make the call to your presence, to release into your hands and use the money and supply you require. Then the wisdom of the presence with its light rays will reach out. Whatever channels the presence in its great wisdom wishes to use, will come to your 338 THEIAM 99 Discourses assistance. There is nothing in the world can stop it. Oh, feel that, beloved ones. Tonight, I want to see you free from these things which distress and agitate you so greatly. We look among mankind and see thousands of people committing suicide every year, because they do not have food and shelter. You cannot get away from yourself. Never cut off your span of life, thinking to be free. You only intensify distress, many-fold. Do you understand, beloved ones? All THOSE conditions are mental. If you lose your body, which is your armor of protection to your feeling world, THE distress will be far greater, THNIT was before. So don't think you can run away from anything in life. Straighten up your spine and make your call to the presence. Then, if you are firm and determined, see how quickly it will clear your world and release into your hands and use whatever you require. There is not one in America who needs to be limited, if he or she would understand this law of life, which beloved Saint Germain has brought forth to you, and apply it. It is so practical, the most practical thing in all life. You must see this, for it is life's great power acting, and only awaiting your call throughout these many centuries. Tonight, my joy is so great in being able to render this service for you, but not without your effort. Because if you do not believe what I have said to you, you have cut your DISCOURSEXXII 339 self away from me, and I cannot help you. We are real. And tonight, as I stand above your building here, THERE is no building, no substance between me and this good messenger and yourselves. Does that sound queer and strange to you? You see the roof here, but to me there is no roof. There is nothing between me and you. Try to feel this in all rapid vibratory action of substance. As it raises in its speed of action, there is no obstruction. My vibratory action, being so much more rapid than yours in the building here, naturally there is no obstruction to my radiance through it, my presence through it. When once mankind comes to see and understand this law, individuals will see how there is no necessity for limitations or distress of any kind. Let us help you during this class to let the full power of the light of your presence flow into your being and world, and direct you by its mighty intelligence, hold you in its mighty invincible protection, and charge your world, your feeling world, with our power of divine love, which cannot be humanly requalified. Won't you accept it in your individual decrees? Charge forth the outpouring of the Ascended Master's divine love in your call to your presence. to bless your friends, associates and mankind. No one can requalify our love humanly. Then our divine love pouring forth will do its perfect work which you wish for each one. This is how you are the director of all you. 340 THEIAM 99 Discourses call forth, and it will produce exact results. If you do not understand your power of qualification to do things constructively, the energy will act otherwise. What may be the result? You are in a position, understanding this law now, to know what to do and how to do it. With your determined application, exact results will be produced, as exact as mathematics. The messengers have proved this so conclusively to the world. There is not one constructive desire in your feeling world, which cannot be supplied or granted, if you will do these few simple things. Think of it, the desires of 20 years of these messengers have been fulfilled. Because they have served mankind so earnestly, so willingly, so obediently. They have opened the doorway to the instantaneous answer to their calls. Beloved ones, do not accept any longer there is a person, place or condition which can confront you, limit you, or deprive you of a single thing. Such opposition cannot exist if you do not accept it in your feeling world. Now train yourselves, because you cannot move in the physical world today, without looking upon these things to some extent. For instance, you see an accident, so-called, and you immediately feel tension and distress, if you don't know this law. If you do know this law, when you see an accident occur, instead of being disturbed, you call to your presence with a great calm sincerity, to render its service to bless all there. Then, your presence projects a mighty light ray into that condition, and will bring DISCOURSEXXII 341 infection out of it, which you could not even imagine. This is how it acts. Now remember, the old concept has taught the people that they receive premonitions. They receive promptings of this, that or the other thing, which is going to occur. My dear people, please understand and see these promptings were given to prevent the thing occurring, instead of accepting it to act in your world. This is where mankind has made such great mistakes. Constantly through their feeling, individuals have been receiving promptings, but they do not understand them or know how to interpret them. Then, they say, I am due for an accident. I am due for a loss. They accept it and of course it will take place. Instead of saying, when they receive a prompting, thank you. That will not take place in my world. Then it would never take place. It could not. Unless people refuse acceptance to such things and apply this law, they are constantly allowing limiting things to have greater power over themselves. The messengers today, at the slightest intimation of the thing say, you have no power. Get out. And it gets out. You may do the same thing, if you will. But the moment you begin to accept a thing in your feeling, you are giving it power to act there to disturb, limit or distress you. It is not necessary, dear ones. Be alert, be determined, and the first thing that confronts you, which would have heretofore frightened you, say, oh no, you frightened me once. But you will never frighten me again, for you have no power. If you would do that. 342 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES you would see such a thing shrivel up and your courage rise. You would know definitely, it had no power to frighten, limit, disturb or deprive you in any way. When these two messengers became aware of this, what joy filled their beings. At the least intimation today, of such suggestions about the nation or individuals, they stand and say to each appearance, you have no power. Be thou dissolved by the power of the mighty light rays. Therefore a service is rendered, which you could not imagine. If I were to tell you the actual truth of the service, they have rendered the nation, by their individual decrees in this manner, you would be the most astounded people. It is being done constantly. Therefore, beloved ones, you can do the same thing. The messengers still have physical bodies like yours. Perhaps the vibratory action is a little more rapid. But they are still physical bodies. In their great loving, willing obedience, they have been cleansed and purified, until the power called forth from the presence finds no obstruction, and it rushes forward like a mighty avalanche to answer their calls. So let it do for you the same thing. You must be as firm and determined as they have been, and you will have exactly the same results. Because life makes no mistakes. Mankind does, but life never. Therefore, as you give obedience to life, then life will serve you in the fullness of its great power. Just for a few moments, will you still yourselves? Don't. DISCOURSEXXII 333 Cross your feet or hands. Just make yourselves willingly obedient and open to these great currents of energy, as I call them forth, to pour through your bodies, your feeling world, so this service may be rendered completely for you tonight. I speak directly to the mighty I Am Presence of each one. I command the higher mental body of each one to release and pour forth the mighty current of the unfed flame through and under the feet of each one. Hold in its mighty action the violet consuming flame so all impurity may be washed out of the human body, out of the feeling world and into the mighty violet consuming flame, to free these beloved ones tonight. Render this service so powerfully, higher mental body of each one, that they may feel it now, and awaken in the morning, glorified by the power of the light which beats their hearts. With its mighty courage, strength and power flowing through, may each be a world of such happiness, courage, strength, the full power and feeling of their dominion over all conditions. Then nothing longer obstructs the way in their feeling world, to this mighty presence of light, as it flows forth to perform its service for them. We stand in the presence of life as its mighty power and currents of energy are flooding forth now into and through your bodies, sweeping out all imperfection. The light, when you call it forth, knows no opposition. It flows in, through and around your physical body, through your feeling world, dissolving, consuming and sweeping out every limb. The LAM 99 discourses hiding discordant, destructive quality which has been acting there. Then, as you remain harmonious accepting this, qualified eternally sustained in action for you, so it may render this perfect service. When you retire tonight, going to your peaceful wondrous rest, which you shall have, call your presence of life, your higher mental body, to release its mighty current of energy while your body sleeps. Then, there is no resistance. Charge it with the perfection of life. Qualify it to dissolve and consume every discordant thing, which has ever been there. Then, as you awaken in the morning, remind yourself with the joy of all life, that your great blessing is joy. Its mighty action and perfection manifesting in you in your world, filled with the glory of all life holds, in its mighty stream, as it flows into your body, beats your heart and gives you action. We thank you, mighty presence of life, for answering this command, for holding it sustained forever, until each hour, each day, greater harmony, greater perfection manifest within the body, the mental and feeling world of each one, charged with the glory of all happiness, which is the perfection of life, now and forever sustained. I thank you. DISCOURSEXXII. September 25, 1938, Seattle, Washington. Broadcast. Beloved people of America, in endeavoring to assist you in the understanding and operation of the laws of life, remember, you are an individualized presence of God, the mighty I Am Presence of light. Therefore, you have authority even in the human octave, through your call to the presence of life, to call forth whatever you will, knowing of course your motive must be constructive and your desire blessing everywhere you move. And it means life, your fellow man and your activities. As long as mankind understands that all destructive forces and their qualities eventually return upon the individual who generates them, then there should be no desire anywhere among the people of Earth to do things which mankind is constantly doing, and which bring the reaction of discordant activities upon individuals. We have become free, through our conscious application of the great law of life. Your beloved Saint Germain has brought forth the exact law of life, its perfect application, the complete understanding of its application. You may apply it, if you will. The individual who will earnestly apply it, will have all the proof anyone desires, that this. 345. 346 THEIAM 99 Discourses Law, the explanation and the application which he has brought forth, is true. Unless one uses the law through his own application, how can anyone know its power? For instance, you may listen to a truth, but if you do not believe it, how can you be blessed by it? In all the simplicity of life and its majestic power, you must understand that life acts through its energy, its power, its light. To understand and have the use of it, you must have some definite application. In your mathematical work in school, you have a way and means by which you work out and solve the problems. Life has always provided the exact means. And when I say exact, I mean just that, by which mankind may solve its own problems. What you call problems, after all, are just opportunities in life, by which individuals strengthen their spiritual powers, their spiritual muscles, as it were, and release into their world of action the power of life in greater intensity. Beloved people of America, mankind has arrived at last at the understanding for those who care to study, where the people are no longer slaves of circumstances. Remember, beloved people of America, the conditions which exist today are here because individuals have succumbed to the idea that some outside conditions had power to limit or subject them. In order to have the fullness of what you require, you must overcome such an idea. You must remove the feeling in you. Something outside of you has more power than THELIGHT, which is WITHINU. Discourse XXII. 347 With great firmness stand by the power of your life, to which you have not heretofore given very much consideration. You have accepted it constantly in the small part of it which has been flowing forth into your world of action. Because, unless you know the source of a thing, unless you know the power which is there, how can you have its use? If you have a piece of machinery in the mechanical world, and it has many levers, setting certain parts of that machinery into operation, if you pull the wrong lever, you will get a wrong result. But if you understand your levers and pull the right one, you will have the exact result you expect. It is identically the same way in applying the great laws of life. Once you understand, you have the authority to act in a human octave in your human form, to call forth the power of life, to produce harmony and perfection in you and your world. Then you are complying with the law of life and its requirement. As you go on, continuing to call it forth, clearer and clearer will come the understanding from within you, of what this application means in the requirement of your life. Then, as you understand more and more, the power released is greater. Your confidence is strengthened, and you say, well, I accomplished that. Then you go on, and on, from one achievement to another. Beloved people of America, and beloved students, you have nothing in the future to fear, not one thing. In this understanding of the law of life, you become. 348 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES Master and Controller of the energy which flows forth at your command. I say, at your command, because you are the decreer for your world, as to and how that energy is going to act. At your command, the power of the energy of life will flow forth to a given objective. If you understand the power of concentration and the need of holding your attention upon your goal. Perhaps you do not realize and understand that your concentration is your attention. When you hold your attention fixed upon a given objective to be attained, the power of life flows through, with its infinite irresistible power and acts, until you have the results you desire. That is why your fixed attention upon a thing, understanding the power of life, will release the infinite power of action there. The power, substance and intelligence to constantly govern the activity, until the result is attained. When you wish to accomplish a thing, decide upon what you want to do, so far as your outer intelligence will instruct you. If you are uncertain in any way, Call the power of your mighty I Am Presence, which is your individualized presence of God, the presence of life, into action to instruct you, to stand by and see that you do the RIGHT thing. If there seems to be a lack of understanding in the outer consciousness, you are not taking chances. You are not dealing with indefinite results, but you are the director of THE energy, to produce the certain result you require. If you will do this, anyone can prove this great law to DISCOURSEXXII 339 himself or herself, and to the whole world. Because you are a part of the great life and its mighty activity in the human octave. All human forms which are here in embodiment at one time, are a part of the one great life, and its mighty action. To the degree individuals understand how to call forth the greater power and action of life, will they become a greater part in THE expansion of THT one great life. I ask you to observe the vast number of mankind on earth and how each one is different. No one has identically the same desire. No two are just alike. Then, you can see how earnestly life has tried to find a means of expression, to pour its perfection into the earth, where mankind, having forgotten life, has charged and filled its atmosphere with discord, limitations and distress of every kind. Mankind had wholly forgotten there was an individualized great presence of life, and how each one could call and release a greater power, a greater intelligence. People did not know it was possible. Even with all the attempts which have been made to instruct mankind in the higher ideals of understanding, still the people felt a mysterious condition, that it had to be done in some complicated manner, so individuals might seek from another some peculiar manifestation of the explanation of life. That is where the confusion of mankind has come in, concerning the entire universe. In fact, it was so simple the mass of mankind has not believed it. In the application of life, again it is simple, but very 350 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES powerful and majestic in its action, and will produce exact results. Therefore, if you want to be free, first you must keep yourself obedient to life, which is harmony. That is the outpouring of divine love, through the individual. The human cannot generate divine love, because it is charged with human qualities. But in its capacity to call forth from the presence, life's power, which is wholly pure and perfect, the outer self can call and send forth in a mighty stream of action, by currents of energy, the power of divine love, which harmonizes each one's world. It prepares the way for the great intelligence of life, to bring about conditions to produce the perfection the individual requires. Therefore, if you want to understand this, try it out. If you do not succeed to your fullest desire, remember a great city is not built in a day. You are a world within yourself. Beloved individuals, do you quite understand that? You are an individualized world within yourself, within your own feeling world and its capacity. Therefore, when you turn to the presence of life, with a desire to perfect yourself, you are perfecting the world. You might say to me, my world is of small dimension, but who shall say how far-reaching that world of yours will become or how it will expand? You are one in life, remember. Your feeling world, your thoughts and your feeling go out to the periphery of life. It goes to the farthest distance. Therefore, to the degree that you are perfecting yourself, will you lift and assist in perfecting all which DISCOURSEXXII 351 touches your world, individually or otherwise. That is how far-reaching your world can become. Further than that, you have a great privilege in pouring forth your blessings to nature, who has had the discord of mankind poured upon her great beauty and perfection. It is time now mankind awakened to its responsibility, and poured out love and blessings upon nature. Thus, nature will come back and produce for individuals the limitless abundance they require of every good thing. Therefore, cooperate with life. When life sees the individual as ready, it will pour out its limitless blessings everywhere. You are dealing with life, and that dispenser of life, which is your higher mental body, knows with great intelligence all requirements, all demands, and how all answers are to come. There is no such thing in life as dealing with blind intelligence. All intelligence, even in nature, all activity is governed by a great intelligence. But mankind's disobedience to life has caused people to believe this was not true. I say to you, as one in authority for the earth, there is no such thing as chance. Mankind's earthly activity, if the attention be given to life, will be provided and directed with mechanical accuracy into that which each life stream demands. Individuals will not find any chance anywhere along their pathway of life. But since mankind had forgotten the source of life, within nature, people have believed it all from the outer standpoint must be a form of chance. 352 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. When you understand that you are the beloved mighty I Am Presence, the individualized presence of life, the greatest intelligence in the universe, then you know nothing in your experience, your life stream can be chance. It is under great intelligent direction. But if you refuse to give obedience to it, you cannot blame life for not producing its perfection for you. Life is always ready, always wants to produce its great perfection. But since you had forgotten its source, how could you have all it contains? Beloved friends of America, you are dealing with a definite law, a definite power. It is your life called forth into action. Search out the great truth of life, which is in the Saint Germain series of books. There you will find the application, the understanding, the explanation. Then apply it and see what life will do for you. There is no mystery about it. Try it. The messengers who have carried this light forth with such earnest, firm determination, have said that to thousands and thousands of people. From our records, which we have in the invisible, there are over 670,000 people now in this I Am activity. Therefore, it is more than an ordinary activity, more than a human activity. For we have so prepared the air currents, which the outer world does not understand, by which the feeling world of mankind receives the mighty radiation. Going forth and the words which the messengers speak. DISCOURSEXXII 353 ORWE speak. Therefore, we are rendering a service to the earth unknown and quite unbelievable to a great many as yet. But this work shall go on, until there are 10 times or more, as many people as today who understand it, or at least have the opportunity to understand. There is a great God presence above each human being, which beats each heart, and gives individuals life and intelligence, by which they can expand the fullness of all life wishes to express or give forth through them. Today, you stand in the fullness of the presence of life. Why do I say that to you, who do not understand yet this great law? Because by the power of the cosmic light, which is acting in the feeling world of mankind, you are standing now, this moment, in the gateway of freedom. Your chance to enter in and go forward or turn aside and go the human way, is quite within your own judgment and privilege, for that remains within the action of your free will and choice. Since I am speaking to you direct from the cosmic law today, may you understand and feel the great cosmic love which reaches out its arms, and enfolds you in the glory of the perfection life wants you to manifest. To the degree you are willing to accept those enfolding arms of light, that outpouring of divine love into your hearts, will you be able to understand. There is far more on earth than that of which you have thus far dreamed. Mankind is awakening to the power of the light, which is within the individual. For centuries and centuries, man. 354 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES kind has understood that God was within, that Christ is within. Today, the people are going to have the opportunity to prove how much of it is THERE. This proving will find THT God really is THERE, and THT Christ, THE action of God, is really THERE. Christ is not just a principle. Christ is the action of God, people of ERTH. The full power of its manifestation, WILL bring perfection into any human life. ITWILL make THATLIFE even in THE human octave, divine instead of human. Therefore, your hearts, people of America, are divine. THE power which is THERE, THE light, God, WHICH is in your physical HERT is divine. So one organ of your body is divine. Please accept IT, and allow divinity to expand ITSELF into THE fullness of all LIFE has. THENU, 2, WILLC as I do, THT Goddess THE Dominion of Earth and all WHICHIT contains. You can prove this. You can FEEL its mighty glory. I ask you to FEELIT today. Beloved students, my joy today, in bringing to you the radiation, the power of life, is not so much the words which I shall say to you, but the power of radiation. You probably do not see me. I stand above, pouring my radi. DISCOURSEXXII 355 ans to you, as I flash the words to the messenger. Will you be kind enough, in the fullness of the great love which you have expressed in this class, to open the doors of your hearts, of your feeling world, and let the liquid light pour forth today, in its final achievement of all which I wish to do for you? Let its fullness flow forth. May I remind you, this is the greatest invincible protection to you, which we have given forth thus far. The liquid light will protect you from human suggestions, from discarnate entities attaching themselves to your feeling world, and from the influence of black magicians. This is what I have started forth and will continue to pour to the students who have right motives, who have earnest intensity to the light. Remember, beloved ones, there is nothing hidden from the light. We know exactly what is in your feeling, in your motive. Therefore, do not try ever to deceive each other. Or worst of all, try to deceive yourselves. Unfortunately, many of mankind in the attempt to deceive others, have only deceived themselves. Remember, if you do not have the blessing, it is because something is acting in your feeling world, possibly unknown to you. If you would be sincere in asking for everything else but the perfection of life, to be taken out of your feeling world, you would prepare yourself for this blessing. This is not just so many words. It is a substance of life, charged into your feeling world. Since so much has been accomplished, I cannot take the time to even intimate to you all that has been accomplished, but sufficient I think. 356 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES has been said, to give you some idea and to make your hearts rejoice forever, you who are sincere, that it was your privilege to be present at an outpouring of this kind. Because a thing is invisible, beloved students, does not mean that it is not tangible. My presence is invisible to you, but I am very tangible and my currents of energy are very tangible. Therefore, as you feel this glow in your feeling world, try to understand what it means and the uplift which it brings into your feeling. Shall I say something to you which reveals the mathematical precision of this activity, which you will perhaps appreciate? In 20 minutes, the vibratory action of your bodies has been lifted 20% more than it was 20 minutes ago. This you do not understand outwardly, but to us, it is very tangible. I ask you to qualify all that is done to be eternally sustained within you, because we are here for definite action. We are here for definite results in your life, and this is to be sustained. We have for almost 9 months, watched for the opportunity where we could begin to render this service for the IM students. You have read of Bob, Rex, Nada, Pearl and the messengers, who came to me in India and in the Cave of Light, described in the last chapter of the Magic Presence. That was all very real, beloved students. Far more real than you yet comprehend. But as you read and contemplate the chapter, steadily and surely, there will come the full import. DISCOURSEXXII 357 into your outer consciousness through your feeling world, of just what it means. Today, you are living in a world charged with human discord, and mankind must have more than ordinary protection. And also the students who want to go forth to victory. Therefore, this assistance is being given, beloved ones. And I trust that every one of you can comprehend and feel the truth of those words. If you can, then we will be able to render greater and greater continued service. Do you think, beloved ones, that the messengers would come again and again into your midst? And we would pour forth the radiation, which is released in these classes, if we had not some definite purpose for it. To be a temporary thing would be well. But in the ultimate, it would be comparatively useless. Therefore, all TWED has a permanent sustaining activity. And no one can relax or slip back from this which we bring to you. Beloved ones of Seattle, the difference between your inner vibratory action now and 1 year ago, is remarkable. If I were to tell you exactly, you would scarcely believe me. You do not see yet the outpicturing of that, as perhaps many of you would like to, but I know it is there. I know the inner achievement is there. I know the clearing away of conditions which is releasing you into your freedom is acting. Depending upon the acceptance and your feeling and con. 358 THEIAM 99 Discourses, that all and more than we have intimated is being done. Do you have the release of the courage and strength you require? Through your acceptance of it, will it hold you sustained, until you see the greater and greater outpicturing of all that must necessarily come forth, from within out. All mankind through long centuries, have been bringing things from without in. And as you know, largely the things they did not want. Now in reversing the process, you are bringing forth the perfection of life from within, instead of human conditions from outside. I urge you and repeat it again, beloved ones, since you have done this for centuries, remember how alert must be the guard. Do not for one moment give power any longer to outside things, persons, places or conditions. If you continue to do so, we cannot help you, but in a limited manner. But if you will dismiss them and know, since you have observed this chart, that your presence is the governing intelligence, all discord must dissolve. With your attention to it, all human qualities and conditions must dissolve and disappear. Then, you will have acted in the best manner possible, for us to give you the full assistance we would like to. But if there is doubt or questioning in your mind, you will constantly requalify the energy, until you will only have the partial result of all we would like to give. Surely, you who have known the messengers during these years, have come to know definitely they are honest and sincere. And THETRUTH which THEY have given FORTH is from US Direct. Now these are DISCOURSEXXII 359 important points. If there are those who are here for the first time, you must understand that all things which stir up in mankind, intense fear or whatever the discordant condition is, are depriving the people through listening to what disturbs them, and holding them in their binding limitation. You who have this opportunity, need no longer go on in any kind of limitation, in any distress in your physical body, after this which has been done for you here. You can have the sensitiveness in your feeling world, by which your mighty I Am Presence can direct you magnificently, accurately. Do not jump at conclusions. Wait the assurance of its direction. Then as you keep trying this out, you will find you can move just from one point to the other, with a definite mathematical precision which will delight you. ITWILL cause you to realize, you have ENTERED into THE divine direction of life. Thus, it will hold you free from that which might remain of human accumulation, either in your world or in your associates. This is a point of which I want to remind you. So much has been done for many of the students, and their entire accumulation dissolved and consumed. But remember, beloved ones, you are moving in constant contact with the feeling world of other individuals, for whom this has not been done. Then, if you accept feeling from others, if you accept suggestions from others, you will be acting similarly, as if it were coming from your own world. 360 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. Do you not understand why the messenger has, in this class especially, stressed so earnestly your call to the presence, to hold about you the tube of light and use the violet consuming flame? The messenger, and sometimes we, gave forth directly ourselves, that certain accomplishment had been reached in the feeling world of mankind, and that the students had been freed from their own human creation and accumulation. They took it for granted and have thought, now I won't have any more problems, I won't have anything more to do, but just smile and be free. My dear ones, you must make your application, until you are ascended beings. Make no mistake about THAT. Never forget that just because your feeling world has been set free from accumulation and discordant conditions, it does not mean the rest of the world has. You are constantly moving among other people who are not free. Therefore, unless your guard is up by your tube of light, their discord can rush in upon you as before. Not only THAT, but you must hold your protection by your conscious command, for the light to stand guard and repel or dissolve and consume everything of human qualities or a discordant nature, which attempts to touch your world or find action within it. Do you not see that? I am very grateful for the opportunity to explain this one particular point to you today, for unless you see it, you would not understand what is happening to you, because we have rendered this certain. DISCOURSEXXII 361 service to so many, it does not mean you must let down your guard or your application. Not at all. You should redouble it with great joy, because of the assistance which is being given you. I say to you ladies, if it came house cleaning time and someone offered to assist you, would you just sit down and let them do all the work? I think not. You would be so grateful that you would take hold with them and do all you could, to complete that accomplishment as quickly as possible. Now if I am willing to give you my assistance, will you not take hold with me and do your part? Don't expect me to carry all. I think you see that clearly. In this your call to life, which is so much beyond your comprehension as yet, and I say it really very kindly, in the human, as long as some of its qualities are yet acting, your comprehension is limited. I trust you will continue on after today, in our mighty vibratory action into which you have been drawn and held. I want you to still be held in it. Unless you determine otherwise, you will be. Therefore, you will continue to go on, and on, in the raising, expansion and intensity of this vibratory action which has been released to you. You will hold it sustained, if you will do these simple things and give your attention to the presence. The messenger has so often told you certain simple things, which if you would do them, before retiring at night, would bring you such results. It is such an opportunity, beloved students, for you to set into action the great 362 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES law of life, to operate while your physical body is asleep. While there is no outer resistance, I want you so earnestly to improve that opportunity. I say to you definitely, if you would practice the following a little, it would do wonders for you. In whatever confronts you during the day, if it were something which seemed unsurmountable, use your decree and say, Mighty I Am Presence. While my body sleeps, reveal to me the solution of this problem. You would awaken in the morning, with a clear definite understanding and solution of the whole situation. Even though this service has been rendered, still you do not realize how much resistance is in the feeling world of the average individual. You do not know how much still stands there through habit, questioning this, or that, or the power of the light, or the presence, to do these things. Yet the intellect sees and knows definitely, the power of light is in its full action right there with you. Beloved ones, when you look at the chart, take your determined stand that it is the truth of life. Therefore, your intellect cannot accept anything but the power of your presence at your call, to silence all human qualities, perform its service and produce its perfection for you. There is no question about it. Therefore, in all the fullness of your heart, your Garya thearts love, FEEL yourselves 1WITHUS. The love released in this class has been very great. It DISCOURSEXXII 363 proves to me, you are capable of releasing this power and cooperating with life, which brings its quick and all-powerful release to you. As you go forward, I want you to feel you are never separated from us. I want to see you be so strong and firm here. Even though the messenger's physical forms are away, they too are still with you. It will prevent the human from accepting a letdown, as so often is the case, for that must cease now in this activity. When we have brought you to this point, you must continue on. You will in this group. Then, as you accomplish one thing after another, your confidence will be complete. But do not let your human once again question your ability or your authority to call forth the fullness of all you desire from the presence. I prompt you on this, because we want to help you to be free from all uncertainty. As the messengers explained, when you make your decree, stand unyielding until its fulfillment. Then, you will be a being of dominion in your world. It must come. You cannot have dominion in a wavering consciousness or feeling. Therefore, in these promptings today, I want you to know this has not been a discourse, but a schoolroom, and I want you to retain that. I insist you do, in the full strength of my reminder and prompting, which will stand guard in your feeling world and give you its assistance. Wherever you are, wherever I am, my rays of light shall go forth to you. And if you want to be sure whether my rays of light and energy are powerful, 364 THEIAM 99 Discourses asked Bob, Rex, Nada and Pearl. They will tell you whether my rays of light have power or not. Remember to accept my hand and be the power, the intelligence of light acting in your world. I thank you. DISCOURSEXXII November 13, 1938 Washington, D.C. Beloved students of the light, in all that you are today, in comparison to 4 years ago, and all you will become in the next 2 years, I ask you to watch the fulfillment of your calls, earnestly and sincerely. I am sure most of you have gone far enough in the application of this great law, to see what it means to you. And as you become firmer and more determined in your application, to give less and less attention to the appearance world, which is composed of but human qualities, then you will see how much more quickly you will gain the victory. As the I Am students have experienced the expansion of the light within their hearts and within the cells of their bodies, it is most gratifying to us to see the reality which is coming forth within you. You do not see it, but we do. We do not consider for a single moment what your outer expression may be, but we watch how your inner light is sending forth its color pictures, which are the truth of the action of your life. One day, you too will read the thought and feeling of mankind by its vibratory action, its color radiation. For THEGREOTSILENTLANGUAGETHRUOUTTHE universe. In our octave of light, we do. 365. 366 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES not need to be present with each other in order to visit. We often choose to do so, but still we may flash our correct thought and feeling any distance, to those we love or with whom we wish to communicate. Therefore, I am saying this today, so you may feel less limitation in pouring forth your adoration and love to your beloved I Am Presence and to us. And know how instantly, always without a single exception, comes back our response to you. There have been a great many throughout the student body, who at first have not seen the necessity of our assistance. Since they have found they have a mighty I Am Presence, they think they might dispense with us. Well, that would be quite all right, I am sure. But since you cannot quite dispense with us yet, we continue to offer our assistance. Remember, if the call of the light comes from within the heart of the individual, even though he or she outwardly hated or disliked the messengers, or even refused acceptance of our reality, still we would answer that call quite as readily. As you come to understand the truth of this law and refuse acceptance to the appearance world of mankind, which is the periphery of life, then you will understand our position and why we cannot be deceived in individuals. If time permitted, I could take you one by one and tell you exactly what your feeling was at the moment. Because your feeling pours forth a radiance. It puts forth a color which is as plain to me and which I read. DISCOURSEXXII 367 as readily as you read your books. Radiation is within the life of everyone. Before you come to that point, you will begin to feel and accept direction through the radiation, oftentimes as clearly as the spoken word. Many of you do today and have been doing it for some time. Usually, if you watch and follow your feeling, when you are undisturbed, you will seldom find it wrong. Now this point I am taking up today, for I want all of the sincere students to be prompted, because we see the reason for it. If you receive a prompting or a discordant feeling, when you are in contact with someone, do not compel yourself to dismiss it instantly. It might be a prompting to you. Ask the presence of life, your mighty I Am presence, to hold you steady, and reveal what that feeling is and what it means to you. Then, you will not cast aside a prompting from your presence, which is a guard. Nor will you accept it as something which you would impose upon someone else, because it may be the direction of some discordant feeling, which might be projected there. I want you to be so careful, and call forth your discriminating intelligence, to allow you to detect these things and do only the right and perfect thing, to all concerned, especially to yourselves. I perceive there are so many among the students, whose loyalty and earnestness is so great, they would rather blame themselves, than accept a prompting or the feeling about someone else. The prompting is the call, so you might make application and dissolve the condition, whether it be really about the person you are con. 368 THEIAM 99 Discourses Tacting, yourself or something projected. Then you will feel released from it. When you are making your application, remember the imperative need of firmness yet a while. It is our expectation to complete this work for America, and removing those who are now consciously or have been pouring forth destruction to the American people. We expect to seize the rest of those individuals, before the close of the New York class. Then proceed at once, it cannot be done before that, to dissolve the substance which has been released into the atmosphere of Earth. It is the means by which the destructive forces from every direction have held a certain influence over mankind. There might be some of you in the room who have seen this operate in official places, here in your capital. This force or substance is gathered by those who know how, and drawn around individuals to make them do destructive things. I do not mean it is drawn by those in physical embodiment. It is projected and envelops the individual whom they want to pull down. I have seen here in your city, magnificent human beings struggling as within the coils of a great serpent, against that force projected at them, in their efforts to release themselves from it. Rarely do they succeed, unless we see and give assistance, which we oftentimes do. It is what often happens, because this substance does exist. It has been released from mankind into the atmosphere of Earth. Consuming it will be the next step. When it is dissolved, you will see a release in the feeling world of man. Discourse XXIII 369 kind, which has not existed since the close of the Second Golden Age. Since that time, there has been a constant releasing and gathering of this psychic substance into the atmosphere of Earth. Individuals sometimes are clothed in it, and if you saw with the all-seeing eye within, the shock would be severe. This good messenger in his early years, as a channel for healing, often released individuals. He drew off those garments, clothing the feeling world, and caused them to be dissolved and consumed. THEYWERE is tangible as THE physical garments you wear. T is how tangible this substance can be drawn about individuals. TO prevent THEIR happiness and success. ORTO interfere EWITHTHEIR perfect HELTH. Now mankind is fast being released from it. I am calling it to your attention today, so the student body all over America may make the call that it be done with the closing of this class and the beginning of the one in New York. With your firm determination and all the mighty energy you have released here, I do not question for a second that it can be done. For the consuming will increase through the releasing of our mighty energy. Therefore, you stand in a position today, greater than has ever been, in your hundreds and thousands of embodiments. For you are calling, you are accepting, you are acknowledging the greatest power in the universe, to save and sustain mankind. It is the power of light, which 370 THEIAM 99 Discourses is individual's own life. You do not understand this, but throughout the ages, it has not been understood. Mankind has had no explanation, because every means was provided to keep human beings from understanding the simplicity, yet the majestic power of life. It is my privilege to wield our life's power in governing the currents of air and energy. I trust the time will come ere long, when I can take you in a classroom like this, stand before you, as I did with the students in India, before they entered the cave of light, and render to you a similar service. I am ready. I am willing. Are you? Then, let us determine to do that. It shall come about. I congratulate every one of you and the students throughout America. I congratulate the staff about the messengers for the victory, self-control and mastery all are gaining. We have been waiting for this to be complete enough, so we might do some of these things, which would give you such strength and encouragement, and settle forever in your minds, that we are real. I know a great many of you do not question it for a second, but there are others at times, don't mind if I say it, who wonder just a little. Therefore, don't wonder any more. Be sure within yourselves. Then, soon enough, will come all the proof you desire. If it had not been for the unhappy individuals who have spread such viciousness and discord among mankind, this service might have been done already. But since many of the students were not anchored sufficiently, they listened to that viciousness. It disturbed their feeling world and has. Discourse XXIII 371 caused us to withhold our presence. If firmness can be held firm enough to dismiss those things, I see no reason why we could not come and talk to you in person. May I remind you, that in your outer activity, when you become determined enough, it usually comes about, doesn't it? When you become determined enough in having our presence, visibly and tangibly, and then you give the obedience life requires, would there be anything which would stand between you and us? I think not. Remember, what Saint Germain has said to you, the only distance between you and us, is your thought and feeling. That should not be very much, should it? WEWANTUTOFEEL a greater closeness. You do. I am very grateful for it, for you do feel much greater closeness. That much greater reality of our presence. As you have seen and felt the activity of the radiance within the room from time to time, there cannot be any question in your mind, there is an intelligence which produces this change of vibratory action. You know quite well, how the first 3 days you do not feel quite so happy, then all of a sudden, the happiness returns. If you can laugh at an appearance which suddenly comes before you and which is seemingly terrifying, you have drawn its fangs RIGHTTHEN. Only, if IT can THROW fear into you, WILLIT continue to persecute you. IT is THE same WYWITHLLDESTRUCTIVEFORCES. 372 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSESWHETHER embodied, WHETHER a charge in THE atmosphere, WHETHER a discarnate TEOR black magician. If THEY cannot produce fear in you, THEY leave you alone. THEY might WTCH for no poor you and ITYTO strike. But WHEN you are firm enough and fearless enough, THEYWILL look for other fields. Since you are to be set free so soon, and no more discarnates are to be permitted to come into the boundaries of North America, you can soon forget there ever was a mention of them. Many people have been fearful, but mankind had to know of the forces and conditions under which people were laboring. Only by your attention being called to this and by your calls to life, to light and the power of the mighty I Am Presence, the greatest intelligence in the universe, to have the discordant substance from these individuals dissolved and consumed, and the individuals themselves released and removed, would it ever have been done on this earth? Had we not called your attention to these things, then how could it have been done? If you will have confidence enough in our wisdom, as it comes from time to time, and not pass judgment, you will not be disappointed, I assure you. If you allow your human opinions to judge as to what we should do, then you will probably be disappointed. As you see continued proof of all we have intimated, you will see after all, we are real, and have told you the truth at all times. Discourse XXIII 373. In the ages past, when people sought us from the farthest corners of the earth, for this great light and wisdom, about 55% of those individuals succeeded in giving the obedience which life required. It was accomplished in the protection of the radiance of those places, the retreats provided for it. Be careful, beloved ones, in your use of the word retreat. The word really refers to those sacred sanctuaries of light, not just a place you go to in the outer world for rest. I like very much the term which many are using for the concentration of divine forces, the word sanctuary. It is very apropos for this activity and all it attracts and means to you. Your sanctuaries are each one a sacred focus of the greatest thing in the world, the mighty I Am Presence, the power of light. Therefore, as you go forth now, just stand firm and unyielding in your application, remembering that in these mighty decrees which you issue in the opening of every class, our mighty power does move into action. The forces of LIGHT move across the face of THERTH and all human darkness disappears. My dear ones, THT in itself is an almighty power and acknowledgement. IT gives FULLUTHORITY for THE powers of LIGHTTO perform this EXCT service. UWILL never know UNTIL your ascension. WHTTHT1STTMENT and decree alone has meant for Aimer. 374 THEIAM 99 Discourses ICA. THE great body of students, more than 600,000 have been issuing THT decree. And according to THE adjustment of your time, IT is almost continuous THRUOUTTHETWENTY 4 hours. Therefore, IT means a constant release, a constant power of momentum being drawn, for THT certain thing, for which IT calls. When you say to all human creation, you have no power, think what that means in the great body of students. With the power of light and energy, which goes forth, saying to all human creation, all limiting and destructive qualities, you have no power. Then, you stop their action, as definitely from further interference with your world, as if you drew a wall of light. Therefore, realize that in your individual activity, the same exact power is exerted and the same results are produced. Remember this, for we are constantly prompting you, more and more to be aware, to be alert, to these things in your application. Take notice of the results which come. Oh, so many things are occurring about you, for which you do not give credit to the presence. But the mighty decrees which you have used have produced these results. I would rather be mistaken a dozen times in my call being answered, than to miss acknowledging IT once. Remember, acceptance is a powerful thing in your life. DISCOURSEXXII 375, and if you will ACCCPT every little thing, as a manifestation and answer to your call to THE presence. Then the greater fullness will flow, and flow, until like a great river everything of a discordant nature will be swept from your world at your call. It is your application which brings such tremendous results. Had you not responded 3 years ago to this mighty application, these last 2 years the messengers would not have been here, or any of your cities in America. They beat down by their mighty application alone, the first year, every obstruction of human qualities which arose before them. Had the student body not responded by the issuing of these mighty decrees, we would have withdrawn them from the service of mankind. Therefore, as one great body of light, I consider you have practically won THE victory. Go on, and on, and on, until every one of you stands FORTH and THE complete freedom of your LIFE. Any report in the future which comes concerning your nation, concerning your political situation, concerning your industrial activities, upon which all of your physical life depends, you must be ready instantly and firmly to say to that appearance, if it be limiting or discordant. You have no power. As the great body of students say that and feel it deeply, you will hold in abeyance everything which destructively affects either the government, your cities, your industries or your transportation, until the powers of light can dissolve it. 376 THEIAM 99 DISCOURSES. I want you to feel our absolute authority today, in your calls to the presence of life. It is imperative. Beloved ones of the capital, you have been aware of the battle you have been waging, but you only know a small part of it. By being able to stand and hold the light, it will now bring a great release to you, greater freedom and a greater rest in your mighty service to the light. Therefore, I want you to feel how we stand by watching, ready to release to the individual, as well as the great student body, whatever is required at your call, to give you health, your limitless supply, the directing intelligence and invincible protection which you require. We are your friends of light. We see far beyond that which you do, and so far as the activities of your life streams are concerned, we know far ahead many times what you are going to confront. In your decrees, did we show you how much of that which would otherwise have acted, has been prevented from acting in your life, you really would rejoice. Now let us join hands in the glory of this greater service into which we are entering. For from this day, we enter into a tremendously greater service than any thus far. Therefore, as you observe the changes which will take place in all avenues of life, remember the all-seeing eye of God, which you call into action, is the revealing power of all destructive forces, which would attempt to destroy you and your beloved America. As you call it into action, and then abide in the wisdom of the presence, to bring forth its full discourse XXIII. 377 Revealing power, not one thing of human creation can interfere with or prevent it. Therefore, you are moving like charmed individuals, as it were. If you can but realize it, this I am presence, its tube of light and its use of the violet consuming flame, will make you a charmed being. And I mean by that, untouched by any discordant destructive thing. I am sure in the pleading of the messengers, since they have been here, you have all now become firmly enough anchored in the demand for harmony maintained in your feeling, to give life its full opportunity to flood your being and world with love, happiness, strength, supply and all good things, which will give you the ease and rest in your feeling, that are needed. I urge you, not all, but some who have been using a great deal of time, to use less time in your decrees, but more dynamic energy. Make THEM snappy and forceful. THEN go on about your business. WHEN you return again, make dynamic powerful application. 5 minutes of that is more valuable than 25 when you are not releasing the dynamic energy. Therefore, as you come into the fuller activity of the light, you will see this. You will understand it, and by experimenting, you will see how much more time you have to do other things. Remember, to keep balanced by self-control and the outer, all the you call forth from the presence. Remember again, b. 378 THEIAM 99 Discourses. Loved ones, wherever your attention goes, your life is feeding into that objective. If it be perfection, it will produce greater and greater perfection for you. If it be discordant, limiting things, then you must remember, you are inviting them into your world of action. Therefore, the control of your attention means everything to. It is an OTM of a momentary fixing upon something. You can WITHDR a WIT and put IT back WHEREIT belongs. Then say TOTH appearance WHEREIT momentarily rests, you have no power. THN you stop THT force acting, THE moment your TTENTION goes to IT, and so prevents IT coming back on your life stream to enter your world. My dear ones, you cannot observe a thing, you cannot turn your attention anywhere. You cannot let your feeling go forward, without your own life stream of energy feeding into that objective. Then, think what the most unfortunate thing it is, when people are angered at each other or really hate each other. Look what you are doing to life. The stream of light which goes forth, your life, to a person, carries destruction like dynamite into the world of the individual. And for all of that you are responsible. It never pays. You know the statement you have made so many times, crime never pays. Discourse XXIII 379 ITNEVER could. No DSTRUCTIVECTIONOFANY kind, EVER gains NYTHINGBUT more OF its KIND. Therefore, I say to you beloved students, be firm, be strong in your application, and unyielding in your determination to have perfection. But you cannot have it, if you allow destructive qualities or feeling to act and go forth charging your life stream. I am sure you do not keep yourselves aware of this enough. If you sent forth, or in other words, generated 30% of an activity of destruction or feeling to an individual, 10% of that feeling would go forth like a rocket, if it were violent anger or hatred. And you would retain 20% in your own feeling world of what you generated. It is approximately the proportion acting, in a lot of the conditions which you generate. What a pity it is that individuals do not want to understand these great simple laws which would bring such freedom to them. Yet they cannot have it, unless they give obedience to this law. Keep yourselves reminded constantly of these requirements, and you will have no trouble in your application and having its answer. Remember, any destructive feeling which goes out to persons, places or conditions from anyone, is destruction sent out to life. For life is acting through every individual. If the individual requalifies that or sends it forth in wrong action, life is not responsible in a way. But you are responsible for its misuse. After all, coming back to the fundamental, the principle underlying all disturbance, all 380 THEIAM 99 Discourses destructive qualities sent forth, is but disobedience and destruction of life. The unfortunate thing is, that it does not always stop with the person, place or condition into which it is directed. It is so far-reaching beyond your fondest imagination, that it does not pay anyone to allow himself or herself to be influenced, to send forth one discordant destructive feeling. I urge you, notice. I say, I urge you, to give this cosmic law obedience. And see then how quickly you will be lifted into conditions you could scarcely imagine today. I tell you frankly, the matter of calling forth your supply is one of the smallest items in the experience of mankind. And the reason individuals do not have it at their call, is because they are not harmonious enough. Unbeknown to themselves, they keep requalifying their life energy and it becomes repulsion instead of attraction. The old statement made so long ago, STANDNTHELIGHTANDDRWTOYOURSELF EUROWN is 1OFTHEGRUTESTESTEMENTS. 1OFTHEGRUTESTTRUTHS. Because IFUWILLSTANDNTHELIGHTOFYOURMAGHTY I am present, in a WHOLLY harmonious environment, UWILLDRWTOYOURSELF, EUROWNANDNGRUTLIMITELESS abundance. I thank you with all my heart for your kindly attention and for receiving what I have been able to give you today, anchored within your feeling world. Remember. Discourse XXIII 381 HNUR TEMPTEDTO believe so met HING his power TO influence you. Remember myself anchored WITHIN your feeling WORLD in THE liquid light, which I have projected into your feeling world. Do you think anything could harm me? THT is a part of myself and your WORLD for your blessing. Does THT make it clearer to you? In my endeavor to serve you, I have anchored within your feeling world a part of myself, by which I may act there at any time to serve you. I hope, if you want my presence to act there, you know the law and will be harmonious. If you are not, it means you do not care to have me. Therefore, I will wait, even though I am there in your feeling world, still must I wait. I could force myself through your inharmony, but you do not understand, such a thing would not be wise. Sometimes the students have called forth with great intensity, make me do the thing I should do. Well, it is a kindly invitation, but since the law of your life is the governing power, it would hardly be correct for us to take command of you. But you can rest assured, since this has been given to you, WEWILL do all your life stream permits. TO assist you quickly into THEFULL victory. It reminds me today of our many experiences at Chananda's home in India. For you are giving us the same attention, the same feeling as though you were there. That 382 THEIAM 99 Discourses means everything. One day, when we are able to show you the light rays projecting from ourselves, we will show you how we govern the light as a consuming activity, or as a creative activity. I long for it. I long to give you all that would give you strength and encouragement, and could never be changed again. But you must make the effort, beloved ones. I cannot just take your responsibility and project a sufficient force to repel everything you meet. Your application and strength must bring you to the point where you are untouched by any discordant thing or suggestion. We are giving you tremendous help to do it. Will you do this and not forget it for a single day? Keep yourselves reminded, IT is my golden substance in your world, which I release TO give you help. THENUWILL feel, I am THERE, and no thing in THE outer WORLD can harm or limit you in any way. Remember, THE mighty victory has projected his substance of victory into your WORLD. THE goddess of LIBERTY has projected her freedom. These might sound like words to you, but to us they are qualities acting within your feeling world. To the degree you accept them, keeping your outer mind reminded of it, will you find its greater and greater power acting and serving you. Therefore, in the fullness of the light which beats your heart and gives you action, I charge you with invincible Discourse XXII 383 power, to take command of your mind and body, to give you its perfect self-control, its perfect harmony, its invincible protection, its mighty directing intelligence, and to hold you so steady in the harmony of itself, that its directing intelligence flows like a river, sweeping everything, all suggestions before it, and you move in the pathway of light, feeling the full power of its achievement in everything required, in the service you wish to give. Stand in the fullness of your presence, God the Mighty I Am, in the light of God that never fails, and draw to yourself your own. I thank you. DISCOURSEXXV4I7 January 8, 7939 Los Angeles, California. Beloved children of the light, I congratulate you on the preparation and position in which your application has placed you today. We shall begin our activity, as I did with the substance in Chananda's home. I am standing here by Saint Germain's chair, the first time I have brought myself onto the stage. I will pass my mighty rays to you from my forehead, throat and heart. May you realize this is the observation of life, of you and your world, for the coming activity of the 6 months before you. It is our desire to hasten, to intensify the expansion of your light as rapidly as possible, owing to the requirements at this time. Therefore, if there are any in the room who do not wish me to do so, just send me your thought and I shall pass you by. This is a definite activity of life, and while little is understood in the outer world, yet we understand it quite well. If you care to cooperate with my sincere efforts, which are infinite, then you will profit greatly by it. The Western world has been unaccustomed to these more idealistic great laws of life, which you are coming into now. So, if you do not understand all that I do or call to your attention, please just accept it. Your heart knows. 384. DISCOURSEXXII 385 Your higher mental body knows. Your higher mental bodies have called to me to render this service. It is not only of my volition, but it is the call of your life, which causes me to be here today, to render this service. Therefore, the greater part of the activity will take place through your feeling world, through the atomic structure of your body and the expansion of the points of light which are there. As you realize it, please hold yourselves as quiet as possible, and no matter what I might say during the dictation, please just remain seated. Today, I wish you to remain as quiet as possible, in order to render this service. In rendering my service to Bob, Rex, Nada, Pearl, this good messenger and those who were present in Chananda's home, it was an eternal, an everlasting thing. THERE thousands among THS students, hundreds WHO are here, for whom IT is possible to make THE ascension, THRUTHENEW dispensation. I ask all of you, even though you might be here for the first time, to please accept that, as a possible activity in your experience. Thus, you will make and hold yourselves ready for all your stream of life wishes to do. Remember, we never perform a service of this kind for anyone, unless your own life stream is calling to us, because it is the authority for you. We may render many other kinds of service, but this is only at the call of your own life stream. Since it is such a definite action, I ask you in the future, no matter what conditions confront you. 386 THEIAM 99 Discourses to remain as poised in self-control as possible. RACTIVITYWILL Go on, day and night WHILE your bodies sleep and also WHILETHEY are waking. IT is a constant activity which WILL go on, in its cleansing, purifying action of perfection. Since THE Goddess of Purity has come forth, LIFE demands this service be rendered you. Never in the outer world has anything been so magnificent as this class, for all who have been privileged to be present. That is the reason for our service coming to you today. Life is holding all in its magnificent readiness for release to you. Beloved ones, in the lack of understanding, oh how you have pushed aside, as it were, some of you for several lifetimes, the magnificent perfection which life, I cannot quite say struggle to bring forth, because life in itself never struggles, but through the higher mental body. So the possibility of giving to you, your feeling often caused a tremendous struggle in trying to free itself, and reach out for the blessings, which it knew were there. But when the attention was held so powerfully on the conditions of the outer world, the appearance world, the feeling was not able to release the blessing of life. That is why, if you understand the great extreme privilege which is yours in our understanding of life, you will see how in cooperating with it, today, you have made it possible for this service to be rendered. Please do not pass any human opinions about what I shall do. You know. DISCOURSEXXII 387 nothing about it. But I know exactly what I am doing, and I am doing it. Therefore, be kind enough to accept all I offer, even though you might be here for the first time. Later you will see and understand why it has been done. The need of mankind today is so great, every possible effort life can permit is being made. And I know many of you have sufficient release of light to understand the import of my words, and that which I shall do for you. Remember, in all which is done, except in a few activities of the currents of energy, you may, if you so determine, undo it, because you are the authority as to how the currents of energy will act. In the service which has been rendered in previous classes in preparation for this, a few have determined not to give obedience. They have made it impossible for us to give them the blessing, but that cannot be helped. It is the choice of the individual. But you, today, who are understanding sufficiently to know something of the meaning of my words, I am sure will not fail to give the obedience to life, which enables this mighty work to go on in its blessing, its perfecting activity. For the release of your America, for the release of your America from going through the destruction which would destroy its people. That is why we have brought about such powerful means of reaching mankind. And we will reach 2 million people more within this year. I want you to realize this is not an ordinary thing. It is a mighty activity of your own life. Calling is the call to.
388 The I Am 99 Discourses Light indicates to you, for its freedom, not only calling, but demanding it. How is it that life can demand certain things now, when it never has before? Because of the cosmic dispensation which has been given. The source of all life to this planet has said, the light must expand within the people on this planet. Since this group of people has been chosen as the cup of light, the heart focus for the earth, you who are ready to give attention and obedience to life, must be those through whom this light first expands. Its radiance pouring forth in your calls, touches the feeling world and activity of others of mankind. It would be almost incredible if I were to state to you mathematically.
It would be almost incredible if I were to state to you mathematically the power with which this I Am instruction does reach mankind. I mean,
it would be almost incredible if I were to state to you mathematically the power with which this I Am instruction does reach mankind. I mean by that, the power of the momentum which you have gained within this class, especially. When you set ponderous machinery into action, for instance, in your electric plants for generating the power, for heating, lighting and all electrical activity, you must have things in order. If something is out of order, then the entire activity is held in abeyance, until it is put into order, so the whole may go forth in balanced activity. While you are in somewhat of a similar position, life will not permit you, who are ready to give obedience, to longer be held back by others who might not give the obedience. Therefore, I am more than delighted today, to call your attention to these facts, because in the mass-raising activity, it would largely depend on the combined HAR. DISCOURSES 389 Moni and Obedience. Since life has made this slight change, I am grateful those who can, may go forward now, and the others follow later, if necessary. Today, in accepting the vast power and freedom, through the dispensation for your ascension, I ask you, beloved ones, please do not look upon this idly. Do not think it is just someone's imagination. It is a reality, and remember, those who accept our assistance and do enter into the ascension, will never in eternity return to this dense sphere of earth. They will function forever in their purified, perfected bodies, as we are doing today. Think of it. This is not said to make you feel bad, but to make you feel charged with the current of energy which is contained in my words. Some of you were with me at the time so long ago, when I went forward and you chose to give your attention to the things of the world. Now, once again, we meet to go forward together. The greatest, mightiest of all the power of understanding, is this one point. Think, through so many hundreds of centuries, you have played with the things of the outer world. In my choice to go forward, in the perfection which was ours then, I have gone on into this great glorious dominion and authority over life. It makes it possible for me to now give you our assistance today. Please see what almighty progress has been made since those children came to Shananda's home in India with your messenger. Think of it. There were a few who received that great blessing. 2. 390 The I Am 99 Discourses Day, thousands and thousands within your America are being prepared for a similar thing. Do you not see what your calls and what Saint Germain has meant to the world, in bringing forth this understanding of life, which has made all of this possible? Do you think for 1 minute, if you had not made the earnest sincere call to the presence DF life, your mighty I Am presence and to us, these things could have been done? It would have been impossible, because you would not have made the necessary preparation. While you do not know all you are doing in the outer activity of your life, I say the preparation is there. Otherwise, I would not be here today, giving you this opportunity and rendering this service, which you could scarcely estimate. The fact is, it is being done, which shows you have given the obedience and made preparation for it. In your full acceptance and in not allowing your mind or feeling to waver, by the suggestions of someone's unbelief, you will hold steady in our mighty blessing and service which is offered you, to go forward continuously in its mighty expansion. Thousands among THE students, WHO would otherwise pass THRUTHE change called death WITHIN 5 years, WILL ascend into their eternal freedom. I say to all of you who come TOTHE.WHERE you would pass THRUTHE change, say to your people and give THE firm command, THAT your bodies or THE. Discourse XCI 391 shell which remains visible of your body, remain on ice for THREE days, THEN be cremated, and THAT no one touch those bodies for embalming. Already in 3 different instances, those, who have made the change which others not understanding thought was so-called death, have made the ascension. In each instance, there has not been one particle of life remaining in the cells or structure of the flesh that remained behind, which is physical evidence of the truth, they have made the ascension. There are quite a number who will make that change within a few months, but if you will follow this instruction, you will enable the full complete activity to take place which is required. Since today, your progress has prepared you very efficiently for this, it can easily and readily be done. Could you see the forces and power which are being drawn from what you term nature, from within the chemical elements and within the surface of the earth, you would see one of the greatest spectacles ever witnessed on this earth. There may be places in the United States where it will become visible to the physical sight, although I cannot definitely assure you of that at the moment. You, perhaps, have not thought of it so very seriously, but when the God of nature and the God of gold were called forth to render their service to the earth and to mankind, you have no idea how it has released the intelligence, the 392 The I Am 99 Discourses power and the forces of the 4 elements, earth, air, fire and water. You former occult students may know something about that, not so very much, but however there is an almighty truth in it. Only when enough of mankind comes into the understanding of this light, can such assistance take place. Again, I call your attention to the magnificent activity which your calls and mighty decrees have released. On the messenger's return here in July, will you please discontinue any previous meetings, outside of the class itself? We wish to complete at that time, certain definite work for America, and for those who will be here, we wish you to have all the rest required, so you may have our service rendered to you in the classroom. We find many people have become very weary, and I make this explanation to you, for the tremendous activity and the service in July. If you will do this, you will find a power of acceptance in your world of action, which will go beyond anything you have thus far imagined. Plan, if you choose, to have your meetings before or following the main class, I mean your group meetings. Then you will give the full power of your attention.
Plan, if you choose, to have your meetings before or following the main class, I mean your group meetings. Then you will give the full power of your attention and acceptance of that which will be here in the classroom. It will be greatly to your blessing and benefit. Please understand all we request is such a
Please understand all we request is such a powerful definite blessing for you. When I ask the outline be followed, my dear ones, if obedience to my request had not been given, this today would have been impossible. I can. DISCOURSES 393 not blame you for wanting to give expression to your own ideas, but since certain requirements have been imperative, we had to hold you definitely in a balanced harmonious activity for the release of energy from the large groups all over America. That is why we held steadfast to the request for the outline to be followed. It is imperative that it still be followed, anyway for this next 6 months and possibly longer, depending upon the requirements, and just how great is the achievement and regulation of conditions, which will be necessary in America. There is not only the protection for America, which is to be considered, but there is the condition of change in your government, in your cities, in all official places which must be made, and it must be made largely this year. At least, the entire preparation must be brought to a place of control, so that which is required may follow. This must come. Mankind is bound to be released from the limitations and domination of human qualities. For the first time in the history of your earth, the inner secret service which has always been in existence, is taking its dominion in the earth. There will be nothing hidden, which will not be revealed, but not necessarily to the curious. You have been using this statement, without fully understanding just how far-reaching it was. When you have taken the statement, there is nothing hidden that shall not be revealed, you should realize there has to be a process by which it is done. Of course your decrees, your call is powerful, but there. 394 The I am 99 discourses must be those who can operate that law, in the physical octave, and within the inner secret service are those who can do it. This has come into action definitely. One of those great ones talked to you recently. Our inner activity of light has been set into definite action, and it is why these conditions can and will be revealed. There cannot be a thing to prevent it. The treachery and deceit in official places, in your government, in the conditions of the capitals of your states and various places, will be revealed. The people will know what is going on. Then, they will no longer support the destructive people, because they will see the evidence of what is going on. There will be no mistakes made, and those who have had such intent will see, may I use your expression, the game is up. I assure you, the political game in America and the whole world for that matter, has been a treacherous thing, bringing upon mankind great privation. How much does it matter, if individuals through treachery and deceit, gain a few $100,000, leeching it from their fellow man, if they find they cannot take it with them? Why go on doing these things? That is to be stopped forever, in your beloved America. How great, my dear ones, should be your gratitude, and I am sure it is, for I have never known such a thing in all of our experience, since you left me in that long ago. I have never known such great power of divine love and gratitude being released, as has been in this class. I congratulate you deeply, sincerely. DISCOURSES 395 I congratulate you who have been so firm as group leaders, in holding with staunch reality to the outline and to the purity of life. I do congratulate you. I do congratulate you, Mr. Sindelar, on the strength which you have had to carry on the magazine in the face of all opposition. You are to be congratulated really, and the goal which is yours and Mrs. Sindelar's is well worth the effort which it has required. I say to you fellow students, the messengers have met terrific forces and conquered. You have not realized the terrific forces from every conceivable source, which have been focused to try to stop the magazine. Every one of you in your service to life should make your calls for the expansion of the circulation of that magazine. Beloved Jesus said, it shall be the most sought-after periodical in the world, and so it shall be. It will do tremendous work in that which we must accomplish in this 6 months, the completion following in the second. As you do this, you will render a service never known in the world. I am going to ask you a question, and just through your feeling answer me. Do you realize in the combined service, of getting the books in this magazine before the world, just what that means for its victory. Do you know already people who have committed wrong, seek some explanation of life to help them? You saw in a recent newspaper article, the first outer evidence of how thousands and thousands of people have come in touch with these books. 396 The I Am 99 Discourses. When destructive people are caught and the end of their destructive activity has arrived, their whole life and attention seek the understanding of life. You have no idea, my beloved ones, what THESE books mean to humanity today. Remember the transcriptions and the broadcasts, call people attention to the presence of life, the mighty I Am presence, and to this mighty teaching, but the magazine is the next step which should reach those people in preparation for the explanation of the light in the books. As all of you read and study, if there is no other way, hand those magazines after you have read them, to others to read, thus calling attention to them. You will render a service to yourself and your America which will transcend anything so far. It is quite easy to do this. It requires no expense on your part, except your subscription to the magazine and the means of handing it out, but it is necessary. That is why I want you, if you will, to render this service to America. I say to every one of you who is very earnest and sincere, your complete financial release is coming. Stand unyielding and firm in your call and it must appear. Please do not let your attention be fixed upon the conditions, which exist in the outer world, because if you do, through your feeling, you will continue to deprive yourselves. The conditions which exist in the rest of the world have nothing to do with your individual supply, called forth from your presence. Now please understand that, every one of you blessed students. DISCOURSES 397. There are a great many still who find themselves thinking, well, how can I accept my limitless supply, when such outer conditions are existing in the world? It has not a thing to do with you, but as long as you insist on holding that attitude, you will experience the same thing the rest of the world does. That is not necessary in this great law. You are talking to the presence and power of life, which governs all in this world. Then, why should you pay attention to the conditions which mankind has created for and around the outer self? Now you are stepping out of that, and it no longer belongs to you, nor is it a part of you. If you see this, you will step out of it, and you will step into the freedom which I am describing to you. Today, in this heart-to-heart talk, I want you to realize every word is a power of light, which has gone into action in your feeling world. If you will recall what I have said to you, then you will keep yourselves firmly reminded, so you do not yield to outer things. You will not yield again to the appearance world which has been depriving you. See the number who are in this auditorium today. Would you believe me, when I tell you that your attention upon the appearance world has been largely the means of depriving you of the things for which you are calling? Sometimes in your feeling world, you were still accepting the conditions, which existed in the appearance world of limitations. Then of course you could not have the fullness of the release for which you were even calling. There are many who would have had their release to a large degree, even without call. 398 The I Am 99 Discourses ing, if they had not kept their attention fixed upon the appearance world, which is but limitation. Beloved students, whether you are masculine or feminine, when you find politicians, when you find individuals in official places, seem to be doing wrong, don't let yourselves become angered, irritable or condemnatory toward their personality. It is a quality acting. If you become condemnatory, you are going to draw that same quality which your attention is on, into your world. You cannot afford to do it this point. I say to you earnestly and sincerely, you cannot afford to do this. You are at a point now, you are going forward quickly to your freedom, if you will do these things I ask, but you cannot afford to do destructive things. You see, when mankind does not know the necessity of self-control, then automatically, the life stream will do certain things for you, but when you come into the conscious knowledge and application of life, you must give obedience. And make the application which holds the balance of these conditions. The responsibility is yours. Of course, there must be your obedience to life. These are important things to hold before your attention. DISCOURSES 399 As the messenger said to you, it is so, shall I use the expression, extremely ridiculous, when one understands what the attention does in feeding the gift of life into conditions which limit or harm that one. Don't you see how pitiful it is? You can control your attention. There is not one of you who cannot do it, but if you insist on feeding your life into discordant appearances, limiting appearances, and accepting there is a power of human creation to make you ill or distressed, then how can we prevent it? Your free will is paramount, since you are not destructive individuals. We cannot interfere with that. With your obedience, we can do wonders beyond your fondest hopes, but we must have a certain amount of obedience to the law of your life, in order to do so. Obedience to the law of life is your freedom. Therefore, I ask you for your own progress, to please watch these simple things in your life activity, so you do keep your attention flowing to constructive things. Then, as our great outpouring intensifies, you will not find yourselves at intervals, in a struggle against things to which you have given power. There is another point which I want to bring to your attention with almighty power. A few of you have been disturbed, as you thought, by entities. Now don't blame the poor entities. Some of that condition is within your own selves, and most of it is projected to you by human beings, not entities. The day is not far distant, when the student body in Los Angeles and vicinity will clean out every 425 the I am 99 discourses vicious person who is opposing this work, and that one will stop projections and distress, which have been imposed upon a great many of the students. Call to myself and victory in any such disturbance, and perhaps it will be well to call to beloved Astrea, to seize and bind the entities, if there should be any around, but most opposition is consciously projected and it is vicious and it is vile. Persons who are so vicious, they would not give obedience to life and this law, and then try to project their devilishness at individuals who are earnest and sincere in this light, should be stopped. Do not give them any quarter. We are going to stop this thing. Not only turn back upon them their own viciousness, but use physical means if necessary to stop allowing them in your groups or your association. People should go about their own business and mind their own business, and if they are not interested in this truth, they should leave it alone. There is a mighty reason, when I take this up myself. You know I have not referred to it before, but it is time it be stopped, and the vicious falsehoods which are spread to try and prevent the messengers holding these classes, should be silenced. It is ridiculous, when this I am instruction of Saint Germain's, brings only good to the people. The students should band together and stop it. Go to the officials, explain the law and the fundamentals of this truth. Show them what these destructive individuals are doing, and see they are silenced forever. That is the way to clean these things out. Discourses I 401 Don't be afraid to do it. I want you to be free. Don't feel you have to continue to be harassed and heckled by these insane creatures, because that is all they are. If they were not, they could not do these things. The idea of people who take it upon themselves humanly to interfere with your progress or the expansion of your light, is too ridiculous for consideration and should not be tolerated for a second. Remember, K-17 will give you limitless assistance in revealing and bringing forth evidence to silence these creatures. Will you for just a few moments accept our outpouring now? First, the radiance will be spread over the audience, and then out of that radiance will come the currents which each individual requires. Let all spend perhaps 2 minutes in silence, so this radiance may have its opportunity to flow in and assist you. Silence. My dear ones, it is positively remarkable how you are able to still yourselves. I mean by that, not just the physical part of you, but the feeling world which is more important. I congratulate you with all my heart. It shows what you can do. I want to show you how well you cooperated. What it seemed to me must require at least 2 minutes, was accomplished in 1. You remember in India, that which would have taken 2 years was accomplished in 2 days. I wish you to see, beloved ones, what your cooperation in obedience to our requests means to you. It. 402 The I am 99 discourses means everything in life in the attainment of its perfection. While I have been rendering this service, the Goddess of Liberty, the Goddess of Light, the Goddess of Peace and the Goddess of Purity, whose combined outpouring makes a certain concentration of power, which later we will explain to you, are enthroned above you, pouring out their radiance. Their currents of energy went forth through this radiance and spread over the audience, to render their service. Please do not try to explain to yourself how it was, what it was, or anything about it. Just accept it, and I assure you, we will do the rest. In some of these things, you cannot be of assistance, except to give your full acceptance, because you do not understand and our words would not cause you to understand, how to be of any special assistance, for we are the doers. Just let us do that which we know is essential, and do not allow your intellect to wonder anything about it. I want you to feel, dear ones, that our assistance is not so much in what I am saying to you, in the outer worded expression, as it is of the inner activity which is so important, in order to hasten the expansion of your light, your comprehension, and give you a fuller power of acceptance in that which you will continue to call forth individually. Will you, on retiring each night, remember this afternoon and call for its continued action? It only takes a DISCOURSES I-403 moment to call for continued action, the continuous expansion of our radiance which has been spread here this afternoon. Then, you will by your attention, keep the power flowing, to do these things and bring about the completion. In human experience among so many people, there has been the enthusiastic desire to start something, but they do not hold the enthusiasm to go on to the finish. Now your enthusiasm and your gratitude are sufficient to carry you on to the completion of all you require in the service, which we wish to do for you. So in the remembrance of all I have said, will you be kind enough to give the full obedience, in making your call and giving me your attention, which will keep this in action, until what is required is completed. I presume Saint Germain thinks I am a rather doubting Thomas, but when he said to me at the beginning of this class, it could be done at the close of the class, I waited to see. Of course, I had not been giving as much attention to you as he has, for when you have watched with me, through the centuries, in which we have watched mankind, you do not wonder that I question, not their desire, but their ability to give sufficient obedience to do these things. However, it is marvelous, because whenever he has said something will be done, I have found it accomplished. I not only congratulate you, but I congratulate your beloved Saint Germain for being able to do this, and he has done it from the beginning. I want you to realize that he is the authority for you, and when in the beginning. The I am 99 discourses we questioned the ability of the beloved ones to give sufficient obedience, he was right and has won. I want you to fully appreciate that, and I am sure you do. I want you to fully appreciate the almighty confidence he has in you, and you have not caused him to regret one single effort. Is it not magnificent cooperation with life? You here in the city of Los Angeles can have done for you a similar thing which was done in the quiet of the great mountains, the silence of the great mountains, and purity of those great mountains in India. You are having done for you a similar thing today, in your city in the outer world. Does that mean anything to you? Does it not convince you the power of life is actually taking its dominion in the outer world? Again I thank you, I congratulate you with all my heart. Stand firm, determined and unyielding in your call to light and to life. Let its mighty expansion go on within you, being more and more fearless and dauntless, knowing mankind has no power to limit you, no power to impose discord or pain or distress upon you. Beloved students, as well as those who are not students, who may be continuing their practice of assistance to relieve the distress of mankind, you are responsible for suggestions which you offer. If you are aware of some condition within a human body, please do not voice it. Say, WELLHERE is a condition which is ALITTLE out of harmony. Call THELIGHT. DISCOURSES I-405 into action to give you assistance WHATEVER it is, but remember a great responsibility rests upon those who offer suggestions, which can act upon THE human body and FRIGHTENTHE individual, or cause greater disturbance in THE body. Human beings are so prone to accept human suggestions, especially if it be something concerning their bodies, for mankind is body conscious. I mean by that, individuals give so much more attention to the body than is necessary. A little twitch of a nerve or something and they get excited and think something more distressing is the matter. Don't do that. You are in a position to command obedience and harmony in your physical body. Stand unyielding in it, determined to have it, and you will be very grateful, because you will learn to quickly dismiss disturbances in the body, such as pain and distress. My dear ones, do you forget the cause of everything which acts in your physical body has to first have its cause in your feeling world? Then, don't you see how powerful and great is the command to act in your feeling world? Suppose there were an intimation of pain and you say, "Mighty I am presence, silence that human quality." It has no power. Then, your presence must act in your feeling world with full authority. Then, distress cannot outpicture in the physical structure of the body, because there is not one thing can act in the physical structure, whose. 406 The I Am 99 Discourses cause did not first originate in your feeling world, because it is the cause of everything. That is why discarnate entities have caused so much distress to mankind, because they come and hover about the body, touch within your atmosphere, and you begin to feel in your feeling world whatever is in them. I think I should call to your attention today, so you remember it, that no imperfection which the physical body holds can enter into the higher octaves of light. If one be insane here, that one cannot be insane in the octaves of light, because the condition is within the brain structure. While the cause was most of the time in the feeling world, still the effect, which outpictured was in the brain structure of the body, or was an interference in the nerves with their balanced quality of action. Those conditions do not enter into the higher octave. If you have lived in such a condition that you have bound yourself to earth, the disease or condition with which you passed out would not actually be in the next octave, but you would be holding the memory in your atmosphere of the condition with which you passed out. That is what is charged into the world of those left behind. Individuals who have discarnates hovering about them often outpicture the feeling of the discarnates, because the memory of that feeling charges its quality into and through the feeling world of the one still in physical embodiment, and that person begins to outpicture the same thing. The simplicity of life makes you master of the entire situation. Discoursexii 407 Do you not see how, if such a thing touched your feeling world, if you would just call forth the light and blaze it forth, by its mighty radiance, you would cut loose instantly anything which had attached itself to your feeling world? You have not felt your authority yet, but I want you to feel it today. No matter what touches you or disturbs you, call forth the light, and feel it expand through every cell of your body and cut yourself loose from such things. You can dispel anything that comes around you, whether it be the projection of something into your physical body, entities, or anything of the kind. It will act the same, insofar as you are concerned. Therefore, you are the master. Continuing what I said a while ago, to anyone who is disturbed by these projections, or if it be entities, call first to beloved Astrea, then call to me and I will stop that thing acting in your world. Recently so much viciousness has been projected at the students, I am determined that things shall stop. If you will make your call to me, after you have called to your presence, then at the same time, feel this light go into and spread out in its dynamic powerful radiance, I will cut you free. Nothing in the world, my dear ones, can find action within your feeling world or affect your physical body, unless you let it. I want you to feel your mastery. Don't keep accepting that something has power to touch you. It doesn't make any difference what it is. This life stream is, as you observe it here. Think of its mighty intelligence and mastery. That is what you call. 433 The I Am 99 Discourses Forth. When you do call it forth and expand it through the body, isn't it just the same, as if you turn the light on in this room when it is dark? The darkness disappears. Well, all human qualities are darkness or shadows, and they have no power in the presence of this light. As you feel our light call it forth and expand it in, through and around your body, it just acts automatically. If you observed its action with the all-seeing eye as I did, you would see the light flash and blaze out around this body, as definitely as a flame itself. It means nothing destructive can stand within that flame. I want you to feel our mastery, power, and assurance. There is no reason why you should be disturbed by anything. It means so much now to take the mastery, so nothing disturbs the constant increasing power, harmony, and radiance which is about you. I thank you and I am eternally grateful for this opportunity to serve you today. May it remain a happy glorious memory within you always, until that day, when you stand in our octave of light and I shake your hand and welcome you home. Your home is there, not here. I know that definitely. Therefore, you have just been on a peculiar vacation. Now you are coming home today, to render your real great service. I thank you. DISCOURSEXXV4I7 April 16, 1939 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the light, for such you are or you would not be here, therefore, I claim you, EVERY1, into the light tonight. I have drawn the radiance from the cave of light in India where the children, referred to in the magic presence, received their freedom. I have charged this audience and this room with the radiance which is there. Will you be kind enough to accept its interblending power with your life stream, to harmonize, to intensify, and to bring the most rapid fruition of the powers of light, to act within your human form? My province for many centuries has been governing and assisting in perfecting the outer manifestation of the life streams of individuals, for more than 200,000 years. The conditions which are existing in the appearance world today have had power or found expression among mankind. Now notice. The conditions which have been dissolved from the atmosphere of Earth, the black magicians are no more. Much of the humanly created substance charged into the atmosphere of Earth has been dissolved, and mankind's own accumulation of the ages is being rapidly 409. 435 The I am 99 discourses solved and consumed. Do you not understand the tireless efforts and the energy which are being released to bless mankind and set the earth free once again? You might be justified in saying that from the appearance of Europe and the Orient, there seems little evidence of these words. Oh, quite true. Quite true. But is the mankind of earth wiser than I, who for 2 million years, have been the authority to this earth? You can scarcely believe, beloved children of light, that such a stupendous change can take place, and yet you shall see it. You have been told a number of times, this is the culmination of the ages. Only as you see certain coming outer manifestations, will you understand how very true it is. There are those who could have this great opportunity and this power of action in their lives, but they do not take hold of it. How unfortunate all do not take advantage of it. We have been patient a long time. We can still be patient for a time. Then the great law of life says, no longer, children of earth. No longer may you have time to make up your minds. The great law of life says then, I shall make it up for you. That is not unjust. It is a blessing unknown to mankind today, for when the people will not do what is right, and after having imposed too much of the shadows upon the planet on which they are living, the great cosmic law always demands the release of life's purifying power, which will dissolve and consume the accumulation of mankind. Oh, that the people might be ready. Yet, in all the ages. Discourse 25. For I-7 which have passed, when people have been prompted to prepare for the coming changes, still in their unbelief they have said, Thou art foolish. Too late, they found they were foolish. Today, there are a great number of mankind who say, Why be concerned about the coming changes? I will survive or pass out. How do you know you will do either? The law of this earth has undergone vast changes. There will be many who will say to me, How can life change its laws? Life never did, but the people in their interpretation of that which they believe is the law of life, are sometimes far from the truth. We alone who know the truth, should at least be listened to. When these great changes begin and the contending human beings upon this earth see the vast cosmic power taking action against their puny human selves, they will see how frail indeed is human effort. Oh, the arrogance of human minds, to think they are authority, to think they hold dominion over the intellectual attainment, or to think they have the wealth of what is gathered about them. Beloved ones of America, what would you be today, but for your great goddess of liberty? Pray tell me. Where would you be, today, without her help? You would be a nation in bondage. You do not understand. Even though you believed my words, still you do not understand what your goddess of liberty has done for your America, how her protecting presence has stood guard, hold. For 12 The I am 99 discourses ing her almighty freedom and liberty for America, holding the power of its eternal light, so one day there might come the response from mankind. Will you believe me when I say to you tonight, your beloved messengers, who in their classes have read Washington's vision, containing that which the goddess of liberty gave him in those days of great trial, have drawn your attention to her great help? Can you understand what that has done, as it spread its radiance among mankind, causing the people to release the assistance which they must give, if these changes are to come, and if that third episode is to be kept from action in America? The people of America must give response to her presence of life, and bring forth its action in the call to light, to give the assistance which she has shown you so plainly. Beloved students and friends of beloved America, you loyal patriots, for there are many, remember those early days of effort, privation, and giving of all, by those who were real patriots. It has not been in vain. By these mighty calls to save the civilization of America, there is coming a great release and relief. Even as in Washington's day, when beloved Saint Germain came and brought release and relief to him, So today, shall come the power of the cosmic light, to give him the assistance which is required to render that service, which he is determined to give to your America and to the world. How fortunate it is, beloved ones, that you are privileged to become his great family of light. One day, you will. Discourses 4:13 Understand how great is your privilege. He sought for 200 years in Europe, to get the attention of millions of mankind, and yet but a few individuals would respond. After waiting more than 150 years, he said, I shall try once more. Then, he found those who had been his children in an ancient time, and remembering the strength they had, as his children at that time, and the privileges which were granted them, he determined to try again. He has not been disappointed in them. He has not been disappointed in you. Be assured, beloved ones, that initiation which once came only within walled temples, is now being given in the outer world, through your every action of the day. Life has now expanded its great scope. There have been so many who have not had quite sufficient patience. They have been within a few days or a few weeks of their freedom and yet, have forsaken the opportunity of centuries. May the light which is now intensifying, henceforth hold every one strong within the light of his or her I am presence, so each one's patience may continue, until he or she observes the victory. You have observed conditions of the past. Fall not into the mistakes which you have seen, but standing steadfast within your presence of life, your mighty I am presence, stand firm and unyielding, until you see the glory of your victory achieved. 50 individuals within 5 years, who stood within a few days to a few weeks of their victory of life, have turned aside and returned into their 414 The I am 99 Discourses Unhappiness. If you would observe them, you would prevent yourselves making the same mistake. We long to see you free. We long to see you patient, until your call to life will set you free. Since we are giving such great assistance, mankind should be patient. When the people have had for centuries, hundreds and thousands of lives in discord, to be patient a few years, even today, should become easy. Beloved students, we have prepared the way for the glory, the expansion of the light in your city. Since your beloved Saint Germain saw fit to bring forth this great light here, we feel obligated to him, to endeavor to establish a mighty focus of light to spread its radiance. Even the cosmic powers, as you observed, have come to our assistance. Will you go on in the old way feeling discord toward each other, when the culmination of all life stands at your open doorway? Can it be possible, mankind will not see, before the people stands the open door into the octaves of light, the jeweled door of achievement, of eternal victory? Is it possible that mankind and the student body will not see? Just because of little human differences, should individuals allow sufficient discord to drive in, and turn them away from the light, or delay their victory which could be quickly achieved? Beloved ones, the opportunity of eternity is here. You alone must choose, and value all the promptings we give, and that is a thing which heretofore has been absolutely forbidden. In the requirements of the earth at this time. Discourses 4:15 These things are being permitted, which have never been done in the history of the earth. You who have failed so many times before, now when you stand absolutely ready for the victory, will you fail again? Some have, but will you? You must decide. There is not one thing in this universe which could make you fail but yourself, your own human self. Remember, there are two of you, the human and the divine. The human has been growing very frail in its power of dominion, and in your calls to the light within you has grown strong in its dominion. Will you not allow it to continue, until all human qualities have entirely vanished? Then in the greatest raising power of your presence of life, the earth can no longer hold its dominion over you. In the glory of its magnificent splendor of life, stand and again gaze upon the earth, looking down your life stream on all that has been, seeing the years, the centuries of wasted energy. Such is the condition of mankind. Centuries of wasted energy, and yet life does not condemn you. Life does not say to you, you shall do thus and so. It says, if you will give obedience, thus and so shall be the result. Will you, my beloved children, give that obedience? Will mankind awaken now at this opportunity? Those who refuse at this time, will be compelled to wait a long time. When individuals think in their intellects, to cast aside the opportunity which life has offered them, it is quite a tragic thing. They feel, they are defying the forces of 441 The I Am 99 Discourses Light. What a pity! What a pity! Life will not take you by the shoulder and say to you, "Give me your obedience." Life waits in its infinite patience for mankind to willingly give the obedience required for freedom. Beloved mankind, you must understand you alone must determine to give obedience to life. In the case of vicious individuals, their free will is now withdrawn. That is why you are seeing such great changes in your schools, and it will also come in the political world. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, watch. You will see the greatest changes in the political world you have ever witnessed, because its destructive influence and power are gone. Watch it and see. The gathering together of treachery and intrigue to prey upon the mass of mankind shall cease forever. Mankind shall arise in the call to the presence of life for its dominion here. Remember, many of you who are here have felt such inability, such helplessness before the forces of the appearance world. Ladies and gentlemen, arise. Accept the power of your dominion in your call to light and be frail no more. The most delicate lady in her call to life has power infinite, and you strong men, physically speaking, in your call to light with the energy which is there, can release the power of life to clear the conditions of the earth and render this service which mankind needs in America today. Will you not render it? Do you quite understand your beloved America is like a good mother holding you in her loving embrace? Do. Discourse 25. For I7 you understand, that is what your America means to you, from her bosom giving forth the glories of all mankind needs for sustenance, health, strength, energy, and power of achievement. Oh, beloved ones, you who live in the great cities, have forgotten the agricultural world. Remember it again, please. Remember, without it you are lost. Remember, without your producers of the supplies of the world, you are lost. So, protect your supply of every kind. Remember, protect your transportation which has been brought to you in such magnificence. It is at the point of great achievement. Will you, in the lack of your call to life, let it be delayed for another 50 years? You could have magnificent transportation within 12 years. It could be filling the earth. You could have breakfast in New York and dinner in Los Angeles. Then, you could have breakfast in Los Angeles and dinner in London. Try to follow me for a few moments and understand that in the atmosphere of Earth, there are currents of electrical energy of which the outer world knows nothing. In the new means of transportation, there will come something of the knowledge of these air currents. Then, you will go into those air currents, and be carried with their natural speed, far beyond what your airplanes have today. Those natural electrical air currents will carry those planes at a speed far beyond what you have today. By the airplane's own power, its speed can be 3, 5, or 7 times what you have today. These are the conditions which are before the people, if. For 43 the I Am 99 discourses they will make the call to life and let the presence of life bring it forth. They must call for all human selfishness to be wiped out, for that is what is withholding these things from mankind, because of the fear of loss of great wealth and cumbersome machinery. The machinery of the future will be simple, light and magnificent, for the old cumbersome machinery must go. It has rendered a great service, beautiful and magnificent, but it cannot hold on forever. It must give way to that which is more perfect, and everything which becomes more perfect, becomes more simple, becomes lighter in weight, becomes more enduring. As you have machinery today which is using almost human intelligence, yet there is that which is standing ready to come forth to you, so much more perfect. For instance, let me draw one illustration for you. There is machinery waiting to come forth into which you may dictate a volume, and it will come out at the finish, bound and complete. Tonight, while I am talking to you, flashing my words to the messenger and he is speaking them to you, instead of conveying his voice as you do over your radio, if you could see around the messenger, you would see the mouthpiece to these currents of energy, carrying my words throughout the nation and direct into the feeling world of the students. Do you realize this day, the entire I Am student body of America and the world is focused upon this room? The students are receiving our radiance. Since they have been so obedient and willing to prepare themselves, I have. Discourses 419 arranged there shall go forth, the exact radiance which is here, to bless them in their loyalty and faith to the light. Thus, we are considerate of the requirements of those who are loyal to the light. How can it be? I ask you, how can it be, there is one in human form, who has heard of this glory and freedom of life and who has not understood. Yet, soon will it be accepted throughout America, as the greatest ideal of life and the greatest power of its perfecting activity ever known to mankind, for so it is. The mass of mankind must come to understand this magnificent understanding as the individual's own life. Your beloved Saint Germain brought it to your attention. Yet every particle of it is your own life, its understanding, application, and freedom of your own life. Who should not want it? Who should not be willing to give the obedience required in order to have our freedom, I ask you? There are those who rebel, for such is the condition of human qualification of life's energy, and human accumulation does not want them to be free. Not understanding, they give way to it and lose the opportunity. However, I greatly rejoice tonight, in seeing in the near future, the glory of that light which will hold mankind steady in its slightest effort, in the forward movement and expansion of its light and freedom. Beloved ones who have the light thus far, you should be determined in your calls to life for your fellow man, until the point is reached wherein the great light itself, hold individuals within a 420 the I am 99 discourses certain grasp, as it were, until they can be sustained in the achievement. Try to understand your great privilege today, and remember you are nearing the time, when you will be compelled to stand within the radiance of your own mighty I am presence. Only so far can such powerful assistance be given. Then, you must take hold and finish. So, utilize the opportunity in the radiance which is being given now, and go forward like a rocket which you can do in this great attainment. May I say something most encouraging? My dear ones, observing the activity of this light for 5 years and seeing the achievement here, it is the greatest encouragement to us in the continued expansion of the light in mankind, and it will expand and continue, until the full volume which we require is released. I rejoice with you in your willingness to serve the light, and in your great loving gratitude to the messengers, Saint Germain, and to life. Oh, my dear ones, I appreciate your great love for the messengers, but one day when you see what they really have meant to America and the world, then will your gratitude be great indeed. Today, to find the response to the light from the people of America, is a magnificent attainment. I congratulate you, I thank you, I bless you for your interest, for your determination to have the freedom of life. Go on, my beloved children, and we will give you. DISCOURSES 421 every assistance which is possible to be given. Remember, blessed ones of Chicago, we shall be watching over you. We shall be standing ready, to give you every assistance for which you will earnestly call. May you remember, that for the victory of the light in your city, you must have harmony. There must be love to one another, your willingness to put human qualities aside, and join, as one great point of light, for the blessing of mankind in America. I feel definitely sure, that every one of you will rejoice greatly to give this obedience to life. May the powers of your light, lift you quickly into its final, its eternal freedom, its perfect health and the glory of THELIGHT be in full command of every one, to produce its harmony and perfection everywhere for you forever. I thank you.